of support from the crowd. You got MS Dasari and Anders, who's arguably maybe the best
لولا عشرين.
but Team Liquid, they got 4 hitters where, listen, I wouldn't be complaining about them guys in my team.
Guys, we caught up with their biggest hitter, Manu, who of course won last year's championship at EWC. Here's what he had to say coming into the competition.
Right, guys, we're here at the absolutely beautiful Totem with, of course, the reigning world champion, Manu Bashoria. How does it feel to be back on this stage in all of its glory? You see your name up there.
Yeah, it feels good. Of course, seeing my name up there between all the champions gives me a lot of motivation, and hopefully I can take it into my next game that I play against Samu.
Now let's talk about the last couple days of competition. First day went really, really well for you. Last day, not so much. You had a loss and a draw. And so what was the difference between the 2 days? How are you feeling after those 2 days of performances?
I think the second day I started off a bit worse. Got immediately, I think I lost the game at the start of against Hazards, and against Ilian, I just went up 2 goals the whole time, and in the end it was a draw. So I was really angry with myself for letting that happen. At the same time, I think I'm on 7 points now, which is still good. If I win my both games, I'll be through to the top 8, which is the main objective. So let's go for that.
Now you are 10th in the rankings right now. So what is the main focus? Is it the top 8 or is it just making sure that you secure that top 24?
حمزة معانا على الهواء مباشرة.
Yes, only winning and losing. You can't even play.
المحلل ديالنا المعلق
المحلل الكبير في كورة.
خبرة.
Top 8. If we lose that game, then it will all be about making sure that the top 24 is secured. But I'm looking forward to the Samu game, trying to win and get into the top 8.
All right, Manu. Well, thank you so much. I will let you get back to those preparations. Games right around the corner. Thanks so much.
Manu versus Samu Gamer could be one to look out for. And as you can see, Team Liquid not even on our first screen. If you're looking for the leaders, well, Navi is in the front spot. You got Vitality at number 2. And AGAL out of China is holding the 3rd spot on our podium. But there's a number of huge dogs in this fight, including the Falcons at number 10. You're going to see T1 in action, of course, in a number of titles this weekend. And as we continue, boys, in the club championship rankings, you can see quite a few clubs are sitting on less than 500-point shells. You got some work to do if you're Liquid, Wolves, Fluxo, and Elite.
Yeah, but anything can change after one game, of course, of Team Liquid. They had Manu Bachor picking up an EAFC title last
دخلتي قبل من البوط اصاحبي اللايف. عندي واحد البوط كيبقى يدخل اللايف.
Can change quickly after this.
دخلتي انت قبل منه.
نخليو البوطات
نخليو الاي اي
والله ياخذ بلاصة بنان.
الهيومن بي. مازال ما وصل هذا الوقت هذا. حنا كنحاربوا اصاحبي الاي اي وانت كتقول لي سبقني.
والله لا حمقية.
دابا انا الصراحة الخدمة موظف التايم كنخدم لاكيس كنقولها لهم كنقول لهم عطوني لاكيس كما كاين صداع راس الاول كتبقى جالس كيجي من هاك طلع عاون كيسولك شي حاجة كتصيفط عند بنادم.
داكشي اللي كنت خدام مزيان.
ما
في ماك
مريح الصراحة ما كنحملش اللي طاش الاخر. صافي نط الصباح يلا نط شاد التليفون وخش نشم شويه في الباص ويطلع لي واحد الفيديو ديال واحد ضربو في لاكيس ضرب 200 ساعة سويب.
يلا
ساعة 200 ساعة دوز 250,000 برودكت.
ولا يا ربي السلام.
هذا يمكن تشدي
كتعرف باللي النهاية قد حانت.
فقد حارب فيها
والله
يتهنوا منا
Shells coming into this match, Nassan
Crazy,
was leading everyone in goals. Levy Finn with 9 points of his own. This was the showdown of the day. First one to win is going to get 12 points. How did this one play out?
Yeah, he managed to sit on 12 points. He's coming into the tournament as one of the best.
خاصهم يعطيو لهم فابور باش يجربوه. يدير لهم تيست فهمتيني.
Fantastic this tournament. Sitting on 12 points in the prime position in pole position.
فاش غيشوفوهم خدامين غيجبدوا الصف.
Was this the surprise of the day? Hazards versus
شوفوا
Manu.
عليكم طايحين.
Hazards as a whole have beaten throughout the whole tournament, so I'm not sure whether it's a surprise based on how he's been playing. He's been absolutely.
ليتس جو 10. المهم قبل ما يبدا الاخر نديروا دويره على الترتيب باش نعرفوا خوتنا في الراوند. عندنا واحد تقريبا تأهل خونا نصاده ديجا عنده 9 نقاط.
نصادة مغربي.
مغربي كيلعب في المانيا.
كيمثل المانيا.
لا المغرب هما كيلعبوا مع فرقيهم ما كيمثلوش الدول ولكن كل واحد والناسيوناليتي ديالو. كيمثل هو فرايبورغ ديال الدوري الالماني. الماتشات هما هادو ليك ستيج. نصادة دابا هو الرابع، ربح 3 الماتشات وخسر ماتش واحد، دونك تقريبا مؤهل هو. وجوج مغاربه الاخرين خاصهم يطايفوا اليوم باش يتأهلوا. كريم ربح 2 ماتشات، عنده ربح ماتش وتعادل الماتش، عنده 4 نقاط، ومروان عنده 2 نقاط. يعني الا ربحوا بجوج الماتشات ديالهم اليوم يقدروا يتأهلوا. ومروان يلعب الماتش الاخر ديالو مع نصادة، دونك نصادة يقدر يدير مزيان مع مروان يخليه يربح، فهمتيني؟ حيتاش نصادة مؤهل، دونك على الله.
دونك نصادة واقيلا خصو غير ماتش واحد يدوز.
اما نصادة دايز دابا نورمالمون الترتيب 8 الاولى كيدوزوا الدور ديال ربع النهائي ديال 18، ماشي ربع النهائي، دور 16. وهادو من 9 ل 24 كيلعبوا بيناتهم شكون اللي غيدوز لدور 16، فهمتي؟ دونك مثلا 9 يلعب مع 24 بحال شكل الشامبيونز ليغ. دونك نصادة مستحيل يسالي الماتش هنايا في البوزيسيون 24، داكشي علاش مؤهل هو نورمال، فهمتي؟ ولكن مازال لاعب باش يتأهل مع الثمانية الاولى ويضمن راسو في دور 16. دونك الا ربحنا هذا الماتش كونتر هيزرز عند الماتش عنده شويه صعيب. الماتش الجاي صافي غيولي غير يشكلي لحقاش غيكون مؤهل مع الثمانية الاولى. ولكن هادو بجوج هيزرز هو الثالث، ديجا لعب مع كريم وتعادل معاه. كريم سميتو كريم قريب تا هو يتأهل، عنده 4 نقاط. الا ربح ميتش ديالو غيتأهل، الا ربح 2 ماتشات غيتأهل ومت، فهمتيني؟ هو ان شاء الله خصو غير 3 نقاط تقريبا يتأهل. ومروان القضيه عنده شويه صعيبه، ولكن خصو يربح 2 ماتشات ان شاء الله، يربح هاد 2 ماتشات هذا اللي عنده.
ولكن هما شحال كيلعبوا من الماتش؟
دابا باقي لهم 2 دابا ويسالي في دور المجموعات، كيلعبوا 6 ديجا سالاو 4 الماتشات الاول. ها هو الترتيب ديالهم. القضيه عندهم صعيبه ولكن ممكن يقدروا
كلشي ممكن.
ان شاء الله. راه بجوج هادو ابطال ديال الدوريات ديالو، نصادة بطل الدوري الالماني ومروان وكريم بجوج بطل ديال الدوري الفرنسي. دوك راه قتاله شويه، غير ما كتعطفش بعض المرات وصافي.
Definitely, I think we have very good players that also step up when they need to. We were one penalty shootout and 1 game away from having 2 more players at the World Cup, so I think it just shows the level of this team. I think they all pull each other forward. If one player does good, someone else wants to do just as good. So having more than half of the roster at the World Cup is already a huge achievement.
Right.
But we're aiming for the top, obviously.
And you already have 1 player in that top.
البارح مشينا كنا باغيين نتفرجوا فيهم ولكن وقع لهم شي مشكل في السيرفرز واجلوا الماتشات ديال البارح حتى اليوم، داكشي علاش لاعبين دابا. نورمالمون كيلعبوا فلاشيه مع الخمس.
Levy taking care of business against PH Zen.
وشنو داو معكم في التيكي؟
ما كناش مقطعين حنا كنا باغيين نتفرجوا من برا، حيت يمكن لك تتفرج من برا، كاينين تما دايرين التلافاز وكذا وهذا يقدر بنادم يجي يتفرج. قطعنا حنا بابجي داكشي.
And having the opponent adapt to us rather than vice versa, and I think every player so far has been able to do that.
The Night Watch, I mean, let's speak about Anders, your old teammate that used to play for your team, and of course, I guess he has a bit of a rival with Alian Lyon, the new wonder kid in RBL Leipzig. He's doing a great tournament so far. Coming from a coach's sport that used to work for Anders, what is your kind of, I guess, opinion on the beef between the two? Is it a little bragging rights? Is there actually a beef between Alian? Because he seems like he's a nice kid. He just wants to get his wins and go home. But is there actually a little beef between them?
I mean, I am also at this point hugely biased for obvious reasons. But I do think there's maybe some beef, rather one-sided, I would say. But I think that's also the nature of Anders. I also don't think you get to the top without having that kind of attitude. So it's to be expected, and I think it's fun also for the viewers.
How much input do you have as a coach when things like that happen, when words are exchanged, when social media posts are posted, etc.? Do you have an impact in that? Do you sort of speak to Alian about that? I mean, I'm sure that they all thrive on it. You get the impression that they have their own feelings. I mean, when there's a lot spoken about, it motivates them a little bit extra.
I think it kind of depends on the player. Some get motivated by it, some get thrown out their game. I think Alihan is one of those that just focuses on himself. He just plays his game, scores his goals, and he does his thing, right? There's no beef, there's no
هذا شو هاد صعبنا هذا صعبنا ربح هاد فيرغانغ. هاد فيرغانغ هو احسن لاعب في العالم فهمتيني، ولكن صليب اللي من التحت ماشي هذا اللي من التحت كيبان غير راسه،
هذا اللي شعره اصفر
ولكن صليب هو اللي على اليسار. فوق ما يماركي على شي بنادم كيطوكسيك كينوض يضحك عليه ولا. وهو صاحبنا كان خاسر فهمتيني، فيرغان كان خاسر، وكل ما كيماركي واخا خاسر كيمشي كيبقى يسكت الاخر، كيبقى يستفزو. بالتالي لا فاش زال مشى بغى يسلم عليه، وفيرغان ما بغاش كاع يسلم عليه، شتي هو غادي باش يسلم عليه. بالتالي الاخر ما عطاش يدو يقلب الدور، بقى فيه الحال مسكين. كيقولوا له البكايه حيت كيبكي فاش كيخسر. صليب راه مازال برهوش عنده 18 عام دابا، وهو احسن لاعب في العالم. ربح في المسابقات ديال اللي شارك فيهم، رابح دابا اكثر من مليون ديال الدولار اللي لعب. اي مسابقه مسخوط كيشدك
ولكن ما كومبورتمون ما توجد
والو موفر. صليب كيقطع.
For such a young kid, it's like he come here to do a job, and I think with him, with that kind of killer instinct, he can go and win it all.
I love it when someone's barking at you.
كيلعب مع فالكنز دابا، كان كيلعب وديك صاحبنا اللي ربحوهم كيلعب دابا مع الفرقه اللي كان هو لعب معاها قبل، مع جوبونس لايبسيتش في المانيا، ريد بول. لايبسيتش ريد بول.
In serious cash here at EWC.
I think I don't want to say too big of a word. I think thanks to also the goal difference, we should pretty much have top 8, if not guaranteed, then at least have a lot of things need to go against us to not make it.
Right.
We're obviously aiming for the 18 points, like the #1 spot. I think it gives you huge advantage. At the same time, I've always been of the opinion it's also good to taste losses in group stages. So when you go in knockouts, you kind of know how to deal with adversity. At the same time, at this point, Levy is experienced enough to know, okay, even if I win, even if I lose, that doesn't really change my attitude, my confidence.
تقريبا كاينين غير في الالمان وفرنسا.
لا كاين في العالم كامل. كاين سميتو بحال الشكل ديال كاس العالم، بحال دابا سميتو في باش يتاهلوا لهاد التورنوا كياخذوا احسن لعابه من احسن الفرق، ما احسن ليغ. دابا كاين البريمير ليغ الانجليز خداو احسن جوج، كاين السعوديه عندهم بطوله واعره، كاين الامريكان وفرنسا هولندا برازيل طاليان سبليون والمانيا، وكاينين وحدين كيجيو من التصفيات بحال دابا البطولات الاخرين، بحال دابا البطوله المغربيه ما مكلاسياش مزيان باش داك اللي كيربح في البطولات المغرب كيلعب التصفيات باش يدخل. وصحابنا المغاربه اللي ربحوا البطولات المغرب لعبوا التصفيات ولكن ما قدروش يدوزوا.
طريق طويله،
الطريق كتكون عندهم شويه طويل، ولكن من العالم كامل كيجي بنادم ماشي غير من اوروبا.
كان سميتو نرويجي ولا شنو؟
نرويج.
Let's talk about that. That is our PlayStation 5 story of the day. FG, 2 players to watch. Emery, Obram, both in a struggle bus position.
لا ماشي بالنرويجي، دنماركي.
Yeah, I mean, well, I would like to hope so for the competitions. I mean, to have 2 big names like Obram and Emery Ilmaz, we want to see it when we're here on the Castazet.
لا دابا عنده 20 عام، خلق في 2006. مازال كبر شويه، ولكن بدا يلعب هو برهوش.
I think Obram's got the harder task today, based on where he's at. I would love to see it, and I wouldn't back against it. I mean, interestingly enough, we spoke yesterday about not having that day of play for reasons. Do you think, Shells, that has helped Obram maybe a little bit more of a rest, you know, just to prepare a little bit more mentally, take a bit of time away from the screens for a day? Do you think that could potentially help him?
I think as a player, yeah, I think it would definitely help, especially Obram. He had a poor day 1 and day 2, so I think everyone's allowed to have an extra day to reset. Right. And I think if things go well, you want to keep on playing. So I think for every player can use it as an advantage. But for Obram, I think he knows he has got a job to do, and we see him associated with winning all the time. So maybe the extra day rest has helped him a lot.
Let's take a look at some of the big matches in this one. Samu versus Manu. That's the one, of course, we're looking at in the top left. In the bottom left, you got Defonso, 2024 champ, taking on the guy that has won 4 tournaments already this year, looking to make
هذول الماتشات الأولى مازال ما يلعبوش المغاربة. يلعب داك فيرغانغ. كيلعبوا 6 الماتشات 6 الماتشات 6 الماتشات.
ماتش كيكون فيه الوقت.
شي 4 ساعات تقريبا، ولكن هما كيبقاو يديروا لي بوز بزاف. ولكن كيبقاو فاش كتكون بوز كيدوزو لكم من الماتش لماتش وحده.
Could be do or die. This could be a real story point because Milkalov could be the one who gets 6 points on his first day and doesn't even make it into the top.
That'd be insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite hard because you don't want to really plan and think about ahead. You want to think about the games in front of you. But for Milkalov and Kasia, they're definitely looking at each other. This is a game where I'm most likely the easiest on paper to get the 3 points because they know the next matchup for them both, it could be very hard. But they want to get the job done, so why not do it in the first round?
I was looking through the numbers. Emre Yilmaz is at number 25. Remember, only the top 24 make it through out of league play. So he is on the losing side of that cutoff right now. If you win, though, he's at 4 points. He'll be at 7. That jumps him up into like 13th place, FG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the margins are quite high. If you get 3 points, you're off to a fantastic start. A player like Emre Yilmaz, he gets a win. He'll be relaxed. He's super confident anyway, as it is. I expect him to probably get the job done here, and the Emre Yilmaz story will probably be that he makes it to the knockouts.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just looked behind me, and the stage is full. It is time to get in the games here at EWC. Continues today, too, as we get into league play with all of your favorite players.
شحال البرايس يوسف؟ الاول شحال كياخذ؟
الاول كياخذ قال شي 200,000 250,000 الاول، والثاني 150.
We're now on the day of action where we'll be seeing eliminations and players advancing to the knockout stage. I'm Ryan Pessoa, joined by my very good friend and Spanish champion, Gravison. That VT pretty much captured everything that you may have missed, but if you're joining us now on this day of action, of course, with the technical pause yesterday, that was out of our hands, but we have 6 incredible matches coming up here, Gravison, where the stakes are so high.
It seems like throughout the whole tournament, we've seen players adapt to the gameplay. We've seen them go back and forth with tactics, with players. And for me, I know we chatted about this before, Ryan. I don't see a clear favorite to win the tournament, but I feel like after today, we will have both of them. At least a couple of them.
It's where the players start to pull away a little bit. Obviously, we'll be seeing the first stage of the knockouts later today. But round 5 and 6 features Samu Gamer up against Manu Bachore, Brees up against Nicholas, Smoke on your screen up against the unbeaten Levi Finn, Jafonzo, 2024 EWC World Champion against Anders Vergang, FC Pro 24 World Champion. That is a massive game. Emre Yilmaz up against Virgil, Katia against Milka Love. We'll try and keep you up to date with all the action as it unfolds. You spoke about dealing with different things, Gravison. How would the players deal with a delay? Not only a delay in terms of 10 minutes or so, but a whole day where they would have been preparing, trying to get up for it, and it didn't go that way. How would they be feeling in this moment?
It is a tough one because you know that you got to be prepared for a lot of matches today. So I think it favors
يمكن غيلعبوا اليوم حتى الاخر، غيلعبوا الماتشات ديال الاخر ويلعبوا حتى النوك اوت. بقاش البارح ما لعبوش كاع، جوبونس باش ما يتعطلوش في الفينال وكذا. يلعبوا جوج ديال الراوند.
دونك غيكون طوال.
Samu Gamer is on 9 points, currently joint with all the players in 4th position. Obviously, goal difference separates and puts him 6th. Based on that, they will have the same goal difference, but his only loss against Abu Maka was 3-1. He's been very, very strong, and he's starting off hot here going forward, but fortunately for Manu Bachore and Team Liquid, he's able to get possession.
This is a great match. I mean, we've all heard Shells talking about the master of the dark arts from Samu Gamer. Let's see how he's able to play today. Because at ECL, I thought that his defense was great with the way he's second man pressing, with the way he's
تحياتي الساتسمان مرحبا بكم
the wings as well. Of course,
معنا المعلق القدير تا هو كاين
on the offense side of things, and especially with the player locks.
في كابينة التعليق حمزة تا هو معاه.
So let's see if he's able to defend as well as he did in
Analyst
the
كبير
ECL, and of course
الله
play as well.
Finesse shot that didn't manage to get enough angle to trouble the keeper. Speaking about player locks, Gravison, how easy, well, I say easy or difficult in fairness.
بالنسبة للفرقة.
What are the things you're
الفرقة
prioritizing?
دابا
Is it the player in
الجوار
possession
اللي
or the
كيلعب
player that
بهم
he's
بنادم.
selected? I'll hold on a second as that.
نحيد هاد اللايف هاد الماتش اللي دايرين عيان ندير لك الماتش مزيان.
Mainly in
مالها
دابا اللعابة اللي كيكون لعب بهم مثلا أي واحد فيهم. واش كتكون الفرقة ديالو ديجا اللي غير داك اللعابة اللي عنده هو في الكونط ولا كيكون عنده لاكسي كاع
كيعطيوهم كونت فيه كلش هما نورمال.
كلشي اوكي.
نورمالمون كيعطيوهم كونت ملوكين فيه كاع اللعاب.
كاع اللي
كاع اللعابة اللي كاينين. جو بونس.
Michael.
اهلا اهلا الساتي. تبارك الله عليك.
كيف الحال؟
بخرج من انت مزيان.
الحمد
الحمد لله الحمد لله.
اموت في السيطرة.
بخرج من
الحمد لله.
اخبار الزينة هي هذه اخبار الزينة.
Nice little play lock there from Jafonzo. Second one is going to find Parahuelo out on the outside. It's going to be Ousmane Dembele. Dangerous position.
كاس العالم مو فرار كاس العالم ديال
For Jafonzo.
فيفا. اخر ماتشات جروب ستيج هما دابا. كاين كل لاعب عنده جوج ماتشات.
Looking for that play.
ديجا واحد.
Not going to happen.
ديجا هادو دخلوا معاه سلم عليه زرب عليه.
Is going to bring this ball away for Anders. Tries to burst past that final defender. Kabakio into McTominay. Options here. Overload. Look at Bakio. Goes across goal. Casillas gets a touch on it though. It will be a corner here for Jafonzo.
لما حمد تعلم.
they should kid attack.
كنشوف الاغلاط اللي كيديروا
باش يدير بحال. الا درتي الاغلاط ديال البرو راك برو صافي.
Another player lock. Kabakio just offside this time though.
كنشوف هاد
There's
الاغلاط
been a
باش
good start from
نحيدهم
both
مثلا.
players here. You would say the
بصح
majority of the
مزيان.
momentum of the game has been in favour of Jafonzo. A couple of opportunities to get inside that 18-yard.
مشينا البارح لا EWC عطاونا نلعبوا كره. لا كاينه فيفا كاينه كل سيمانه كيعطيوك تلعب داك اللعبه اللي كاينه فهمتي بحال دابا السيمانه اللي دازت كنمشي لعبنا ليغ اوف ليجندز وهاد السيمانه دايرين كره ودايرين ستريت فايتر حيت كاينه حتى ستريت فايتر وما فاش داروا لنا لعبنا كره بصح فهمتيني عطاونا كره وكذا درنا لي باس كذا دريبل ديك لونطريمون كذا وفاش وعلى حسب النتائج اللي كدير كيعطيوك الكارطه ديالك هي ديك الكارطه اللي عطاونا هنا 95 اوليدي كاينش الضحك والله ما خطا الجهد
رونالدو الظاهرة.
يا وكان البارح الظاهرة وفينيسيوس كانوا تما فينيسيوس ورونالدينيو جاو ولكن ديال الميسر فهمتيني ديك وقرب هما برازيليين فهمتيني ولكن غير الشبيهين ديالهم جابوهم واحد الفرقه ديال الاي سبورت بنادم كيتصور معاهم وكذا
يا مصر بتعمل ليه ازاي
قرب هذوك ديال مصر بحالهم وفينيسيوس جونيور وتيغرد داك فينيسيوس جونيور تيشبالو في حاجه وحده بديك الشعر لا صراحه كيشبالو حتى في الفيام وكذا فهمتيني اكيد شافوا بزاف ولكن انت واحد الكرنج فهمتيني واش كتشوفو الهربه انا نحاول نلقى لكم واحد التصويره ديالهم باش تشوفوا كي دايرين ولكن اللي مصروع فيهم اللي مصروع هو رونالدو الظاهر عنده الكريشه رونالدو فهمتيني ماشي غير الشعار وكذا الفورمه كامله انا هذاك هو اللي دخل لي الشك فيه قلت هذا واش رونالدو بصح اما رونالدينيو كيشبه رونالدينيو في الشعر فهمتيني داير الشعر وداير ديك اللعيبه ديك الدره اللي كيدير على شعره باش كيجمع به شعره ولكن رونالدو دهشرني جاني كيشبه له بزاف انا نحاول نلقاهم لكم
تصودت نتايا وحدك ومع فاطمه الزهراء واعرين اخويا
العزيز كيتهلاو فيك تما تصاور كلشي فابور الا خلصت تدخل هكا صافي
كتخلص شحال خلصتي تدخلها؟
دخلت البابجي 8 اورو الواحد نهار كامل كيعطيوك تدخل
كاع
صعب على ميزان لي ماتش نوريكم صعب اللي مصور مع رونالدو واحد الصليب هاد صاحبنا مغربي فهمتيني تصور معاهم وما كاينش بلي راهم فيك فهمتيني داير بلي راهم بصح وكذا وفرحانين اوه مسخور البكايه خاسر
شو كيجهل
كيجهل اصاحبي كيما غادي يغوت والنهار الاول فاش خسر مشاو طفالهم البلاي قال لهم البلاي ما خدامش وكذا طفاو وحق الرب بقاو شي ربع ساعه ولا نص ساعه وما كيساير طفاو البلاي وشعلوا الزمر وفي الثاني واخا كيكملوا الماتش وخسر
والله ما يمكن هذا خصو يتعاقب اصاحبي
مسخور بالعكس هكا كيدير لهم البوز فهمتيني كيعجبهم واخا هكا
حابق اصاحبي
ولكن راه كيلعب العفريت دابا غير المجموعات فاش تجي النوكاوت ستيج ما يبقاش يخسر كيعرف يلعب ما كيضحكش هو اللي ربح الشامبيونز ليغ
ديما رابح خونا عليكم باش تبقى رابح
حمق
Tomine bursting from midfield. This time gets it taken away from him.
رجال النار
ابا
رجال النار
لا خدامه موفر انا دابا عندك دابا عندك تقريبا عندك واحد الساعه ونص تشد الغبابه ولكن غنرجع مع سميتو غنرجع مع داك السعود ولا شي حاجه
قبل ما ترجع ديك الساعه خلي
والله هذا صعب راه كيكون الناس طيحوا الباش
نتوما يلاه كتحلوا الباش عندي ولا ماشي نتوما يلاه كتبداو الحياه
تعادل مع العفريت ما شفتش به
بصح
And now, once again, looking to be aggressive. Dembele just got blocked off there on his run. Player switch from Jafonso in the build-up. As Nico O'Reilly continues down that far side.
يا مصر بتعملي
in all sorts of space once again. Full back for Vergang, desperately trying to get back into position. Maybe just playing for this final attack of the half here, Jafonso. Nico O'Reilly does get forward. Now has to find the right pass.
اوه نار كاينش الضحك
And it was the right pass, and more importantly, the perfect finish. Jafonso just before the break here goes up 3-2.
هو غادي يطفى لهم البلاي
والله
هذا قريب
After taking the lead, Jafonso will get that ball back in his possession as well, just as the half-time whistle is beckoning.
نرويج ياك يوسف
As long as he doesn't make a mistake here, he's going to go into
لا دنماركي
دنمارك
انا كيتخلطوا على داك الدول الاسكندنافيه كامل
after a rough day one. He's looking like he's bringing that form into today. Might have another chance as he wins the ball.
ناري مشى الزبل
Lots of runners here. One of them's Dembele. There's the finesse. Oh!
منع جافونس راه كريزي هو اللي ربح بريمير ليغ مع بونان كيلعب مع مانشستر سيتي
شو كيدير
مسخور
شو كيدير هذا صباح هو كيهلل بيديه
انت تشوف فاش يربح يبقى يمشي يحتفل باللعاب ويمرض الاخر اللاعب الاخر
ما يمكنش حصله
قرب
شي شويه غيضرب سميتو الكوتش ديالو بشي بلويه وحق الله يضرب
دايرين الباج ديال اف سي واحد الفيديو عطاو الكوتش ديال فيرغينغ عطاو النظر ديال ميتا وكيصور راسو في الماتش عطاو بيا صاحبي كل ما يتماركا تيدور يشوف فيه فيرغينغ تقول واش هادشي هذا اش تضرب تيرضي يحيي
Jafonzo notable in the way that he's been defending. Maybe just a little bit of a rushed pass there from Anders.
يوسف قام تتفرج في الاوديسي
Over the top to McTominay.
ما عرف ممكن نمشي مفرغ مازال ما
ازير صاحبي سير
ان شاء الله
لا
ان شاء الله
Pressure starting to show. Aruelo inside to
زيد
McTominay.
مارك الثاني بليز مارك هذا.
Squeezing the defense once more. Here's Lukabakio. Jafonzo leans forward in his seat as Maldini will lean on Lukabakio and force him out of play. Well defended.
ناري والله تحكي ويا صاحبي داير بحال حمزه قرب
But again given
ما
away.
كيسكتش شوف المهم ديما
Characteristic.
كيلعب بفمه فهمتي كيلعب بفمه ويديه
حمزه كيلعب بفمه بصح كيلعب بيديه
Low driven, Casillas equal to it.
بدا يكون كيدير شي حاجه
صعيبه مو فهمتي ملي كتكون طايبه الهضره خصك تكون في الهضره
بصح هذيك التصويره اللي كيديروا فيها الدماغ كبير والفم ما كيهضرش هذيك غير اشاعه
هذيك بروباغندا.
هذيك كيديروها الناس اللي ما كيهضرش بزاف باش يبينوا زعما راه
تفرج على
شحال تسلل كي داير هذه بغا غير يعطيه كور
باينه تسلل ولا
And it's just not quite finding his flow in this game. They're still only down by one. We know how quickly he can turn these games around. Here's Bellingham.
البيت وليدي نوت قاعد تعاد لا هو بازل ساكت
And we are tied at 3-3.
عارف تصاحبنا صليب تصاحبنا اللي يلعب معاه كيعرف يلعب سخوط طلياني هو جافونس
Felt a little bit too easy.
نمشي طالعين برتغالي
Vergang to find that space for the shot, but haven't found it. The finish was perfect. Here's McTominay then at the other end. Jafonzo looking to get back into the lead. But Vergang starting to come to life a little bit here. This game goes on. Great tackle again from Jafonzo though. Steps in to steal that ball away. Same can be said about Saliba though, who steps in this time for Vergang.
طز باين ما دايزش
Bellingham on the outside here. Makes out that play a lot. Gets away from one. Dembele. Having to retreat here. The offside trap is going to continue to squeeze. Defense with that ball over the top.
لا
Might
لا
find his target. It's Mark Puma. Paraguay does some great defensive work there for Vergang. Very well tracked. Dembele now. Look at the run through the middle. Pull short instead. Kike Nazareth. De Jong is through on goal. De Jong has the chance to put Anders into the
شوف هو كيشوف فيه هو رجع باش يشوف صح حيت كيلعبوا انفاس مع بعضياتهم
And this game has turned on its head.
والله الا حمزه كيلعب بها صح ولا
لا
بينا
اسطوري
هذا 97
الرجال الاخرين
97 اصاحبي بين
هادو غيديروا بوز كيتعطلوا في البوز بقاو يديروا التحليل كيرجعوا يشوفوا الاعاده مساخطه
Great defending. That's something that
هاد مانو باشوري اللي خسر وقال هو الاول
a great attacker last
نشوف
year, but I don't think he was a great defender.
كيعرف يلعب بد مانو باشور لا ماشي هو الاول
Coming in from Manu Bashar.
أما
Ball to Saka.
كلاس لا عنده 7 نقاط
Game changer play start coming in. 4-3.
ولكن ديجا ربح كاس العالم جوج مرات مسخوط هولندي
منين هو؟
هولندا كيلعب مع ليكويد
It worked last time. He slowed it down. He was methodical with his build-up. He waited for the space, and it's beautiful player look. It's offside though.
Just offside. As we see the live updates on the right side of your screens, a small playing against Levifin, 5-2. That will put Levifin on 15 points.
اوه ليفيفين ما خسر حتى ماتش
Ridiculous return.
واحد اللاعب ما خسر حتى شي ماتش ربح 5 الماتش
He was on the cusp of not even making it to the play-ins. He had to rely on other people getting results for him. Emre Yilmaz currently leading 3 goals to 2 His teammate is trying to equalize here. Speaking about big results.
لعب مع المغاربة بجوج وربحهم سبوت داك اللي فيفا.
0 points on day 2.
مع كريم ومعنا صادة
He needed to get something from it just to keep not only the dream of
ألمانيا هو.
alive, but even if he lost this game, the whole tournament could be in jeopardy. He's winning as it stands. That is a massive result.
Massive one.
If he's able to see it through.
Great defending by Bellingham because the pass was coming in.
To McTominay, do you see that?
Yes.
Yep, this is the goal that put Milkolov 6-3 up against Katia. I think for Katia, his last game is going to be a tough one against Nicholas, where he will have to win that game, or at least a draw, and hope things go in his way.
Just as we see a pause, let's see if we can jump over to the Jafonso against Bergen match, because I feel
فيرغانغ ماركا 5-3.
We'll see it's still very low. Look at it.
صافي
So
ربحهم
high. It looks as if Jafonso's going to start pushing more bodies forward. It was another goal for Anders Vergang, though, to make it 5-3, but Jafonso's going to try and push forward here. In this position, if you're Anders, you change anything in terms of worrying about stamina, or do you just play? Because how big of a difference does it make on FC26?
I think it should just, as we see Dembele, that was a great question. Let me reply to it in just a second, because this could be a great attack. You can see Jafonso looking for the pass, the player lock's gonna come in, and this is where it gets dangerous. Maldini's out of position, the right.
Look at the pressing though. It's just relentless pressing from Anders Vergang, and it's forcing Jafonso.
كيدافع بصوت مزيان.
Time to perfection. We put him in a very good position. Goes for the finesse shot. Wasn't aimed correctly there from Jafonso.
I will say, Ryan, I think you should definitely get more punished with stamina. Back in the days, I'm talking 2020, 2019, if you had low stamina, you were getting destroyed. I really liked the way it was.
There's a goal in this game between Nicholas and Brees. It was a big moment for Nicholas to take the lead 3-2. As you can see, the frustration from the Team Vitality representative in this Esports World Cup for the World Championship points.
Great defending. And if I'm Anders, I'm not focusing about the stamina. Maybe I'm changing the full backs or even the center backs on the center mids, but that's just it. I feel like if look at Maldini, look at the stamina bar. I don't think he'll get punished for that.
Yeah, you can see the live updates with what the current scores are doing to the table. It puts Milkolov and Manu, if the scoreline remains the same, they're both on the cusp of top 8.
شو هذا داير له 65-3.
The top 8 as it stands.
امريال.
At the bottom half, it's a devastating result against Levi Finn, and you'd expect it to potentially be the end of his tournament. Offside for Jafonso. Again, Brees as well. That game losing against Nicholas. He'll be on 5 points. That last game for Brees, he's up against Guga Faraz.
هذا بحكي شيء شو.
Win the game if the scoreline remains the same against Nicholas.
كضحى.
Considering this was a player that was the runner last year.
أحسن عوان وصل
in this position.
He's on 5 points, so he definitely needs.
شو احنا كي كنعاني ومعكس.
This is a great narrative. Esports World Cup 2024 champion against the FC Pro World Champion 2024, and at the moment
أنا فاش كنكون خاسر في الطوب ب10-1.
And I'm really curious to see if he's gonna get.
أنا كنجي عندك كنقول لك ماشي مشكل راه بقى نكاكي كنرجع للماء.
كنرجعوا للوبي.
نرجعوا للماتش الجاي.
والله إلا. Next game.
And it is now 5-4. Let's take a look at the replay here. It's Granit Xhaka with
that
finish to the top corner.
Crazy.
بزاف.
You see that Samu's not comfortable with the way he's playing at the moment. On the other side, Manu Bashir, who had a really tough day too. Starting up the day really well. Not only because of the result, but because of the way he's playing.
I think Samu will know that the aim for top 8 is there, especially after the start he had. 3-0, you're kind of expecting, you've got 3 games where you just need to win 1. Yeah. And you're thinking, you're there. Top 8, it should be secure, unless something crazy happens where it's more than 12 points, which I don't think it will be, unless it comes down to goal difference. But now he's in a position where if Manu gets a goal now to make it 6-4, beautiful play, does the drag back, gets the angle for finesse, cancels it, and a keeper with a big save, Gravison.
Oh, the drag back. It felt like it was you and I playing.
Yeah, wow.
Old school FC.
Great turn from Dembele, trying to get the ball to Araujo. It doesn't work out. Look at the opportunity to counter now. Jude Bellingham's going to keep going forward. Brilliant choice of pass there. It's going to be Kika who has everything. Jude Bellingham, finesse shot. Samu Gamer right back in this game.
And that's the thing with the set pieces. You can get punished on the counter-attack. And he was patient because he had a couple of through balls.
Exactly.
But he didn't commit to them. Just as we see the final result coming in from Milka Love. Win his game.
Massive win for the German. That is a crucial 3 points, which 100%
قال له دير باوز بالآخر.
for the knockouts, but it keeps a dream alive, Grav, where
it does.
He could get top 8 if he's able to get a result against Alehan in the last round. That would be big. Another big result here. Emre Yilmaz and Team Liquid needed points. 5-3 victory. It looked a bit shaky early doors. He went 1-0 down. And Emre Yilmaz will be on 7 points. He can't get enough points to get into that top 8, but it'll be a horrible opponent to match in that early round of knockouts. For Virgil, of course, it's a difficult loss to take. He still has his tournament alive. Last round against Karim is back. If he wins that, or potentially a point could be enough depending on other results. And again, Levy Finn, huge congratulations. 15 points from a possible 15. Absolutely flawless.
Wow.
Player of the tournament so far. He's definitely one to watch. You could go the distance. I know it's only the group stage, but still, he's been ridiculous with some of the way he's been performing throughout the games.
Just as we jump onto this game, you can see, oh, what a save. I thought I was going in. But Casillas, a huge important save. Manu Bashar needs a win. I'm sure he wouldn't be happy with a draw. He's been successful from the set pieces.
Exactly, you can see the way he was upset with that opportunity. It was a big chance to score. This is the live standings again. You can see it visually. But Nicholas, he's currently up 4-2. That game isn't finished, but it puts him in 3rd, which is a very healthy position going into the last round, especially because Nicholas started off with that draw, if you remember, RVP legend.
As you can see on the break of elimination, both Brice and Ilian, the team vitality players, I'm sure they'll need to push through their last matches, qualify for the knockout stage.
You think Samu Gamer is playing for last attack? He started to push a bit forward now, bringing Giuliano there into an offensive area.
If I'm Samu Gamer, I'm happy with the draw. It's not only about getting a possible point, you're taking 2 away from Manu.
Look at the runners here. He could be punished though. Samu in on goal. Manu's got to finish it. Composure. It's heartless level there.
ضيع النقطة.
To turn back and play the pass. A lot of people would have opted for maybe a finish there. The keeper came out to close the angle. But that is why he is a world champion. Gravison, that is unbelievable.
We talk about the composure coming in from the world champions, both from Anders and Manu Bashar, and it feels like when it gets to these stages, they just trust their ability to win. As we just jump over to the Jafonso against Bergan, Jafonso needs to score into this one. Goes for a low-driven save by Iker Casillas. You can see the possession from Jafonso, 62.
Yeah, hence why the
stamina fragments. And he's gesturing. We can't hear him, but clearly not happy with something.
Clearly.
When is he?
We have a question from the Twitch chat from
وين تفكر بلي راه خصو يتقلب او كيشوف واش كيتفرجوا فيه او مشي يهضر مع الحكم ولا ماشي كيهضر مع الحكم الحكم كيشوف فيه باغي يعطيه بشي كروشي هكا.
And last game for him today will be against Cristobal in the group stage. Let's see, can Samu Gamer respond? This would be a crucial blow for Samu Gamer here, especially when we said you mentioned he'd be happy with a point. He could have kept possession for last attack. He didn't. He went to go forward, and Manu sussed him out.
Great defending by Maldini, but now the fullback's out of position. Will he get punished?
No. And he's gone to clear it, and it's enough to see the 3 points secured in favour of Team and Manu Bachori. A fantastic victory, which puts him on 10 points. Samu is still on 9 points. He's, of course, qualified through to the knockout stages.
Top 8 is getting tight, Ryan.
Top 8. That final round today for Samu Gamer is going to be up against Luke, who also needs points to keep his tournament alive.
And we're still on a pause on the Jafonso against
ما يعطيك يلعبوا بالكاب ليه؟
that game and of course Breeze against Nicholas, both of them
حتى سميتو حتى لي كومبيتيسيون الاخرين مثلا بحال
who's involved.
فاش ما جيتي اي حاجه واحده اخرى مازال كيلعبوا بالكاب ولا لا مثلا بحال السوري والكلاب
لا الماوس ما كيلعبوش كاع بالكاب
اوكي
حتى الكلافي ما كيلعبوش بالكاب المانيطه كيلعبوا بالكاب
Jump into it where Nicholas is cruising to an extra 3 points, which puts him on 10, as you saw from the live standings before. This was the replay, Gravison. Jude Bellingham has come up clutch so many times with the finesse shot. That is why I'm telling you, the finesse shot on a centre mid or attacking midfielder is vital on this game.
I do think you need to have at least one.
اف 27 خرجوا واحد الفيرسيون د اللعبه كدير 150
I
اور
do agree that the finesse one
كيحشم واش
is just simply better. And I had the pleasure to speak with Nicholas after day 2 and he was happy.
فيها زايد ما عرفت ديك الحماق ديالهم كيعطيو البنادم الكوينز والحماق كاينه الفيرسيون الرخيصه العاديه ولات ب 70 اورو دابا ولا 80 اورو ما عرفتش قال زادوا شي 10 اورو بارابور العام اللي دو
لا عندهم
What have we said a million times? I feel like I'm a broken record with the finesse shot conversation.
هو عاد حيد البوز صاحبنا هذا رجعوا داز فوقاش هما في هاد الكورنر شربها ساعه وما
It's going to be Jafonso though with this corner. He needs to get something from it. Anders is going to defend it. He could just take seconds out here by just keeping possession, which was secure.
يبقى يضيع على الوقت دابا فيرجن
3 needed points in my opinion for Anders Vergang.
سال الوقت.
As you can see, Mathraoui is on, Pacho is on. The subs that he made was defense.
فيرجن لعب بالمزرعه.
Has to play it forward there. Isn't going to get there as Araujo can step in. For Jafonso now, I say for both of these players, a loss would be devastating in terms of the pressure building in that final round. Jafonso's last round is against RVP legend, who before action started today was in that top 8. He is somebody that is ruthless. You don't want to play against him at any stage of the tournament, especially when you need a win.
It feels like today he's really confident throughout the whole tournament because of the way he played. We have final result from this match. As you can see, the FC Pro World Champion back in 2024 came on top against the Esports World Champion on that same year, Ryan.
Big victory for Anders Vergang and Team Falcons. Let's jump on over to the last game as we see the final moments. Round the back for Nicholas here. He's just... His game done. Oh, sorry, for Breeze, I should say. Sorry. His game done. He knows it.
I would say for Breeze, he's on 5 points. He was on -1 goal difference. That's tough. -6 now.
8 points should... If 8 points doesn't get you through, I'd be stunned. That would be really unlucky, I think. It could happen, though. That's the thing. But he needs to win that last game, obviously. Otherwise, his tournament and Team Vitality's hopes for pushing further in a tournament with Greece will be ended. But he's definitely got the ability to do it. He's shown it last year, especially. But for this man right here, the Iceman, we speak about having a world championship.
والله ما تم فرق يكون كيعطيك كوينز وكذا انا قهوه صاحبنا اللي تصور مع رونالدو.
He said it time and time again. If he wins the world championship, he's retiring. He's going back to Buenos Aires.
هذا
living his life.
شو رونالدو لا كذا.
If he's able to do it. But first things first.
المشكلة مطيقة صاحب البلان. هذا عنده فرقة الاي سبورت في المغرب. الفرقة ديالو كاتبين له Amazing to see legends like Ronaldinho and Ronaldo supporting the incredible work you are doing for esport. Congratulations. شو رونالدينيو مسكين. ولكن رونالدو كيبان لنا بحال رونالدينيو شوية متهته. نايس شوفوا دابا شكون اللي يلعب
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
يلعب مروان ويلعب كريم بجوجهم مقسمين يربحوا ضروري هاد الماتشات. إلا ربحوا
imagine an entire city
يقدروا يديروا شي
being
حاجة.
built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
هاد القضية سيتي فاش مشينا شفناهم هما اللي عطاونا ديك 50 ريال ديال ستيم. والله الا بالله. فاش درت الكونت في كونتر سترايك في الدروبس اللي ربحت اورو ونص فهمتي بيفي نصاف.
دابا تقدر طيح لك شي حاجه غاليه بزاف ولكن واقيلا سميتو البورسونتاج ديالها قليل بزاف ياك.
ما صعيب طيح لك شي حاجه غاليه كي طيح لك لي كوفر. الا كنتي مثلا كتحل الكوفر تقدر طيح في شي حاجه غاليه. انا ما كنحلش الكوفر لقاش مشكله مثلا هذا البارح عطاوني واحد الكوفر داير بشي اورو و20 ولا شي لعبه بحال هذاك الكوفر. فاش كتحلو تقدر تلقى شي حاجه دايره 2 دراهم ولكن تقدر تبيعو وتاخذ اورو تاخذ اورو حيت كياخذوك تقريبا شي 10% ولا شحال 15%. دوك انا انا كنبقى نبيع لحقاش جربت واحد الوقيته بقيت كنحل حليت وقيلا شي 3 ولا 4 د لي كوفر. هذاك لي كوفر كانوا دايرين شي اورو ونص 2 اورو كون بعتهم كراني ربحت الفلوس وشريت بها داك السكين مثلا اللي باغي يطيح لينا ب 9 اورو 8 اورو. ولكن كاينين شي كوفرات كيطيحوا ولكن هذوك كيطيحوا قليل كيكونوا دايرين مثلا 2 اورو ونص شي لعيبه تقدر تلقى فيهم مثلا موس تقدر تلقى فيهم غلوفز وكذا. ولكن لا شونس انك تلقى فيهم انها صعيبه.
All right, Mati, we'll see if you can keep on rolling into the knockouts as well. If you can secure that win, I wish you the best of luck.
My name is Emre. I go by as Emre Yilmaz. I'm 20 years of age and I represent Team Liquid.
بابجي كانوا بداو الفينال في 3 ايام الفينال.
I want to do better for myself. I want to take revenge for myself and just prove the world that I can win this.
البارح فالكنز لعبوا مزيان وكانوا خرجوا من الاول.
Ball into Matinha, a lovely first time through ball, and that is an outstanding low-driven finish.
Ego is a big thing in esports, I think, and I think it's also with underestimating your opponent. For example, when I win a tournament, I think I'm better than everyone, but it's not actually true. In my head, I'm always the underdog, but it's not true. But it's just in my head to keep like the opponent better than me, so I stay 200% focused.
Emre's found the advantage. Does he need to pass it? He does in the end.
Being professional is really hard as well because we practice 6 to 8 hours a day, and now you need to focus only 1 or 2 hours a day. So you need to put all your focus in it, and I think if you don't do it, you're not a professional.
Speak to us as we go along here is Levy with Harry Kane. Eusebio, it falls back to him. Harry Kane's on side there, low driven. And he's turned it around.
When I'm playing my teammates, I don't really shift with mentally and ego. I just treat everyone the same. First of all, I think Netherlands are the best esports nation in EWC.
صعيبه عرفتي بحال كتقمر عليها كاين واحد الريسك كبير انك ما تدير سلام. ولكن دابا ولاو الفرق بزاف ولي سبونسور وكذا شويه القضيه الضغط. وراه حنا كنلعبوا 6 سوايع في النهار اصاحبي.
ولكن كاين فرق بانك تلعب فور فان. اي فور فان تقدر في اي لحظه كاين اطلب اليوم خصك تلعب
بحال خدامه مون فرير هادو دابا هذا عنده القضيه ساهله فهمتيني. لحقاش هذا اميري المزرعه واصل بزاف وديجا عنده ميد. انا اللي ما كنفهمش هما الناس اللي كيبداو ويلا بادين فهمتيني. كيبدا يلا كيحاول يولي برو يتعلم وكذا. بحال دابا هاد صاحبنا هذا اللي كيهضر راه عنده في الوينين برايس $600,000 فهمتي. فاش وعنده 21 عام يعني انت بديتي هادشي في اج صغير ما وليتي برو تا كنتي ديجا فهمتيني راه عارف راسك كتدبر وغتدخل الفلوس فيه. هذوك الناس اللي كيبداو معطلين هما اللي ما كيتفهموليش انا.
he's a crazy player. He was on 6 points, so if he won, he was true to the
والله ما نعرف
knockout stage.
ما عنديش فكرة.
I played very good. I think my best game of the 2 days.
نشوفها.
3 days.
سميتو كونتر سترايك هي فيه اللي بنادم شارف فيها بنادم شارف كونتر كاين واحد عنده 26 كاين واحد طليان ولد 99 كيلعبها عنده 26
فين كلاسي هو دابا؟
سميتو كيلعب في الطاليان كيلعب مع فيرونا جا هو الثاني في الشامبيونز ليغ تأهل الفينال ديال الشامبيونز ليغ وفي الطاليان جا هو الثالث كان مدبر دابا عنده 300,000 دولار اللي دخل ولكن جو بونس شحال هادي ما كانش بحال دابا هو بدا الماتشات سميتو الماتشات اللي بدا يلعب برو بدا في 2021 دابا هذا هو اللي ما كيتفهمليش بادي في 2021 وانت عندك 22 عام ولا ما شحال راه ريسك كتاخذ الا ما كنتيش قتال والو ما درت حتى لا هي نورمالمون الا كنتي سميت الا كنتي برو وفريمون قتال هادي طلع راك غير اون فوا كتبدا تلعب صافي كيبان لك العربون فهمتي ما تستاش تريني على راسك ديك لونطريمون اللي كدير من بعد هي باش تولي كتنافس على الالقاب وكذا ولكن كونتر سترايك كاين اصاحبي بنادم كيلعب فوق الربعينات الساعه فالكنز عندهم الاي جي ال ديالو صافي راه ما عرفتش شحال فامو وواحد اللاعب برازيلي واحد فالن وكيلعب اصاحبي من نهار فاش بداو البيسي فاش تختار البيسي هو كيلعب برو ولد لي 91 حمق اصاحبي دابا هذا العام غيعتزل
اخيرا
داك كاريغان ولد 90 اصاحبي عنده 36 عام دابا ماشي 40 36 عرفتي فوقاش بدا يلعب في البرو في 2008 انا ما كنتش كنعرف في 2008 شنو كتعني اللعبه فهمتيني ما كنتش كنعرف الالعاب شنو كتعني وقبل ودايرين له علامه استفهام ما عارفينوش امتى بدا قبل من 2008 ود الاخرى
صيب معاهم اللعبه
والله لا بالله هذاك البرازيلي بدا يلعب في 2005 مع واحد الفرقه سميتها كراشرز مورا لعب مع سولدا ولي من 2005 هو يلعب اصاحبي 21 عام وهو كيلعب قبل ما يخلقوا هذول اللي كيلعبوا دابا الفيفا هو كان كيلعب في البرو
الفلوس شحال جمعت الفلوس
1,500,000 وهذاك فيرغانغ لعب غير 3 سنين جمع مليون كريزي بدا في 2003 صاحبنا يلعب هذا ولكن داك كاريغان جمع 2 مليون ونص في ماشي اللي ربح هادو غير ايه شحال ماشي اللي كيربح بصح حيت هما راه كتكون عندهم كونطرا وكيربحوا كثار من هادشي هادي غير الكاش برايز اللي كيربحوا في لي تورنوا الفراقي ديالو
and Nicholas. Like I said, Brees went 2-0 up, and Brees is a very possession-based player. But Nicholas to come back here shows that he's low-key playing. I know he was late on the game on day one, but he's still got the level.
8 straight goal
shells. Do you blow out opponents like that?
I'm back in my old days. But I think that happened to me now. But listen, that's a big thing in terms of confidence on the game. Sometimes you go into the game for Nicholas. He's so experienced, and sometimes you can't just start off strong.
The two boys from Argentina, Bonanno and Nicholas, doing work so far. They are in your top 4 in overall points. You're looking for other players to climb the rankings. Well, Virgil had an opportunity. Yeoman shut it down, and as you mentioned in the interview,
لكن سميتو داك كونتر سترايك حتى ليغ اوف ليجندز اللعابه صافي راه كيتباعوا بالملايين كيطيح عليهم داك الشيء غالي الفراقي باش يبارتيسيبيو لي تورنوا بحال دابا انا غندير فرقه مثلا الاي سبورت فهمتيني غنشوف مثلا راه الكاش برايز مثلا باش نربح تورنوا راه ناخذ 500,000 دولار الفرقه الا مشات وخسرات من دور المجموعات ما كتاخذ حتى 10,000 دولار ولكن باش تمشي دوز سيمانه مثلا في شي تورنوا مع 5 اللعابه ومع الستاف وهذا الفرق راه كيخسروا اكثر من 50,000 دولار اكثر من 50 مليون وهادو فرق تقصاو ما ربحوا حتى لعبه وعاد الفرق الكبار اصاحبي راه اللعابه كيكونوا كيتخلصوا بالملايين
He's been playing at a good level, so maybe he can carry that way into the
ولكن
knockouts.
كنظن كيكون عندهم لي سبونسور صحاب
ضروري خصك السبونسور.
With another 3 points
صافي
should
تيوان
be
على شنو لي
secured
سبونسور
into our
اللي
top
عندهم.
24. The question is, where is he going to finish in the bracket? If you look for a live update, we'll screenshot this bad boy because the numbers are officially in. Manu and Team Liquid into your top 5. You got the Falcon into your top 6, and Alihan Lion still holding on to his 9 points alongside Nasada, Samu, and Milkalov now, who are all top 10. If you're looking at the right side of your screen, you mentioned Neat might have an opportunity. Obrun really needs some win. Shells, any other players to watch?
There's who not to watch. To be fair, Marwan as well. Marwan had a disappointing day one. I think if you saw his reaction from the results, he knew he could have came out with a few wins, but he still has 2 chances to redeem himself, so I've got my eyes on him.
It is time to get into the games. Another round of action and a big one for MS Dasari versus Ilian. Both need 3 points. A draw will not help either of them. We send it over to the casters to get this one started.
دابا الفرق شنو هو
Yeah, we move into the next round of the group
والله
phase
ما
here. We are
عرفت.
getting closer and closer to finding out.
ولكن خصك تعرف باللي سميتو مثلا كونتر سترايك انا سميتو ديجا شفت شي فيديوهات الفراقي مثلا الكونتر سترايك كاينين بزاف ديال زورغانيزم اللي كيديروا التورنوا في العام غتقدر تلعب حتى 12 تورنوا في العام ولا اكثر كل شهر تقريبا كاين تورنوا وكاينين شي 4 ولا 5 ديال زورغانيزم اللي كيديروا هاد لي تورنوا. الفرقه غير باش تدخل هاد الاورغانيزم هذا تلعب راه عندهم حتى هما ديك الحقوق ديال البث التلفزيوني وكذا فهمتي. بحال دابا فالكنز في العام مع البلاست واحد الاورغانيزم كيدير لي تورنوا كياخذ مينيموم كياخذ $600,000 فهمتي في العام ماشي سوق ربح ما ربحش غير شارك في التورنوا فهمتي. وعاد داكشي اللي كيربحوا من التورنوا اللي ربحوها بالفعل فهمتي. وفي وسط اللعبه مثلا كونتر سترايك فاش كيكون الميجر مثلا الميجر اللي كندار في كولوني في المانيا كيكونوا في كونتر سترايك كيديروا ستيكرز كيبقاو يبيعوا ستيكرز للناس. وفاش كتشري ستيكرز ديال الفرقه كتاخذ بورسونتاج من داك الستيكرز اللي كتشري. بحال دابا فالكنز في الميجر اللي داز ربحوا شي $500,000 غير في ستيكرز غير في ستيكرز بوحدهم. وهاد 500 راه نقصات فهمتيني شحال هادي كانوا كيربحوا اكثر. وفرقه صغيره شركات غير سيمانه وخسرات كتربح $60,000 في ستيكرز ولا $100,000. ولكن شحال هادي راه كانوا كيربحوا الصغار كيربحوا $200,000 $300,000 $400,000 غير في ستيكرز. حيتاش لا بدلوا السيستم. شحال هادي كانوا كيديروا كابسول ديال ستيكر مثلا كتحلها وانت وزهرك شنو يطلع لك فيها فهمتي. دابا كتاخذ ستيكر على حساب العرض والطلب يعني شحال هادي باش يطيح فيك داك الستيكر اللي باغي خاصك تفتح بزاف ديال كابسول دونك بنادم كيشري بزاف. دابا بدلوا السيستم. شوف واش دايرين الماتش المارش وكذا كيدخلوا صريب ولكن شحال واش رابحين كذا ما انا عارف بلي فيتاليتي هي احسن فرقه الاي سبورت كاينه في فرنسا ويمكن في العالم. الاونر ديالهم كان قال لهم بلي حنا ماشي بروفيتابل ما كنربحوش.
هادشي اللي كيبان الصراحه هذا هو لحقاش حتى اللعابه الا كنتي سالي عندك اللعابه شحال من فرقه بعدا
عرفتي فيتاليتي شحال عندهم ديسيبلين. هي دابا في كاس العالم كيشاركوا وقيلا في شي 15 ولا ما عرفت من ديسيبلين ولا 20 ولا
وتخيل ديك اللعابه كلهم خصك تخلصهم في العام.
36 players coming into today. By the end of play, we have 8 remaining going into tomorrow. We're going to be slicing this competition down, and the very, very best will be the ones that remain. As Ousmane Dembele doubles Paulo Neto's lead. He was in fierce form at the Premier League for Sunderland, and I'll tell you what, he has been goal scoring for fun at the FC Pro World Championships. 31 goals scored for Paulo Neto, but it's been that leaky defence that has been to his detriment.
What's he have for breakfast, Rich? That's the question. He's flying at the moment.
دايرين الناس المغاربه في ستريمز الاخرين خصنا نساينو هنا ونشوفوا شنو هي.
What else is happening across the board?
Well, as we said, we've got 6 games taking place, Rich. You tell us where you want an update. We've got Marwan against RVP legend, Luke Weideveld against Adida. That's a game for 2 players that have really struggled this competition. Umit, who is one of the only unbeaten players left in the competition, alongside Matthias Bonanno. He's up against Guga Faraz. MS Dasari, Ilian. We saw Ilian leading by a goal to 0. And then Karimisbak against D. Fernandez. Right, here's the scores on the doors as it stands. Marwan, 2 draws so far to his name. He's leading 2 goals to 0 against
مروان ربح 2-0. قال عاد قال اللي دنتونه نايس مروان راب هذول نتفرجوا في مروان كريم مازال 0-0 كريم مازال 0 مروان راب بجوج ان شاء الله مروان رابح بجوج نايس كريم 0-0 عاد بدا كريم
the top of the room, shall we say, free kick just on the edge of the box here.
As you said, Richard, the story of today is by the end of play, 8 players will be left for the finals day here in Paris tomorrow, where we potentially could be crowning a new FC Pro world champion or a new world champion completely. That's a lovely little turn there from Matthias Bonanno, who's just been able to pull away and get a goal back. We can see you as well at home. We are live, of course, across multiple platforms. There is not 1, but 2 mystery nations today. We weren't live yesterday, Rich, so we've doubled up. So if you're on the console right now, you're on FC26. Get those objectives complete, because there are 2 mystery nations up for grabs.
Oh, we'll be giving clues.
We'll give a few, won't we?
Make sure you've got your magnifying glass out.
People already guessed in the chat. See, you got it right.
You might be able to have an early guess. There'll be hints dropped throughout the day from the host desk.
Mr. Sari has got a goal back. There's Matthias Bonanno. Ball roll, finesse! Thank you very much, Ousmane Dembele, 2-2.
I've got to comment on Matthias Bonanno throughout this tournament. In the FC Pro World Championships in previous years, he has struggled. I think 2022 was his best performance at a World. He looks very, very composed this time around. I don't know, maybe with obviously his family being present as well with him, it could be a settling impact for him. I know he's been working very hard, obviously with Manchester City and the video in behind him as the coach there, but he does look a lot more, almost maybe a flashback to a previous Matthias Bonanno, one that we've not seen outside of the Premier League for maybe a year or so.
The last time we saw Matthias Bonanno this good, Richards, was probably during the online era in South America, where we won everything.
Or at the Premier League.
دوسري
of course, at the Premier League. Well,
ماركا
as you said, the season never starts.
طلع الماركة الثاني خلاص لعب مع إيليان ذاك إيليان جزائري ولا لعب مع الدوسري اوه نايس مروان زاد الثالث 3-0 كريم مازال متعادل 0-0
About to go 3-2 if it wasn't for the hand of Casillas. But keep an eye on those live standings. That is where you need to keep looking. Top 24, MS Tasari, just there at the moment on the 24th spot. It's moving, it's changing. Catch has now moved in there.
Look how much it's fluid. You saw MS Tasari just scored an equalising goal. Moves up to 18th as Paulo Neto is onside, and we'll go 3-2 up here against Matthias Bonanno.
There is a lot of FC to get through today. A lot of games. And no doubt there'll be a lot of shots along that. Will we have a bit of extra time and penalties? Of course. No extra time needed in the league phase of the competition. We were saying that in the back room, Rich. She said there's probably too many draws going on.
Yeah.
It's not helping anyone, is it, on their pursuit to try and get in the top 24?
Well, if you said 7 with good goal difference, but potentially 8 might be the magic number to guarantee it.
It feels like we're going up, doesn't it? I mean, we are at the FC Pro World Championships. The quality of players is going up, but those draws certainly aren't helping anyone. Someone in the chat asking how's Anders getting on today. He has just kicked off his day 4, could you say, of the competition with an important result against Chafonzo.
Everyone made it to the weekend.
They have. It was an interesting day for the players yesterday. Of course, we were delayed in play. Unfortunately, couldn't get started in the end. That's an interesting offside trap, which does pay off in the end for Scott McTominay. Just off. But from what I heard from a lot of the coaches, Rich, it was just a good opportunity for the players to have a breathe, have a bit of a reset in the players' lounge there. That was the equaliser for
الدوسري مساعد مع الجزائري. مارك الثالث. مسخوط الدوسري مسخوط. شو هذا مساعد الدوسري هو الرئيس فالكنز وجاي كيلعب. عنده فرقة قد تسخطو ومازال عنده الوقت يجي يلعب اصاحبي. كريم مازال مساعد. مروان 4-1. كريم عنده غير 2 نقاط. مروان كانت عنده 3 نقاط. لا كريم عنده 4 نقاط. مروان اللي كانت عنده غير 2. نايس. دابا مروان تولي عنده 5 وكريم عنده 4 نقاط. دونك خصو الا ربح يولي 7 يتأهل غالبا يتأهل ب7. خصو غير يربح هاد الماتش. وكاين داك دي فرنانديز اللي لعب معاه مسخوط عنده 7 نقاط.
Goal back for Ilian Bushi. We just heard a roar there, a French roar. How big that could be for team vitality. Of course, there is more than a world championship on the line. That is brilliant control, by the way. How's he still got possession?
What?
What a goal. I'm not sure if it's the same.
مساعد الدوسري ولا خاسر عاوتاني ب4-3 كان تسجل.
The side of it will be looking to represent Italy in the E nations. There are important points on the line for him as well. Adam Walton, Rich. Not everyone's cup of tea, but for the players that know how to use him and utilise him, what a player and what an addition he's been.
Yeah, I saw him actually in action Boxing Day a couple of years ago for Blackburn Rovers. Saw what a player he was against Watford on that day. Soon after, went to Crystal Palace just as Jude Bellingham started in the Championship, and now he, the main man in the midfield. Bonano leading as we go into half-time, 4-3. But that midfield duo, Jude Bellingham maybe a little bit better in the final third. Adam Wharton got every single passing defensive attribute that you require.
What is the ultimate partnership in that midfield, in that 4-4-1-1 that we're going to see across? What do you think the winners' side will have, Rich, when we get there tomorrow night? What will be the 2 midfielders? It'll be Bellingham +1, yeah, but it's who's the +1?
Jude has to be in there. I mean, Granit Xhaka, the highest rated item that he possesses in the game at the moment, certainly an option in there.
Scott McTominay's rock when it's floated in a couple of times. Frankie de Jong maybe more of a substitute than a starter.
It's certainly Jude +1. I also really like Rodri in the midfield as well. You can see him actually in this team right here from the 5 playstyle plus Rodri, that the Path to Glory item that went on to obviously have great success with Spain winning the World Cup.
Icky Lopez on the pitch now for Guga Ferraz by the looks of it. Be unfamiliar with the squad building requirements for these players at this year's World Championships. 15 million coins. And that was all the rules you needed to follow. Just stay within budget. Bonano 4, Paolo Neto 3. We just kicked off the second half in this one.
Again, my eyes are constantly fixated to this table. It's going to keep moving, keep changing. In about an hour's time, only 3 points will be left for our competitors to pick up. That's beautiful from Bonano. He wants to match Levy Finn at the top of that table on 15 points.
رمالو بنانا قال له هبط تاكل بان.
And he might just be on his way to go and do that if he can continue in this form. Well, Levy Finn's got a +10 goal difference, Richard, which will probably keep him there unless we see, what, another 4 goals?
Yeah, look, might happen. The question that I've got on the other side of this, Brandon, is Paolo Neto in a bit of bother. He's on 6 points. He'll have played 5. Goal difference is right now +1, but after this game, he's probably going to be in the minuses if this result sticks as it is. With his final game of the day for Paolo Neto up against Oberon, who is, I mean, fighting for his life.
كريم رابح بجو واحد. نايس. سير كريم سير. سير وليد. اوه مروان 5-1 ليتس جو صافي ربح مروان. كريم جلوة.
But Levy, Finn and Banana, both on 15 points. No doubt they'll be going through. Why is it important? I hear you ask. Well, you skip around. You don't play in the round of 24. You play in the round of 16. You win one game tonight. You're in the quarterfinals tomorrow. And you're looking, you're teetering towards the FC Pro Open for next year.
And just to put this in perspective, look how quickly one win can turn you around. MS Dosseri started this round 21st. Right now on the live standings, he's 12th. That's one win. 3 points can shoot you up that leaderboard so fast.
Bonanno. Claudio Pina finds Bellingham, who can't find a way past the popular choice in at fullback, Mark Pubel. Arajo was the idea at the back post. He'll head it back down to Bellingham. It will take all the time in the world. Bonanno restores the 2-goal lead again.
And again, it's just those fine margins, mastering the corners, mastering the details that you have all the control of. Finding the mismatch in the box at the back post, that header back across into the tight area, and then he's got all the trust in the world in Jude Bellingham. He can go on either foot. He didn't have to do the conventional cut inside on the right, have to take it on the left and hit the near post.
Well, this is our feature game as it stands. MS Dosseri, by the way, has found himself in a real good game against Ilian Bushi. We'll jump over there if we can in just a split second. Remember, we've got 6 games taking place at the same time. For those at home that are trying to follow along with all the action that's going on, do let us know in the chat if you want updates on certain players. We'll do our best to give you all the lowdown with the live standings and tables. Right, well, this is
تعادلوا 5-5 وعلامات.
That was 5-4. Ilian Bushi pulled one back to make it 5-5. They are still all square between the two of them. I want to turn my attention to, if we can get some replays. That's an extra fantastic pass. Usman Dembele gives it a 7.
أصافي ذربح حيد الماتش ديروا ليش حاجة أخرى. المغاربة.
What was he needed to get? 6-goal swing?
I think that was being a bit nice. It was 8. He has got. He's nearly there. He's getting halfway there at least. I mean, it would say a lot as it stands. It's looking like a really solid top 8. But please do keep in mind we haven't even finished.
Great goal, Luke.
We haven't even finished round 5 yet, Rich. We've still got 6 more games after this.
Absolutely. You're looking at who's going to be in action as well. In round 5 later on, we've got Nasada Hezers, Danny Pitbull looking to get points on the board against Chris de Boer. Neat against Red Black, Levi David, Abu Maka, Oberon, Alihan Lyon, and Kilwan John. PH Zin. Feels as though all those players, Brandon, need wins. Even at this point, draws don't really help you.
Someone who needed a win today, Rich. He drew 2
games مروان 7-1.
First 3 rounds.
Crazy.
I should say first 4 rounds so far is Marwan. If we can go to Marwan's game for a second.
Marwan
French League 1 champion. I mean, RVP Legend's been really impressive so far this tournament, but I'm not sure what's going on here today, Rich. He's 7-1 down.
Wow.
كريم 3-1. Let's go, كريم.
These two at the moment. I mean, Adida, of course, is hoping that he can win this game and the next game. That would give him 6 points. But then as you're looking at the standings, you need so much to go your way.
Yeah, his goal difference isn't great as well. He's -14 coming into this game.
It's one of them, isn't it? You could do the hard work.
نايس دابا غادي يعاونوا مروان داك لافونتاج ديال البيوت اللي ما كان ناقص 8 دابا يجيب 7.
Weren't able to secure themselves a spot in the top 24.
Ilian 5, MS Dosseri 5 there at the right-hand side of your screen. Karimisbak 3-1 up against D Fernandez.
If we can, let's go then. Marwan against RVP Legend or MS Dasari Alien if we can. Look, there's all 6 games taking place here. I think Marwan. Let's check in with him quickly. Why it would be an important win for him.
Karimisbak. مزيان ديروا نكات.
Speaking of Marwan, here's his teammate. Karimisbak, 3-1 he leads again, Rich. This doesn't add up. D. Fernandez was having a much better league phase than Karim.
But it's, every single game, a couple of players can catch fire and get momentum. I think we've seen that Levy thing, we've seen it with Bonanno. Nicholas outside of
Oh, nice. سير كريم البيت.
really push on and go. For a lot of the
لا
players,
غايب شوي عليك. Crazy.
If you come out quick, if you come out better in
سريع
that
زيك.
game, you will get over the line. I mean, Karimisbak, you look at his results, 5-3 loss, 7-5 lost to Manu and Levy respectively. He then beat K1 John 7-5 and lost, drew to Hezers 5-5. All the games have been really, really tight for Karim.
معلم كريم.
This game, Rich, talk to me. 5-all. How important is this in the league phase for these two? MS Dasari, I think, was on 6 points coming into this.
Yeah, and Ilian was on 4 coming into it. 25th versus 21st on the table. And how many times are we going to see Casillas push it round the post with one of those outreach feet of his?
مروان 8-1. 8-2
changes that are needed. 8-2. RVP Legend does one thing, Rich. Scores goals. Not often known for conceding this many.
Look, he would have had his eyes, Brandon, firmly on that top 8 as well coming into it. Started the day 9th, 2 wins and a draw. But he has been well and truly beaten here, and he ends his league journey with Jafonzo.
Back over here then for a second. Our featured game, Bonanno still 7-5 up. There's no one in the box there for that quarter for Bonanno. A really important round, though, as you said, though, for AS Monaco. Both players looking to close out important wins.
Just a general comment as well here at FC Pro World Championships at the Esports World Cup. It certainly feels like there's more buzz around today. There's certainly more people in the venue. There's more people taking their seats and watching these games as well. As we approach these final rounds, I can really, really expect the atmosphere and the tension to increase.
Chance. Bonanno. Getting closer and closer to seeing out a 5th win in the FC Pro World Championships. Well, are we close enough to our first full-time result? I mean, look, we're probably the furthest forward in this game here, Rich, in particular. Most are in the 70 to 80th minute as it stands.
I think we had a slight technical pause with Umut, was it, in his match? Chance for Ilian. You hear the roar coming from the back of the stage because MS Dasari trails 6-5.
And let's check in then. Umut against Guga Faraz. 3-1 down. Umut was. Remember, he's unbeaten, or was unbeaten at least, before coming into this round. Guga Faraz, I mean...
What a tournament he's having.
He's not shown any fear, is he? Bear in mind, he's the youngest player in the competition, which some would say it probably work in his favour, Rich. Saka, what a save.
But I think with Guga, you just look at this entire season as a whole. Started with the FC Pro Open with the qualifiers out in Atlanta, successful. He then moved, and flawless as well in that. He then moves on to the Pro Open, didn't quite go his way. What did he do? He went and rebuilded, goes into the domestic league campaign with Santa Clara. Second in the Portuguese league, comes to the Como Libertadores and the E-Champions League, both successful campaigns there, not getting over the line with the title, but making a real dint into the tournament. There's a top 4 in Sao Paulo.
مروان 8-3.
riding a real wave of momentum into this World Championships.
The one thing in that season, Rich, if you start to dissect, he has been at every major tournament that he needs to be at, hasn't he? He's not just turned up, he's not been grouped, he's not been eliminated, he's played very well. And that's the kind of season you need.
نايس كريم 4-1. ليتس جو. كريم جيجي 3 نقاط دابا يوليو عنده 5. برافو للدراري بجوج. اي افونسيو. كريم 7 النقاط يولي هو في المركز 13. مروان اللي مركز 24. خصو مازال يربح مروان. ضروري خصو يربح مروان.
Mark Hubel, I don't think he knew what he did there, and how on earth is that still not gone in? It must be frustrating. Is that off the leg, off the shin?
ضيع شي 14 البيت.
Chances for one saved by the goalkeeper, one a little bit of goalkeeper, a lot of post to keep Groupe.
مروان 9-3 نايس. مروان خصو ماكسيموم د البيوت باش يقدر يربح بالفرق الاهداف.
Lovely turn. Couldn't find the key to unlock the door. Right, let's go elsewhere if we can then. I think we've got a closing stage if we can. Palinetto against Banana. This is big for the table and more so for a top 8. Guaranteed, you'd like to say, for Matthias Banana, who is minutes away reaching from another impressive day here at the FC Pro World Championships.
Whatever Levy Fink can do, Banana can do better, maybe you could say. They'll both be on 15. They'll both be joint top of the table and flying in to the bracket play later on today with only one win needed to make Championship Sunday. There it is.
نايس بونانو 15 نقطة. ما خسر حتى ما ربح ماتشات ب5 اسابيع.
Of Manchester City Esports might just be having the best start to an FC Pro World Championships we have seen in quite some time. Over here then, important.
نايس كريم برافو. 5-1 زيدوا السادسة كريم زيد. مروان 9-3 نايس. جي مروان بلس 6 في البيوت. ولا عنده ناقص جوج.
Teammates in the sense of the E-League and Championship together.
And look, no one really expected to go and win that.
Not with FC Troy being in there. Levy and Manu.
And you think that Johnny teamed up with Fuma this year, and them two obviously still could even get to the final day.
Got the Pachottos.
Last 4.5 minutes of this one. All the other games are currently in a pause, or have a full time on them as that finesse is tipped around the post.
When we can, it's Ilian and MS Tassari.
That a red card, Rich?
ستة MS دوساري وإليان. لاش ديرولناش من الماتش هذا. ردوا لنا إليان.
Well, there is a huge amount of people over that game watching it right now, and we're going to see the closing moments of it, Brandon.
If there's a match winner here, you will hear the roar. Looking to have the last kick of the game, Rich.
In the grand scheme of things in the table, feels like a must-win.
Could be a 9 points to this, not just a 3 points for Dasari. Punches it into Alfonso Davies, and that will do us. Against the 10 men of Ili and Bushi, a full-time result there, 12 goals between the two. And nothing to separate them at 6-6. Let's jump back to Umit Guga Faraz now.
Puts Ilian on 5 points. Puts Dasari on 7 with a -1 goal difference. We'll have a better picture of this once everyone has played their 5 games. And we're getting ready for that last round.
Çalhanoğlu, Dembele, Pina. Just over 50 minutes away is Guga from giving Umit his first loss of this year's World Championships. That's the top 8 as it stands. Remember, there is still more games to come. For example, the likes of Ali and Lion in action in the next round against Obram. He'll be looking to get 12 points. Hezers hasn't kicked a ball yet today. He's up against Nasada, also unbeaten. as you can see, 3 games left to conclude it. A minute left to this one.
Statement win. Real statement win for Karimisbak. 5-1 against D. Fernandez, who in his own right has had a pretty decent tournament so far. 7 points for D. Fernandez. This will be his second defeat. And it will also push Karimisbak into a real picture of qualification alongside D. Fernandez on what could be, Brandon, the magic key 7 points.
In that one result, they've both got equal on points. D. Fernandez on 7
برافو
points.
كريم، برافو مروان، يجيبوا الرباح.
Above D. Fernandez there as well. So,
and that's what's so important, beating the people in your sort of area. You're happy losing if, no disrespect, if you're, let's say, Danny Pitbull, you're happy losing maybe a game against Nasada earlier on in the tournament. Nasada's up the table, he's 5th right now when we last saw the live standings, but it's the games around you that you have to win. It's the games in your periphery, in your close proximity, that you simply have to be victorious, just as Luke is doing right now. This was a game that you look at before a ball's being kicked. Must win game if you're wanting to qualify.
Absolutely. If you lose that game, Rich, you're in a point. You're just being pulled back in, aren't you? Pulled back into the 12 players that won't be making it through to the knockout stages. But that win there puts him right back amongst it, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Up to 7 points.
And suddenly we start looking
at goal difference.
We start looking at the bare minimum, Richard, that 7 points might potentially be that number to secure you through.
Been a tough one for Adida, but I'm sure a learning experience. He's got a lot of quality. I don't think this will be his first and only World Championships. Just like that man on your screen. Feels like a bit of a stake pull moving forward here. And a statement victory if it sticks here for Guga against the 2022 World Champion.
A result that puts him into the top 8 as it stands. It's not been a bad season, is it, when you look at some of the games he's won? Wins against Nicholas in the Libertadores, a win against Larry David and Hezes in the FC Pro Open to kick off the year, and then of course when we was first properly introduced to him back in Atlanta, when he got that ticket into the FC Pro Open.
It's not out of this game yet, though. If he can maybe get a goal, 87, 88 minutes on the clock, there could be an opportunity for him.
One thing he has got in his side, though, Richard, he still will be on 8 points here.
Yeah, I think he's safe on it, no matter what. Maybe the top 8 out of reach. But in terms of just qualifying through, which is the real bare minimum every player would look at and think, just top 24 is what I want to be aiming for.
You can't even have the conversation, Richard, of like, oh, I wouldn't mind playing this person. Then it's just too impossible.
I mean, look, some of the games you're looking at right now, if it's 9 plays 24, 10 plays 23, are mouth-watering to say the least. There
Nicely
is
done.
back, but I just think it's too little too late.
Hugo Ferraz might be young, but he will not be unfamiliar to what he needs to do just to see this out with all the animations and the seconds that he can pick up from a slower start from kickoff. That's a full-time result there, and that is Umit's unbeaten record gone. As it stands, there's only 3 players left unbeaten in the competition. Hezes, Levy, Finn and Bonanno. And up next, Hezes is up against Nasada.
Absolutely. Neat against Red Light. Oberon, Alihan, Lion. Some huge games coming your way.
Added time of just 1 minute Important win this for Luke. As we just said, not just to get amongst those bottom 12 players, but to ensure he cements himself in the top 24. Fortunately for Adida, it will still be 0 points on the board. Well, that's the kind of momentum you want, especially after he didn't get to play yesterday. Players have had practice games, no doubt, Richard, but it can't quite compare to playing on the main stage here.
And look, I think for Luke, no disrespect to Adida whatsoever, but that was a must-win.
نايس. سلام الماتش دابا.
3-point haul from that game.
نربط الله على
Probably looking at the qualification.
الترتيب.
Getting away from you. Big win for Luke. He does what he needs to do. And coming up after the break, some absolute crackers. We've got Nasada and Hezers, Levi David versus Abu Maka. I cannot wait. I'll be back after the break alongside Ryan Pessoa to guide you through the games.
عشان المغاربة داروا اللي عليهم. كريم ولا هو 14. نايس كريم من بعد ما كان مقصي دابا ولا هو 14. ومروان ولا هو 28 وزاد 5 نقاط. زاد 3 نقاط. ولكن قريب بزاف من التعول. دابا البلان هو ان بزاف ديال اللعابه عندهم 7 و6 نقاط. كلشي يقدر يتأهل وكلشي يقدر يتقسم. الماتش الجايين غيكونوا ديسيزيف بزاف. مروان خصو يربح، لا ربح راه صافي غيدوز كونتر ناس هذا. وكريم خاصو ضروري يربح حتى هو كونتر فيرجيل. جو بونس كريم الا غير تعادل غيتأهل بنسبة كبيرة. غير الا تعادل حيت لو وصل 8 نقاط 8 نقاط غتوصلوا للمركز 12. ابخي صعيب هادو كاملين يربحوا ويفوتوا. وكريم ماتش نيل مينيموم يقدر يدوز. مروان خاصو ضروري يربح لحقاش حتى لا ديفيرونس ديال البيوت عنده ناقص 2. دونك الا تعادل غتبقى ناقص 2 وخا ب6 نقاط ناقص 2 ما غيدوزش. دونك خاصو ضروري يربح. وان شاء الله نصادا يتعامل معاه. نصادا خصو يربح هاد الماتش ديالو باش صافي يحيد عليه الحسابات. الا ربح هاد الماتش ديالو 100% غيتأهل من توب 8 ان شاء الله. ايوا هادشي اللي كاين. ناخذ واحد لا بوتيت بوز ونرجع ان شاء الله.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Ilian Bushi, who just had a nail-biter of a game up against MS Dockery. It ended up 6-6, but you had a red card in the 80th minute as well. So that was quite a stressful game because you need every point that you can get this point. But how are you feeling after that match?
I feel disappointed because I think I dominated this game. I was winning until the 89 minutes, and I took the red card 82. So bad end of the game, but overall a good game, and I need to win the last game to go knockout.
Now I have a very specific question to ask you. A lot of people say that you are the best player locker in the world at this point. So can you give everyone back home a little bit of an insight as to how you're so good at that mechanic of the game?
I think I try to improve this mechanic since she exists. So, but it's difficult. You can cancel, you can do a lot of things with that. So, but now the people know how to do. So I think it's the best mechanic with the creative run.
All right, and your last game is a must-win, of course, and it's against Abu Maka. So how do you envision that one going? What is your mindset going into it? Because we need those points.
Yeah, I need to win. If I win, I will go knockout. So I will give everything. Maybe it's my last game, maybe not. So I will give everything on this game. But I feel really good against Dosari. So I think I hope I will do it.
All right, Ilian, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, does Ilian have what it takes in that last round to make it out of elimination?
Well, we mentioned that a draw isn't going to be good enough. A little bit worried about him as we're looking at the math. 6 points seems to be the cutoff right now, but that is without 6 more winners coming in. So, Shells, Let's talk a little bit about what just happened. You said there were 2 stars we needed to call out that were on that elimination threat.
Yeah.
Who got big wins?
Yes, both the Monaco boys, the E-League 1 champions, and both Marwan and Karim winning their games. And listen, if they didn't do that, I pretty much think their tournament was done. Now, Marwan has to play Nasada in his last game. But if you want to win the World Championship, you have to beat players like Nasada. So I think these boys bouncing back in day 3, anything can happen.
FG, we're going to take a look at the updated standings. Any other standout games from that last round?
I mean, we did just see our first elimination, our first official elimination. Adida is out. He's rock bottom. He's not got a single point.
He can finish with 3.
He can finish with 3, and it'll be interesting to see how he approaches it. He's a fantastic FC player. He's here on merit. It's just not been his few days, unfortunately. He is bowing out of the competition. But as we start to see, as Casey mentioned, we have got a massive game coming up. Ilian, he just conceded late on in that game. Them extra 2 points could have been huge for him, but now it sets up a tie against Abu Maka as we roll into the highlights, like we just said. Matthias Bonanno, by the way.
2 perfect players now, right?
He is on fire. And by the way, I did say on the first day nobody would do the perfect round, and maybe 2 of them.
Maybe 2 of them. But listen, the guys that are coming up, of course, Matthias Bonanno and Levyfin, they're playing out of their mind, and they're most likely going to clinch the top 8 spot. But you see like Emre Yilmaz and Anders creeping in through the knockout rounds. Imagine playing Emre Yilmaz as your first game of knockout. If I was Levyfin or Matthias Bonanno, I would be fuming if that was first game. But as you can see, the highlight between Guga and Umar. Guga, I guess, kind of redeemed himself. You see at previous tournaments, it kind of feels like he's drawing a lot of games, but he's come here to this first World Championship, and he's absolutely flying. Most likely qualifying for the knockout rounds.
Guga with wins over Emery and another one now over Umit and Adida. That is going to put him into double digits. Is 10 points good enough for the top 16? Where does he finish?
Oh, I mean, I think Guga will be looking at the top 8 now as a real possibility. He's through now to the knockouts. I mean, it's just where he's placed. That top 8, I think 12 points to be certain. Maybe 11, maybe 1 on 11 shells potentially.
I think maybe one person might get lucky with 12 or maybe 11, but I think 12 will be safe. You don't get top 8 with 12, you can't really argue anything else.
At the start of the day, I thought RVP Legend was going to be a shoo, and he was coming off a massive blowout over Karim. He scored 12 points in that game. RVP on the losing end of this battle. What is going on?
Yeah, I mean, RVP going into it, he had a strong day 1 and day 2, and I think for Karim, he started off very slow, but as you can see, the player talent in this group, in this whole tournament, anything can happen on their day. And Karim is a top player, and I think he's trying to clutch up to claim his spot. Whereas RVP, I think he's through to the knockouts, but he maybe missed out his chance on top 8.
And then, of course, MS Tasari saying last night on Twitter, I need 1 more win to make it through. He's at a draw.
Yeah, well, he still needs 1 more win, right, to make it through. I mean, it's going to be a massive game involving him a little bit later on. We're looking at the highlights of all these games, and again, the common theme throughout the whole weekend has been goals, goals, and goals. Adida played a massive part in this game, like he has in the majority of the games for him, and I actually thought at one moment he could have got something from it, because I think the scores were level at that point. You mentioned before, Karimisbak, big win for him. He's up against Virgil next, who's on 6 points. Karim's now on 7.
Yeah, the one thing I love about this format, it feels like everyone's getting their chain snatched. As you said, DOS was playing Ilian. They're basically playing for the same spot. That draw from DOS has potentially kept him in the tournament, because look, DOS has got to play Emre Yilmaz next round. He's on 7 points. DOS is on 6. So it's like, who's going to snatch their champion's chain?
Let's take a look at those upcoming games. This is the end of round 5. Remember, we have 6 rounds, 6 games for every player. This will be the 5th for this group. Danny Pitbull sitting on 0, could still finish with 6 and make it through to a Saturday. Let's take a look at some of the other big ones. We've got Obrun looking for points. Levy de Weird looking comfortable. Hezers and Nasada, both of them are playing for big double digits here.
Well, that Obrun game is massive. We know about how important that result is. Ali Online, we've seen some fantastic performances from him. Obrun needs a win here.
Yep.
It's as simple as that. Otherwise, he will not be going through to the knockout stages. That is where we're at. Redlac as well. He needs to get a win himself as well against Neat, another tough opponent. These games mean so much, but now we're at the point in the competition where the results in this game might not just impact the 2 players playing, but the players around them.
Chell's final thoughts as we get into our group of 6 here.
I'm looking for the guys that are fighting to the death. And listen, I'm looking at Neat and Redlight. They're both on 3 and 1 point. Whoever wins is most likely going to have the only chance of making it through. This game is my highlight of the round.
We got our eyes on the players at the bottom of the leaderboard, and of course the players fighting for the top 8 to guarantee themselves a top 16 finish here at EWC. One of those players is Ali Online, and we caught up with him before the game.
I'm joined by Alihan Line, who currently has 9 points coming into today's competition. You have a fantastic start. How are we feeling, honestly, in the World Championship so far?
I'm feeling very good, and I hope to continue like this.
Now let's talk about the goals, because you've scored 28 goals coming into today's competition. You are only behind Nasada so far. So is attacking football your main goal coming into all these games? Because I've enjoyed every second. Goals galore.
Yeah, I try to score more than my opponent. This is my goal this is my game plan.
Now, of course, we have to ask about that very important matchup that you had the other day. It was against Anders. A lot of drama in that one, but you did come out on top, and there was not a handshake from the other side. So talk to me about that one. How are you feeling after that big win?
It's good win, important points, but me, for the handshake, I don't care. It's his choice. Me, I just focus on my game.
All right, guys, he is locked in. You've heard it here from Alihan Lion. Thank you so much. I'll let you get back to it.
FG, a big smile on your face after that one.
I love the rivalry. He doesn't care about the lack of handshake. Maybe they might face each other a little later on. You did just mention really, really quickly K1 John against PHN is another massive game, Shells.
Yeah, K1 John's bottom 6 right now at 4 points. On the other side, I believe 6 points for PHN.
Yeah, but this is the thing. Anything can happen. If K1 John wins this, he goes above PHN. And we've been talking about maybe K1 John had the best tournament so far, but anything can happen. That's what we love.
We've got a Mystery Nation. We'll be teasing it a little bit later. For now, another round of games. Let's get into it.
Absolutely, Chris. The action keeps on rolling. And you just saw over your shoulder there the key cutter, where people's dreams and keys are going to be crushed, because after this round, Grav, we might be in a position where mathematically players' tournaments are over and keys could be getting crushed.
We're looking at Oberon, we're looking at Redlack, we're looking at Danny Pitbull as well.
Adida mathematically now as well.
Yes.
He's only got 3 points left to play for.
Let's see what happens now. I do think the game that we should definitely talk about is that Levy against Abumaka. Rich,
Yeah,
how do you see that one going?
It's such a big game. When you look at the table coming into it, Abumaka 7 points, 15th. His remaining 2 games, Levi David and Ilian. Both Ilian needs points as well. As for Levi David, he's 24th right now. He's on 6 points. He plays Abumaka and then Levi Finn. The last game, a Levi Finn that has been flawless so far. This feels like the game that he has to win on 6 points, because 6 doesn't feel, Grav, when we've looked at the table, we've started doing a little bit of mental math. 6 doesn't feel safe.
No, not at all. I wouldn't like to be on 6 points coming up
right
to
now,
that last
Jafonso, PHN, Cristobal, Virgil, Levi David, Palo Neto, Kachia, all on 6. Those players are going to potentially go out on 9 if they win their last game.
Not only that, but if we look at the goal difference, Jafonso +6, PH +4, it does look like even if you get to the 6 points, you should get at least -2, 3, 4. So it's going to be tough for them.
And then below that as well, Ilian on 5 points. He plays in his last game. Abu Maka. As for Marwan, he's on 5 points. He plays Nasada in his last game. Brees on 5 points. He plays Guga Ferez in his last game.
Guga, who has been on fire throughout the
Played
whole
really
season,
well.
but especially during this month. So,
well, let's give you all the matches that are taking place in this round. We have got 6 games once again on the main stage. We just heard from Alihan Line. He's locked in, ready to go up against Oberon from Exceed. K1 John takes on PH Zin. Levi David against Abu Maka. We've got Neat and Redlack. Danny Pitbull will take on Cristobal. And Nasada and Hezers in a top 8 clash. What's going on for Oberon this week, Grav?
I feel like his defense has been poor, and Oberon is a really good defender throughout his whole career. And I would like to mention that game, especially against Redlack, which went 7-7.
الاولى 10 جينا مع الماتش ديالنا صادا نيشان.
Game management and the offense, I feel like they were both playing pretty poorly, so it can be a whole different.
على الله يربح هذا الماتش ديالو نصادا باش يرتاح ويخلي لنا مروان يربح.
In this game right here, we've got 8th against 4th. Nasada 3 wins so far for him as he
كريزي نصادا معاه سلم عليه زرب عليه.
He's unbeaten, 3 wins and a draw. A win here for both these 2 players guarantees top 8. Hezers will go to 13 points. Nasada would go to 12 points with a good goal difference. She feels though a win is in.
I think if
كريزي نص هذا.
both gonna make it into the top 8. If it isn't in this match, it's gonna be in the
هجوم عنده ما كيضحكش.
I do really think they both played some great FC throughout the whole week. And Jesus is my guy. I feel like he has a great chance of making it to a top 4, top 2, even win the World Championship. So I'm expecting big things from him.
On the other side of it, Nasada, he's been an unbelievable qualifier this season in every single sort of online tournament that he's played, whether it's like the online cups or even the ladders. He's always in around the top 4, top 2. You look at the virtual Bundesliga, that's where he got his title with Freiburg. The FC Pro Open, top 8, solidifying his place here at the World Championships. E-Champions League didn't quite go to plan for him. He had aspirations of going on to win that tournament. He's coming in full of belief that the FC Pro World Championships could be his chip.
Let's go! Ooh, crazy! Let's go! Nasada! Wow!
He's here to play definitely. As we just
let's go.
His face is happy, and I'm not sure if you agree, Rich, but I do feel like when these youngsters come into
نسيت أنا صاحبي خرجت من الديسكورد.
as the likes of Nasara, they don't usually do well.
كنسمع كامون فري.
ECL and World Championship.
مشيت ترتاحيت مشيت نقصي. مشيت نقصي. مشيت غير تاحيت مازال ما قصيت هذا مشي نقصي. غنشبكوه انا على ما يساري وصحابنا نصاد راه يلاه بدا رابح بجوج زاير ومسحور
of making it farther here at the World Championship.
Well, let me talk you through some of the other results we've got coming through here.
مربوح غير دخل ضرب جوج بيوت مسحور ما كيضحكش.
As you can see, this was the opening goal for Krista Bohr. Levi David and Abu Maka still 0-0. Oberon 1, Alihan Lyon 1. And PH Zin leading 1-0 against K1 John. A couple of surprising early goals coming through, Graf.
Yeah, definitely. But let's see, because it's only the first 10-15 minutes of the game and anything can happen. We are looking at the Twitch chat as well. By Lucio Forza Italia. I'm not curious because we see the Italians hyping up their players, but the Germans, Nasara fans, where are you? Can see you, the Twitch chat.
Dembele, Kika Nazareth. Good reply by Danny Pitbull. He has had a horrible FC Pro World Championships thus far, but he's a very, very prideful man. He'll want to go out with a flurry.
Do you think with 6 points he gets through?
No.
Because of the goal difference.
And also there's so many players already on 6 with opportunities to go to 7. There is the live table as it stands right now. Levy Finn top of the pile.
Nice, نصاد غيولي هو الثالث.
Manchester City's Banano. Krista Bohr goes 2-1 up against Danny Pitbull right there.
هذا مش واحد آخر.
Any interesting names that you're seeing there coming through on the left-hand side of the screen, Grab, that you're surprised where they are?
نصاد مازال رابح بجوج زاير.
Paulo Neto dropped into the elimination spots.
It is.
نصاد غيلعب الماتش الاخر مع مروان ومروان خصو ضروري يربح دونك الا ربح نصاد دابا على الله يخلي مروان يربحوا ذاك الماتش باش يدوسوا بجوج.
It is.
Not sure how, but the ref has blown and points to the spot. Usman Dembele will step over it. Slight stuttered run up to the right-hand side, and it's a big save.
Hey, when everything goes against you, even the penalties.
Jude Bellingham forcing the save from Casillas. What were you just saying about Paulo Neto's day one?
I was impressed with the way he played on day one, but it is always a thing in which sometimes you don't perform as well, but it's a matter of getting through to the top 24 in my opinion. Because Paulo Neto could beat anyone in the knockouts. He just needs to
get there. When you were playing, I mean, it was a lot more as Cristobal goes 3-1 up here. And again, it's a game that he has to win if he's got those aspirations of firing up the table. Currently 22nd in the league standings, but a win here puts you on 9 points and in a real good position with his last game of the day coming up against Matias Banano. So you want to get the points on the board now, not having to go into the last game thinking, I'll have to win this game. When you were playing in the group standings and the group phases,
نايس نصاد مركز الثالث برافو نصاد معلم راه 18 وراه 3
The main thing for me used to be catching momentum. I think that's a great point, Rich. I think You always want to look for those instances in which you're on the 5th minute of the game and you're thinking, I'm going to win this game easily. But it's really hard to not look into the future as we see this great goal by Vicky Lopez. It's really hard not to think about the rest of the match. It's really hard when you're saying you're winning 2-0 and you're playing really good. You're thinking, I'm going to play against Semes Dosari then. I'm going to play against Nicolas, and you're going into the future. That's something that it's impossible. Like, you cannot afford to do that because...
So you're playing this game here, Chris de Boer, he's 4-1 up against Danny Pitbull.
You're thinking.
He's already thinking, I tell you what, if I can get Banana, or maybe already thinking that he's through, guaranteed top 8, I might be able to beat him and get 12 points. That's not the way to go.
That's not the way to go because you got to think at the present. I mean, it's similar to Tenet, the film. As you know,
Okay.
Rich. You got to be at the present because if not, anything can happen and it can go poorly.
We're going to go back in time and then forward in time.
And it goes wrong.
And I'm going to get confused with what's happening. There's Allian Lyon 4-1 up against Oberon, and it has been a miserable, miserable World Championships for Oberon, who came in through the last chance qualifier. The only player to go through the last chance qualifier all the way to the FC Pro World Championships. 512 players. He came through with the odds stacked against him. Redlac 3-1 up against Neat. He would need 2 flawless victories, turn around a little bit of that goal difference, put him on 7 points. Is there a chance Redlac might sneak through here if he keeps on winning?
I do think so. I do think 7 points with a decent goal difference.
I mean, if you look at his games, 8-4 against Anders, scored 4 goals. 6-4 against Katja.
نص 4-0 كريزي
against
هذا
Oberon, that was the
المقطع.
draw, scored 7 goals. Obviously that's a 0, but if it comes down to goals scored, it could be
واللي هو الثالث.
he lost 2-5. The other problem is for Redlac, as he just concedes there 4-2. He plays Hezers in the last match.
I wouldn't want to play against Hessers on the last match, especially when I'm fighting for my life.
Let's have a look at this PH Zing game. He's taken on K1 John, as we see Chris de Boer, coming forward once again, trying to add his 6th goal. We're not even at half time yet. It's been relentless from the Ajax man. PH Zing is leading at the moment, Grav, and he's leading 3-1 against K1 John. Even for PH Zing, he's down there in an uncomfortable position. He has to win.
He needs a win. Just see this pass coming in. I'm thinking about K1 John because the tournament for him started with a win against Ilian, then a draw against Umut, and then everything went wrong. He lost against Karimisbak 5-7, lost against Nicolas, and he's losing against PH now. How do you approach that last match, Rich, when you started the tournament so well and everything went wrong after that?
Yeah, it's really tough, isn't it? As Chris de Boer peppering the goal of Danny Pitbull. I mean, for PH, you look at the games that you're talking about as well, Graf. He wouldn't have wanted Thursday to end, coming off the back of 2 victories. He would have wanted just to keep rolling, just beat Emre Yilmaz 5-4. He would have wanted that momentum that you talked about to just roll through. And we had a complete day yesterday with no games.
That can happen, and you gotta be so on point when you're playing today. The amount of matches that he's playing, as you just see, Neat going forward to score the 3rd goal, 3-4, massive goal for him. I will say PH has been unlucky with his draw. I mean, Levi Finn, Hessers, Adira, and Virgil. There's some huge matches.
As Oberon gets one back there, 4-2. The scoreline now with Alihan Lyon. As we approach half-time, let's go to another game. And let's go to Levi David versus Abu Maka if we can.
That is a massive one, Rich.
Absolutely. Let's try and get into that game and we can have a look at it here. It's leading 1-0 is Levi.
These are my kind of matches. 1-0, 40 minutes.
Yeah.
They're defending well.
Talk to me about both of these two. I mean, they've been somewhat staples in the Levi, especially in the FC Pro Open.
Yep.
Over the last 3 years. That's where they've met previously. 2-2 in series. 2 wins apiece. But Abu Maka, he's never in those games where he's getting really blown out. He's never 5, 6, 7-0 down. It's super rare occasions we ever see that happen. Levy will take the last chance of the half. It's not going to fall his way, and that will do us for half-time. Wow. Where do you see this game?
I feel like Levy has what it takes to control the game with the player locks, with the game management. But at any given second, Abu Maka could score a goal. And that's why I think Levy is trying to get and hold the ball as long as he can, because Abu Maka with the counter-attacks, you never know what to expect from him. So I feel like Levy's chance comes from holding the ball, but even though he has to be patient, he has to go forward. And Abu Maka on the other side, you gotta be so precise when you're defending with the player switching against Levy, because he will punish those mistakes.
Well, as we are underway in the second 45 at the moment, let me talk you through the other matches as they are currently standing. At the moment, we've got Nasada leading 4-1 against Hezers. This game we're seeing right here, Cristobal leading 5-2 against Danny Pitbull. Neat 3, Redlac 5.
It is, at the moment, K1 John 2-3 against PH Sin. And we'll update you, because at the moment Obrun is losing 2-5 against Alihan, and it's 1-0. Levy still winning against Abu Maka.
Yeah, some really tight games, some really big margins as well, as Danny Pitbull just not been his week.
No. Both Danipi and Obrun, I'm sure they'll be devastated after today, because their league stage has been inconsistent, to say the least.
And sometimes, Grav, I mean, you must have had a tournament during your time as well where you come into it feeling good. I mean, Obrun had the best practice possible coming through the last chance qualifier, then to the play-ins. You're feeling like you're on top of the world, and it just doesn't happen for you.
It happens sometimes. I remember back in the Club World Cups, I played a couple of them, and I was at my best. I was top 10 in
نص ضربة بجوج دونك الآخر ما ركزش خصو يزير.
And sometimes you just look backwards and you're thinking, I had a good practice. I was playing really well. I had a good squad selection.
Oh, beautiful.
Crazy أبو مكة. ولا كده له.
Opens up the space and a low-driven finish into the bottom corner. He talks about he can explode into life at any moment. You wanted maybe Levy play the possession game. Don't allow Abu Maka to get rolling. That's a lovely goal.
It is a lovely goal indeed. And currently looking at both squad selections, you can see that Levy trying to hold the ball in here.
Yeah, you just saw the bruiser coming in there from the back from Abu Maka. There is, once again, Levy twisting and turning. Saka, player locked pass, but a good interception from Freeman for Abu Maka. And a chance maybe to go forward the other way here. He's got 5 against 4 if he plays his numbers right. Saka on the outside of Kivior. He will be patient. He will wait and try and utilise the space where he can. Player locked into Vicky Lopez. The coach's hand just coming in, telling Abu Maka where to pass, and that would put me off.
I'll be fuming. Get your hands off me. I will say, look at the stamina between...
Yeah, absolutely. Musiala, good strike, good save. What are you noticing?
Look at the stamina, both Jude Bellingham's, Levy's and Abu Maka's. The comparison is like, look at Levy's, Bellingham's stamina. And when you get the chance that you can see... Oh!
Doesn't matter about the stamina. If you can curl one into the top corner. Salva Parejo with a beautiful curling finish, which puts Levy back in front.
Great goal. Great goal.
But could that stamina potentially, as we get into the later drawings of this game, be a factor? Hezers scored a couple of goals to make this a tighter affair against Nasada in a top 8 clash.
To be fair, I'm always looking at the stamina game, but I don't think it pays off finally, because we did see Anders against Jafonso, who had no stamina, Anders I mean, on the 50 minutes, and it didn't matter because you get the subs in, it's 5 of them, you sub every single midfielder and defender and you're okay. But when I'm playing, I see fullback or even center midfield.
اوه دايم تعادل. الحمد لله. ورجع. نص تخصيصير.
If you're not considered enough with the stamina game.
We are very close to getting back underway with that Levy David Abu Maka game. That's where attention will turn. Two players that would had not only aspirations of top 8 group phase, but Levy David is third last year at the FC Pro World Championships. Abu Maka always seems to be in the latter stages of tournaments.
It's been a back-to-back top 4 for Levy in the World Championship, 24, 25 as well. So we always expect him to at least get into a knockout stage.
And coming into this game, Grav, he was 24th in the table. A draw doesn't really help either player.
No. Especially because you don't want to play on the knockout stage. Driven to make it 5. A huge goal for the German player.
Moroccan players in Germany.
And I do feel like a draw, just as you were explaining, Richard, doesn't benefit either one of them, because if you get 7 points, you might be through, but you're playing against the top 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, right now, if the table was to finish as it is, you'd play against Alihan.
Good luck with that.
Samu Gamer, Umut, maybe even RVP Legend. If Anders Vergang was to not win his last game, it could be an Anders Vergang in 9th place. So there's huge interest on those last games of the league stage. Let's go back to Levy and Abu Maka in the bottom left corner there. Two players, as we said, not only for themselves, but also their esports organizations that they're representing as well, with real incentive to go on and pick up club championship points in the grander scheme of the esports World Cup here in Paris. Waiting patiently on the edge of the box, the through ball into a blue shirt, but it will be recycled once again through Abu Maka's midfield. There's Vicky Lopez on the turn, who finds the top corner.
Levy's not confident at all defensively. You can see he's second guessing himself with trying to go aggressive towards the ball holder. You can see that, of course, Levy has always been, in my opinion, the best player second man pressing with R1 in this game, but he combines that with being aggressive against the ball holder, and he was too passive, in my opinion.
As we head into this match with Chris de Boer leading, still 7-5 against Danny Pitbull, but Danny Pitbull has made a bit of a resurgence. It is going to be too little too late for the FC Pro Open semi-finalist. That sounded like a roar.
That sounded like PH.
PH in. Roar with the frustration. Oberon making a bit of a game of it. 5-4 against Alihan Lyon. And look, Oberon, if he was to win his 2 games, he'd go to 7 points. His last match of the day would be up against Paolo Neto, who is on 6 points. So it feels Oberon has to turn this game around from Alihan Lyon and then go on and win his last game. There's the finesse. Is it going to fall nicely for the Italian?
نايس نص الفلاش معلم.
As we just see the live updates on the right side of your screen, you can see Chris de Boer winning 7-5. And it seems like Danny Pitbull's dreams might be over after this match.
Yeah, unfortunately so. I think there will be
Levy, Abu Maka, an update.
2-2.
Nice.
As this was the moment for PH Jin where we heard the roar from over our shoulder here on the stage.
Hewan John knows that's a huge mistake.
Let's go back there if we can. As bottom left corner, Abu Maka. Looks like he's not just equalised here, Grav. He's taken the lead.
Another one.
سخوط أبو مكة.
خسر وربح. Scoring another goal.
Yeah. As it stands right now, We'll give you an update. 70 minutes. Perfect.
مزيان ابو مكة يربح. قش لعب مع ليفي عنده 6 نقاط لا خسر ما غاديش يفوت كريم. ومكة ديجا عنده 7 نقاط دونك غيدوز مزيان يربح. المهم الاخر اللي عنده 6 ما يزيدش يطلع.
Need has to score. He doesn't want to be eliminated as well.
And that is the full-time result. Impossible for Danny Pitbull to go through. Alongside Adida.
Great defending.
Ball goes long from Red like it's going to come straight back at him. Look at Bakio into Granit Xhaka. Ousmane Dembele, 2 players in the bottom period of the table right now, fighting for survival here at the FC Pro World Championships.
Dembele.
Chance. It's blocked in off Maldini. It's desperately unlucky for Redlac. It's 6-6. It's 32nd in the table versus 34th. And a draw does absolutely nothing for either of them.
They both need a win, so we do have 5 minutes left into that match, and neither one of them is happy. As we just jump over to Levy against Abu Maka. What have we missed here, Rich? Abu Maka.
Yeah, we saw the game. I think we saw the equalising goal, and since then, Abu Maka with a quick fire double to go 3-2 up. A little bit more context on that Neat and Red Light game. Neat on 3 points right now. It would put him on 4, maximum 7, but he does have quite a poor goal difference, -11. Red Light, he would be on 2 points, maximum potential of 5. He would be eliminated. All the players will play their 6 games. Even if qualification is mathematically impossible. We are in a pause in that Red Light Neat game. When we can go back there, we will. Do not worry, you're not going to miss any of the action here at the FC Pro World Championships. Abu Maka leading.
Wow.
3-2 against Levy. And this will put Levy in a real dangerous waters going into that last game.
Who's he playing against in the last one? Because
Levy,
I think you know.
Finn.
نايس مصادة 7-3.
Saka drives at the near post. But it's a must-win game. You have to win.
You have to win.
It'd be on 6 points. Chance. Pereiro, edge of the box. Gill once again called into action.
Abu Maka goes for a pause.
Where do we go? You see the games there. The side of Hezers.
Obrun Alihan, 5-5. Obrun needs a win.
Even for Alihan, if he wants to finish top 12, he's on 9 points right now. He'd be going into his last game up against Milka Love with a win putting him on 12. Obrun must win. Will Obrun win? McTominay, Keegan Nazareth. What a save from Casillas. Let's go back to Neat and Redlac, top red corner right there. 89 minutes on the clock. Redlac.
مزيان يتعادلوا هذا خصهم يتعادلوا. شي تقصاو بجوج.
We saw a number of players go through the E-Champions League on 7 points with good goal difference.
لا ربح ريد لاك كاع مزيانة.
Redlack's maximum amount of points is 7 if he was to win this game and the next.
نايس المهم
Is
ما
there a
يروحش
winning
نيت.
moment?
حيت نيت عنده 3 نقاط لربح يولي 6.
Jude Bellingham twisting, turning, can't find the pass, and that will do us 6-6. And look at the disappointment from both players. They know that 1 point in the grand scheme of things simply isn't enough. Pietrin finds another goal, 8-4. He will be pushing his way up that table onto 9 points and comfortably in the top 24, maybe even with a top 8 aspiration.
It could happen on the other side of things. K1 John with just 4 points, and not only that, -10 goal difference. So he has to go forward, he has to score this goal and another one to try to go for these 7 points in the last match of the day. But it's going to be a tough one because he's playing the La Liga by champion Di Fernandez.
نايس نصادة 9-3.
done the business. 9-3 win against Hezers. That
كريزي برافو نصادة. بلس 6 عنده
aspirations
The goal
of
difference.
finishing as high as possible to try and get quote-unquote the easiest bracket play matchup in the rankings as you can do. I'm just seeing a full time coming through between Oberon and Alihan. I can see the reaction on our screen here, Grav, from Oberon. He looks pretty devastated.
You just see Oberon devastated, but we're gonna jump over to PH K1 John because
بداو يتصفاو بنادم بداو.
knows job's done, 9 points. And let's see the end of Abu Maka against
أبو
Levy.
ماكا تسجل مزيان. أبو ماكا خصو يربح
This game isn't quite make
باش
or
داك
break.
ليفي يبقى في 6 نقاط ما يزيدش يطلع.
It puts huge amounts of pressure on you in that last decisive match.
And this could be it. Saka.
Can Kivio get back? Saka trailing away, but couldn't quite get the trajectory of the strike. This is the table as it stands right now. We're gonna the top 8. You can see how it's starting to take shape. A lot of players on 10 points. Our eyes, Grav, are going to be piercing at that bottom half of the table.
Definitely.
Who has got it all to do?
Great defending by Maldini. And I'm just thinking, Rich, there could be a world in which in 2 hours,
here we go.
Levy is out of the
نايس كريم اللي ربح غيتأهل. لا غيتعادل غيتأهل غالبا. مروان خاصو يربح ضروري. مروان خاصو الوين. ان شاء الله مروان يربح نصاده حيت نصاده ديجا كاليفيي. لكن حتى نصاده غيبغي يربح. ما على الله الله مروان يربح.
out of the EFC Pro World Championship. He was back to back top 4.
1 game left to play. Well, we've got 2 additional minutes.
He has to score.
Ball possession given over. Will Abu Maka let Levy have one more attack, or is the goal to seal the game on his mind?
برافو 4-2. برافو مكا نايس. دابا ليفي غيبقى عنده 6 نقاط وعنده ناقص 3. مزيانه مروان.
With 5 games played, and Levy with everything to do as we go into the final match.
He is playing against Levy Finn,
who is top of the table.
Rich, I'm speechless at the moment.
Incredible here at the FC Pro World Championships. Every single game is a battle. Abu Maka comes out on top against Levy David. 1 game remaining for all 36 competitors. 3 points on the line. Who's going to be going through? Who's going to be going home? We'll find out very soon.
اوكي باش نقص اخواتي ونرجع.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Glitter over at the Korea City Grid, where we have PUBG Battlegrounds. It's the second day of finals. A lot of games happening, but what's the update in terms of club championship points and teams that are performing well?
Okay, let's break this down a little bit, because in day 2, it's going to be important heading into day 3, because the point total that is set today will determine where match point ends up being set tomorrow. That's obviously when we're going to crown a winner. However, if we're talking CC side of things, it is absolutely stacked to the top of our leaderboard right now. And let me give you a little bit of a rundown. We have VP in first place, Falcons in second place, defending champs Twisted Minds in third place, Na'Vi in fourth, but they did just get a win, so that'll probably shake it up a little bit, and then Vitality in fifth. That's not counting AGAL, who are very quiet today, but they're still also in this lobby. I mean, there's so many storylines to be following.
That sounds like a lot of updates coming through from your stage tomorrow specifically, because today these teams just have to get as many points as possible.
Absolutely. That's the name of the game. Just get points on the board today, because tomorrow, technically, depending on how teams play, they could end in 2 matches. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's going to be crazy for sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. I really appreciate it, Glitter. That's it from us. We're going to keep you guys updated. See you around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I have Chris DeBoer with me here on this stage. Chris, a very important win there that you just had up against Danny Pitbull, because you started round 5 in 22nd place, which is very close to that elimination. You've skyrocketed all the way up the standings as well, and you're now in the possibility of getting in that top 8. But talk to me specifically about that Danny match, because that was a must-need win.
It was a really important win. Takes off a lot of pressure in this last day. I knew if I was going to win, I was going to go through at least to the playoff match. And yeah, I was really nervous, to be honest, beforehand. Like one of the most nervous games I've ever played, I think. But I was 4-1 up in 20 minutes, and I felt like, okay, I've got this. But then at the end, I got a bit nervous again, but it was enough. I think I played well. It's a bit weird playing someone who was already on 0 points, because he was. But I tried to keep it out of my head and just play my game. And I did play it quite well, and now I'm through, and yeah.
All right, let's talk about your journey so far here in Paris. You started off day 1 with a big win against Paulinetto, 10 goals in that matchup. From there, it's been a little bit up and down, but how do you feel about your overall performance so far?
I feel really happy, especially after my Champions League campaign. I wasn't playing well, and maybe people doubted me. Now I feel like I showed that I belong here and I play well. And yeah, more to come, I hope.
More to come, because your next game is up against Matias Bonanno, undefeated as well. And so if you want those eyes set on that top 8, you will have to go through him. How are you feeling about that matchup against Bonanno?
Yeah, it's a crazy run from him this far. He won every game. Yeah, I think you should see this game as a game on its own. And I think I got a pretty good chance against him, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, Matias Bonanno versus Chris DeBoer. That is going to be a banger of a matchup, isn't it?
Looking forward to that one, and a big win for Chris. Has 3 more points and a little bit more comfort, because it's getting tight in the middle. We got Shells and FG to break down everything we just witnessed. 5 matches in the books for every player's 1 match to go. Shells, let's take a look at what we just witnessed. Big surprises?
Yeah, I guess a couple big surprises, but this is where we see the emotions coming. This is why I love this format. Every round, as it increases, you see the emotion from players. Red Lack versus Neat. I mean, 6-6. Both of these players fought to the end, and as you can see from the reaction from them both, they was both disappointed. Red Lack is unfortunately out of the tournament, but Neat survives, and he still has another chance. But another Oberon against Alien Lion. He fought to the end. Alien Lion, one of the best players, but Oberon will sadly be going home as well.
Alien Lion earning another 3 points. Oberon, is that the surprise for you of this round?
Well, I mean, Alien Lion's been in fantastic form. Unfortunately, Oberon, it's the end of the journey for him, as well as it is with Danny Pitbull from that round. With regards to Neat, his goal difference might be against him a little bit. That point really didn't help him. If he'd have got a couple of extra points, he would have been in a much better position. He's on 4 points, minus 10 goal difference, but K1 John is also on the same with a minus 9 goal difference. They're both clinging on, but just about. But the story of the round is Levi David. Yes. He is 1 game away from potentially being out. He is being back-to-back top 4 in this competition. He's inevitable for the knockouts. Well, he might not be making it.
Yeah, as you can see the highlights between the Sada and Header. I know most of these players have already gone through to the knockouts, but talking about Levi the Weird, going into the tournament, we've always spoke about Levi. We know how good he is and what he can do, but he's always kind of hidden behind Manu Bacho and Eme Yilmaz. And like I said, he's only 1 game away from missing out on the tournament. But as you can see from the highlights here from that game, Levi the Weird's taking on Abi Maka. Levi started off 1-0 up against Abi Maka, but Abi Maka seems to equalize. But I think Levi, I don't know what it is. It doesn't seem to always click or can't seem to get all the final strings pulled together, but he still has a chance to redeem himself.
What's the age difference between these two, and what's kind of their big level tournament experience?
I think they're quite similar in age, to be honest. No, Abu Maka might be a little bit older, but Levy the Weird has been competing for the last 4 or 5 years, and he's been at the top ever since he came to the team, I believe in 21. But he just hasn't been able to repeat the success as Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bachor in the recent years, but he still has the talent to win it all.
Abu Maka, by the way, Saudi League champion this season, so he's having a great season himself, and he's in a good position. That game finished 4-2. Levy Davida's got it all to do. That man we just heard from with Casey, he's gone a little bit under the radar a little bit. We haven't probably given him as much credit as he deserves, but he is well within a chance of getting into that top 8. Standing in his way is a man who has a 100% record, Matthias Bonanno.
Allion Lion on your screen going up against Oberon. This was tight for a while, 5-5 going down to the final minute. A crucial go-ahead goal, and that is another 3 points for Allion. As we take a look at this one, Neat and Redlock, the two players that could not afford a draw, both facing elimination. What do? Earn 1 point each.
If you look at it, though, Redlock was 4-1 up at one point in this game. So from Neat's perspective, it was a great comeback from him. I think both players were really, really disappointed. Neat going into that game, looking at the position, he needed a win there no matter what, and he didn't get it. I think we might see the end of Neat now pretty much, unless he has a fantastic, fantastic game. He's got P8 Zin next. Not an easy game at all.
I mean, for Redlock, his commiserations to him as well, and I think being 4-1 up and you let a lead like that and now your tournament's over, it's definitely going to sting for him at home. But the only UK player to make to the World Championship, he should be proud, but unfortunately his tournament is ended there.
Neat coming through the play-ins, entered this match with 3 points. He will exit the match with 4. He is minus 11 when it comes to that goal differential, as you mentioned, though. As you take a look at the big board, Levy Finn, Bonanno, the 2 perfect players. Nasada earning 3 more over Hezers, a big win there. Hezers is going to fall out of your first group into 9th. Remember, top 8, what do they get? A guaranteed top 16 finish as they get a bye through the opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at this, and we're looking at that elimination bracket as it stands. Catcher has got a massive game. He's got the Iceman Nicholas next. He's on 6 points, like you see. He really does need a win in that one because it's so tight at the bottom there. There's so many players. Ilian, of course, still in with a chance. Again, another player who will need a win. He's got Abu Maka up next as well. There's so many big games here. I'm making about 5 or 6 people from that elimination zone who could still potentially sneak their way into the knockouts. That's surely where we're going to be focusing.
Yeah, and the thing about this, you can't really call it because I think goal difference will be coming into play because I thought like 7 points will be a safe bet, but nah, I think goal difference is going to be really important. For example, Bryce has to beat Guga. You know, K1 John, his goal difference is poor, so these guys have to win big in their last game.
Let's take a look at the upcoming matches for this next round. We have some big names in action once again. The ones on the elimination fight, we got Kasha, you got to look at Smolk, and of course, you just mentioned him, Bryce or Brees, however you want to pronounce it. The man representing France is sitting at just 5 points. You win here, you jump up to 8 points, and you got to think 8's going to be good enough to go through, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd think so, but you can't really commit to it. Jafonso's also in action. He's playing RVP Legend. He needs something from that game as well. A lot of players have got a lot on the line here, Shells. From a player's perspective, how hard is it to block out the fact that, I mean, we're saying that we're in the knockouts for the next stage. The beauty of this format, this is essentially a knockout round we're about to watch.
It's a knockout round, and the beauty of the thing is someone else that you're not even thinking of could save you at all times, and your opponent could already be qualified, which kind of gives them a little calming against an advantage against you, whereas you know you feel the pressure, you have to get a result. As you can see, you could give up last-minute goals if you're chasing the lead.
Gentlemen, it's time to tease our Mystery Nation. For those who don't know, you can earn big in-game. All you got to do is watch the broadcast and listen in for the clues. Today's Mystery Nation apparently has hosted one of the loudest clubs in Europe, especially in their home capital.
Yeah, they definitely have. The letter of the country begins with a T, shall we say. Yeah, a couple of former players from Manchester City have gone there recently to that league. Nathan Ake is now playing in that country. Hopefully that helps you a little bit.
There's a lot of good hints there. We got a great matchup. Final question for you: is RVP or is it going to be my man Jafonso moving through? Because only one of them will. 7 points and 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just don't want to draw in it. So I'm going to sit on the fence completely and not answer that because I don't know the answer to the question.
I will support my Man City teammate in Jafonso, even though RVP is very good and I think he's got a tough task against him. I think Jafonso played well against Anders. I think he's going to do it.
It's time to find out who is getting knocked out before the knockout rounds. We send it over to the casters one more time for round 6.
Thank you so much, Puckett, FG and Shells. Yes, we are into the last round now of the league phase for this year's FC Pro World Championships. There's 36 players technically still in the competition. In, I'd say about 2 hours' time, Ryan, there will be only 24 left in the competition. 12 will be eliminated here in Paris, and 24 will look ahead to what will be a really difficult, a really exciting, at least for us, knockout bracket.
It's nervy, Brandon, especially for some of these players where they know that their tournament hangs in the balance. They need to win in order to advance. You see some of the matchups there. Kachi is playing against Nicholas. He needs to win the game. Jafonso, again, has to win. He's up against RVP Legend, who can't finish in that top 8, but will want to finish at a high seed in that first knockout round.
I was just looking at the history. The best examples we've got is the Champions League the last 2 years. What is the point tally, Ryan, basically, that's going to get you a top 8? As far as we've seen, 12 points previously has been enough with goal difference in your favour.
Yeah.
This year, I believe there was 7 players all on 12 points, and it was goal difference that sent 2 players into the top 8. So, for example, players like Nicholas in this round, Mani Bashore, Guga Faraz, if they start well, as Schmork has here, by the way, what a start. 2-0 in 7 minutes against Umit. You could be in the top 8 this round, done.
Yeah, for me, before the tournament started, I said it would be 8 points, or 7 points, sorry, a good goal difference to get into the top 24. To get in the top 8, I said 12 points, again, with good goal difference. It remains to be seen if that will come true, but what's happening right now in this game is that you've got Schmork, who's pretty much eliminated unless everything goes in his favour, which is, I just don't see it happening. And you've got Umut, who, again, if he wins, it'll put him on 11 points. Don't know if it's enough. He needs other results to go in his favour, but to be starting 2-0 down, he'll be devastated with.
We're looking across the board here, Ryan, of who desperately needs a win for a chance to change their fortunes in regards to a top 24. You've got to say Brees. Brees against Guga Faraz. Brees is on 5 points. Guga's on 10. Catcher's on 6. Nicholas is on 10 as well. These are the players that you don't want to match up against in the last round of action. It's a brilliant through ball into Bukayo Saka now as Umit looks to try and pull a goal back in this game, and it's done by Schmork. I mean, this is unpredictable from him. I mean, we came in today, Umit was unbeaten. He might be on for 2 defeats in a row right now.
Yeah, he would have been expecting to get into that top 8, especially after the first 2 days of action. I think one thing that's very difficult, that is understated, is sometimes when you're playing against somebody who knows that they're basically out, or out in the case of, let's say, Oberon, Adida, Danny Pitt, but they're rock bottom of the group stage. When you play against them in that final round, the pressure's off of them and it's all mounted on you. You have to win. You need to have the initiative. They don't want to end the tournament on a low point. They want to get points on the board. This is Guga Faraz, currently 1-1 against Brees, who also needs to win. You mentioned Brees having the representation there for team vitality as Umut gets a goal back.
Yeah, Umit gets a goal back, and that's a 2-1 lead over in that game for Guga Faraz. He could be on a really convincing 13 points. He'll be going through to the round of 16 in his first ever FC Pro World Championships. Right, let's pause from this game if we can. Let's go somewhere else if we've got the ability to do so. Should we check in with Nicholas briefly if we can? He's up against Katja, 7 minutes into it. And very close to finding his first opening goal. Wins a corner. What can we see from the Iceman here, competing in his 9th World Championship? It sounds crazy to say that he's never won a World Championship. The closest he came was all that time ago, back in Denmark, that 0-0 grand final on a penalty shootout where Umit became champion. Speaking of World Champion, here's one right now, Mani Bashore.
I love that pass he does all the time. It feels like it's a Team Liquid thing, and that is a perfect example of it there in this game. For Kachu, takes the lead against Nicholas. As we said, Kachu coming into this game 26th place on 6 points. So he needs to win this game. A draw, I don't think it's enough. His goal difference is -3. So I think it wouldn't be enough on 7 points, -3 goal difference to push him in. A win would do wonders for him.
Nicholas! Just well, look, we're coming into this tournament, Ryan. It was Italy that had the most representation, so to say. Unfortunately, 3 players are very close to already being eliminated. Oberon, Danny Pitbull gone. And if Schmork doesn't win this game against Umit, you can rightly so that he'll also be eliminated.
I even think
from the competition.
I just still don't see it being enough.
I mean, yeah, you're right. The goal difference,
and
especially when you've got Levy and Paolo Neto right on 6 points, and they're not technically through yet.
Nah, it's a difficult one. I think it is. Unfortunately, tournament. Oh, you never know. Crazy things have happened, but you just would need every single thing to work in your favour, and the odds are just firmly stacked against him.
Well, if we can, let's go somewhere else and give you an update from Where shall we go? Let's check in quickly with RVP legend against Jafonzo in the right bottom corner. Let's check into that one.
It's a crucial one as well, Brandon, for Jafonzo. I know we mentioned it before, but he has to win this game.
Well, RVP's on 7 points, Ryan. Jafonzo's on 6. That's the live standings on your left now. We'll keep you up to date with how that unfolds and the fantastic team behind the scenes that will continuously have to update that with every goal that goes in. Remember, this round 6 is split up into 3 parts. There's 36 players, 6 games per part of the rounds. Only 12 players can play at once, which makes this quite difficult, Ryan, because you could do your job, but you might have to wait another round and a half to understand where you're going to be in that top 24.
I think that's the scary thing. As a player, if you could probably pick, I was saying I'd want to play last, like the last round of the round 6 fixtures, just because you know what you kind of need to do.
I'll say
the goal difference, etc. as well.
I've said this to Richard as well, Ryan, sorry, that you can't start thinking about, oh, I want to play this person in the knockout.
Oh, no.
You've just got to get in there, haven't you?
Yeah. The aim in this competition here isn't to worry about who you're playing in the first stage of knockouts. The aim is getting there. Once you get there, the dream can begin, because you're not touching this. You're in the conversation of being the potential world champion. But yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're 24th or 11th.
Claudio Pina now off the post. Jafonzo coming so close from that free kick to doubling his lead. He still might be able to do so now, as he takes the time to try and angle up a potential shot. Player locks into Ousmane Dembele, then falls to Pino, who will cleverly disguise the finish. Casillas' toe gets in the way. And there will be another corner for the 2024 Esports World Cup champion.
I like the idea from Jafonzo, where he was taking the touches to areas that I would say are the least obvious ones when you're defending for RVP Legend, where you know that if you turn, you get the angle, it's not going to be a favourable position to score, but they still can go in.
Right, let's jump somewhere else then, give you another update of what's going on. Should we check back in with Guga Faraz, if possible? He has just scored again in his game against Brees. 3-1 he leads. I don't think enough's been said about it, Ryan. How impressed have you been by the Brazilian?
Very, very good. I mean, again, we had a conversation before the tournament started. We spoke about the way he plays and the way how he's able to be involved in matches, and especially in a group stage where there are draws, etc. We had made comments in previous tournaments where it feels as if he draws so many games. FC Pro Open, the E-Champions League, but in this format, draws are okay. But he hasn't even been doing that. He's been getting the wins on board, and if he wins this, top 8 is the least he deserves.
I mean, my question to you would be, I mean, everyone, and rightly so, is going around the basis of this man is the youngest player in the competition out of the 36, and I'm sure we won't hear the end of that. But when you're that young and you haven't experienced any bad moments in World Championships, Ryan, there is an element there of an advantage that mentally you are so positive and you're kind of fearless.
And also the fact that he's experienced adversity in other tournaments early on in his career, in terms of the Portuguese League this season. He would have had expectation to win it, losing out in the final to Lex. E-Champions League, just missing out narrowly in that top 8. FC Pro Open didn't have the greatest tournament. So those little things, they add up as the season progresses. What's a key thing is being in those positions to contend against the other top players.
Chance here for Brees, needs to score. Calm, that's a save on the post. But me and Richard were saying about it, how much FC he's played this year at the right moments is also crucial. Yeah. Atlanta, FC Pro Open, E-Champions League, Liga Portugal, the play-ins, and now here at the World Championships and the Libertadores. He's played everywhere that he possibly could this season.
And he's peaking at the right time. That's the key moments for him. You see a lot of players, even Manu last year, no one really said on paper this is the player that they expect to win the World Championship. But as the season went on, he picked up the wins. He had a slow start to the FC Pro Open as well. Peaking at the right time is an understated value to have as a player.
Well, Brees coming close to finding a goal back in the game. If it wasn't for Gio off the post, he might try and rework this one. It's defended well. Right, let's check in with another game if we can. Let's quickly go back to that's about to go into half time, but we've got to speak about the scoreline of this game. 6-2.
We are back.
I mean, was great on day 1 and 2. I know we weren't in action yesterday, but what are we seeing here today from it's a very different performance, Ryan.
And it's one that he'll be so upset with again. As a player, you know, when you're in that position, unbeaten, going into the 3rd set of group stage games, you kind of think like you're going to get the top 8. Because you're already secure, in my opinion, into that top 24. So the pressure, in a way, is off a little bit. But in this game, to be 6-2 down against somebody who's basically eliminated is an awful position to be in.
Nicholas still hunting for a goal back in the game, that one. Able to make it through. An update here, we have got an equaliser from Samu Gamer, who is currently on 9 points. I mean, look, he could get himself on the cusp of a top 8 here, Ryan. Wins his game, 12 points. If he can get a few goals, who knows what can happen. I mean, Adida, he might be on his way out, but go out with a smile on your face here. I mean, if he can go and get a result, which he might be on to do so, against the 2-time world champion, how on earth is this happening?
But this is what I'm saying, Brandon, and I said that at the start, is that it's very difficult. Is that onside? That could be a goal number 2. Big save there for Nicholas. It's the pressure of playing somebody that's already out and has nothing to play for when you need to win. And there's a thing that I'm telling you. Kachi is another player as well. If he advances through on 9 points, going into that knockout stage, he's somebody you really want to avoid. He's a tough opponent to play. I played against him many times, whether it's 1v1, 2v2 tournaments across the years. Nightmare player, because when he gets going, he could, it's like a flashbang. He could be 3-0 up in no time.
I know there's been a couple of results that you may not have expected, but you have to remember that these are the best 36 players in the world, and every player has a story of how they made it here. Absolutely incredible.
Good defending.
Let's see this attack coming from Catcher. And then I'm thinking, let's go back, if we can, to against Schmolk if we get the chance. That was a goal back for Manu, but then he did go and concede a 4th against Adida. As we join it live now, 8-2, Ryan. He knows 2 things here, Schmolk. He needs to win, and he needs to score goals.
You're right about the goal difference part. And who knows?
I've just looked, though, he's got a -10 goal difference.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to be the person to just kill the vibe here. I just don't see how it's enough.
Brian, but everybody else above him have all got minus goal differences.
The thing is, though, it's the fact if he wins, he's on 6 points. You've got all those players that are in and around the 6-point mark already, or 5 points, that still have to play.
You need Cristobal to lose.
Yep.
You need PH in to lose, Virgil to lose, Levy David to lose, Paolo Neto. Catcher is currently beating Nicholas.
Ilian, Marwan, Breeze.
And you need them to concede goals.
Exactly. So it's not that it's impossible, but for every single box of that to be ticked and you to also win by a large margin, you know what? If he does it, fair play, because right now, double digits before the 60th minute against is crazy. You just wonder, like, where was it before, Brandon? This is the issue.
This is ridiculous.
I'm being hypocritical, because I understand it as a player. It's a tough one when you're in these last rounds and you know. Yeah, it's very difficult for Smoke here.
Well, the most goals that have been scored by a single player was 12 in one game, and that was RVP legend against Neat in round 4 of the competition.
Great ball.
Schmolk might be on to beat that record. Here's Salma. Parajuelo looking to twist and turn around the box and send Samu Gamer into all sorts of trouble. We've got a half-time. Catcher is 1-0 up against Nicholas in that game. Guga in the second half. He is 4-1 up. As Samu Gamer gets
هذا الجولة ما كاين فيها حتى شي مغربي دونك غنشوفوا غير لي ريزولتا قبل ما يبداو المغاربة. مور هذا الماتش كاين مروان ونصادة غيلعبوا.
It's possible. I think jump back over to the game here, who needs goals. If he's going to spark any sort of cover or goal difference, could be a big difference on who he's going to play. Gets a goal back. Maybe that just sums up the day for right there, Brandon.
What is the mentality like in this moment, Ryan? Because if you were playing this tournament right now, and I said you're going to lose your first 3 rounds, but you're going to win and draw your last 2 rounds, and you're going to pick up a bit of momentum. You'd rather that, wouldn't you, than be on the side of Umit?
As in, would I be on 7 points then, you mean, if I win that?
You would still be going through in the top 24.
Okay. Oh, yeah, if that case, absolutely.
Versus Umit here, who's on 8 points, I believe, but he's lost his last... Well, looking to lose his last 2 games, going into the knockouts. And we haven't got... You're not going home. You're not coming back tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're playing again in an hour.
That's a very difficult position to be in mentally. However, we're talking about a previous world champion, so he knows what it takes to deal with adversity. He's had those moments where his back's against the wall. He has to perform in a group stage format. And when he's somebody that we know has come so close, so many years.
Wow. Crazy هذا البيت.
A world champion response.
كان خاسر ولا رجع مصفوط.
And he needed that, didn't he, Ryan? He was trailing by 2 goals on 2 different occasions. Why it's important here, you ask? He played this very format in the E-Champions League, and he just missed out on the top 8 on goal difference. He had to go the long way round. This time, it's in his hands, and so might be the top 8.
Could be a pivotal moment. So could this for Nicholas.
Is he defending well, or is he just getting fortunate with some of these blocks, Ryan, that we're seeing?
Hearing the drums going on. Who's that for? Is that...
How nice is it as well, Ryan, to see Vinicius Jr. in the side for Nicholas?
Oh, great.
We never really get to see him, do we?
Incredible player, Vinny, on this game and in real life. He's just so good going forward. So is Samu Gamer, 3-3 against Luke. Important to put him as it stands on 10 points. What a finish. Catcher as well into that top corner. And the celebration from the Italian, because he knows he has to win to keep his tournament alive.
Well, I was speaking earlier to Venny yesterday, in fact. He said the Milka Love game was the game that we had on paper that we were going to win, ideally. That did not go to plan, did it?
Nope, not at all. But he's able to win this, though. That game is in the past. You forget all about it.
And it's also in Nicholas's hands at the moment to also lock in a top 8. As you can see, Nicholas out the top 8. Manny Bashir, he's in the top 8. Sorry, Nicholas could be out the top 8. 10 points, I don't think will be enough.
I don't think it'll be enough. Again, you're relying on all those other players that... Nah, no way. With 9 and 10 points to draw or lose every game, I just don't see it.
12 points is the lucky number. 12 points and a good goal swing. Extra pass is beautiful. Xhaka. Manu, is this where he starts to pull away?
You'd expect so. It'll give him a lot of confidence and sort of calmness as well, because when you're in that position, a lot of people will know when you're expected to win a game, and you have to win, especially when you start off slow. Now he's up by 2 goals. You'd expect him to put a foot down and gradually pull away.
Let's jump back then. Umit Schmolk, remember the storyline there. Umit is already in the top 24, but if Schmolk wins, he could be on 6 points and he could have a healthy goal difference. It was looking better, but it's still a +6 goal difference at the moment, Ryan.
It's something. And who knows, I said, this could be something that you look back on and think, you know, I'm really happy that I went for it, because that's the difference to help me get into that top 24.
Player lock. Didn't really work out. We've got an update also. If we can get a replay, we'll hold for it. But, oh my, Schmolk, what are you doing?
Oh dear, oh dear.
What a big goal that could be to concede from just that. But the update I wanted to give you, if we can get a replay, catcher against Nicholas. First, we've got this one for you.
Wow. That puts Jafonzo out as it stands. That is crazy. And you can see the frustration as well.
Jafonzo's on 6 points. That would put RVP Legend on 10. Most definitely in the top 24.
There's so many big hitters in and amongst that 9th to 13th spot, which is scary. Jafonzo.
He's not gone yet, Ryan.
Big goal. Had to respond quickly.
Believe it or not, a draw for them two would actually...
I think it's okay. It's not bad based on the goal difference, because Jafonzo's goal difference coming into this game was a +6, which would be the best out of the players on 7 points. So it's not terrible, but I think to secure it, you'd want to ideally get a win.
You'd also want to get yourself a little bit higher up the league standings, Ryan, because it goes without saying. Hang on a minute, capture 2, Nicholas Neal, as we mentioned. That was the goal. What reaction? I mean, if you ask me, has Capture got a better chance of beating Milka Love or Nicholas? I think we all would have said Milka Love. He is 3-0 up in that game. And this is the form that you want to pick up, because next up today is the knockout stages.
Oh, I thought he had him with that pass. He's gone the other way.
Luca Bacchio off the post.
Save that is. What?
Some of these saves, Ryan. How was the keeper getting a toe on it?
Goodness. Wow.
Nicholas has got a goal back, we're hearing. That's only 3-1 now.
Lucky for Jafonso there. He's ended up winning the ball because he jumped in and he could have been punished. Bottom side of your screen. Can't get enough space.
I mean, Ryan, where do you want to look? We are into the closing stages of all the games. This is the goal back for Nicholas. As we hear, there's been another goal that's gone in. RVP legends. He's 4-3 up. This is the closing stage for a few of these players' tournaments. Where do we go next? We're going to pause on this game. Shall we check in with Manu Bashore if we can, against Adida, the world champion? He leads, but at one point it wasn't this plain sailing for him. He was actually trailing by 2 goals, not once, but on 2 different occasions in the game. 11-7. That goal difference is slipping away from Small Conso's tournament. Do stay with us. There's a lot to understand here in Paris, but it's the top 24 players in this league phase that go through to the next stage of the competition. If you finish 25th to 36th, you are out. I'd like to say from here, Ryan, Manu looks pretty comfortable.
Stranger things have happened, Brandon. You never know, but I do expect him to see this out, and I think he'd be looking at goal difference as the clock ticks on, because you'd expect Adida just to push forward. But this game, Jafonso has to score to keep his tournament alive.
Well, if we can, Samu Gamer against Luke Weideveld.
Jafonso عنده 6 نقاط دونك مزيان يخسر هذا الماتش.
Scored a 91st minute equaliser. What could have been for Luke Weideveld? He could have actually swapped places.
Luke عنده.
Sorry, 6-5. I'll calm down. I thought that was an equaliser.
Luke عنده 7 نقاط. دابا جاب 10 نقاط.
Huge for him. Sorry, they will swap places. Luke will be on 10 points, and Samu Gamer will be on 9. He's not won a game today, Ryan.
Yeah, not won a game since his 3rd match, which is the context around that is he was 9 points from a possible 9. He's lost 3 on the bounce. All he had to do was win 1 out of those last 3 games, and he would have got a top 8 spot. So you can see.
شكات بيوت في هذا الراوند هذه 11-7 أموت خاسر أموت تقصى ما قالوا ما أموت لا مازال
going through to the knockout stages. Jafonso, big chance. Adam Walton, there's the overlap. Salmo's the angle there. There's another save for the keeper.
أموت عنده 8 نقاط.
I can't believe he didn't play that pass down the middle.
دونك مازال لاعب عليها يقدر يتأهل غالبا غيتأهل 8 نقاط.
Potential angle to finesse it in.
وسموكي
need something here, Brandon.
Now a duello, Kika, Luca Bacchio.
ولا عنده دابا 6 نقاط.
Around in such a small area. That's the chance for Musiala. Wow. It's a block from Pacho. Full-time result. That might be the end of Jafonso's tournament. But it won't be for RVP legend. There's the celebration. He's most definitely into the knockouts. But we're not done yet, Ryan. Let's jump somewhere else.
Jafonso عنده غير 6 نقاط.
Wow, Nicholas.
يقدر يتقصى.
No way.
He was 3-0 down. He might be on for a comeback.
These are the moments as a player, if you're catchier, you're nervous because you know your goal difference isn't great. You need to win. It's offside.
كاتشي عنده 6 نقاط دابا الأربعة. هذا 6 نقاط. ممكن أنا الصراحة نيكولا يتعادل معاه ولا يربح. باش يقصيه. سير نيكولا سير. إذا تعادل معاه غيولي عنده غير 7 نقاط. هذا بلان بالنسبة لكريم يبقى هو يبقى مافونسي.
Yeah, it's scary for Katia right now.
يمكن لا خسر مزيانة كاع. هاي تقصى اوفيسيال.
Drastically to ease those nerves. I'm nervous for him.
إلا خسر. لكن نيكولاس دابا صعيب ما كيجوش.
I don't think you want an update on Brees, I'll be honest.
الليلة ما
He's
كذاب
not in a
البيت.
great position. He is still trailing and by quite a few goals against Guga Faraz. Chance.
نايس كريزي نيكولاس. برافو نيكولاس زيد عمره. عمره نيكولاس.
3-3. Well. If we've learned one thing following this e-sport, you don't count out the Iceman.
No way.
يلا طيف سير نيكولاس.
Trigger quite a few runs going forward.
ايوا نيكولاس.
Vinny.
سلم عليها نيكولاس.
Oh my goodness. That's what I'm saying. I told you the knees are knocking. You're nervous. Katia, I'm telling you, you can throw up right now. I feel sick for him.
10 minutes left.
نايس لعب على الآخر محاولة. 13 كور.
What a win that is as well.
And the only game that is currently left that it's in a pause.
جوجا فيراز ربح بريس مزيان بريس باش يتقصى حتى بريس مع الاخرين خرج ب5 نقاط بريس مزيان تقصى اوفيسيالمون.
Pass. Got away with one catcher there. I think Benny would just be telling him, just keep your cool, try your best just to take time and build a proper attack.
Well, a point for catch, you'd probably say would be enough, Ryan. 7.
It's just the goal difference. He'd be at the bottom end of those people with 7 points.
What a turnaround, by the way. Manu Bashure, 7-5 winner. We can confirm he will be in the top 8. 13 points will be quite some number to try and beat.
أديدا مسكين خرج ب0 نقطة ربح 6 خسر 6 الماتشات. كريزي أديدا كريزي أمريكان.
As a full-time result there, let's go and finish Nicholas against Katja. Congratulations to Manu. Full-time there. Let's go to it now if we can. Nicholas against Katja. Nicholas is on the hump.
No way.
Any time of 1 minute.
No way. Ref.
Was there a pull? There was.
كوفرة.
What can happen from here, Ryan?
يلا نيكولاس شبيت.
If you know him, he might go for goal.
شبيت هنا يا نيكولاس.
Is he going to shoot from it?
He's that type of guy that just goes for goal and scores.
Çalhanoğlu for Nicholas. Shoots.
نايس نيكولاس. سير ولدي كاتشيا سير بحالاتك. كاتشيا اوفيسيالمون اليمينيتد. خرج ب6 نقاط. 6 نقاط وخرج. مروان خصو يربح ضروري. مروان خصو ضروري يربح.
Unbelievable. I know free kicks going, Ryan, but I didn't know they went in from that kind of angle.
And me and Rich always say, when you're in shooting range, power up that shot. That is dark for Katia. Was it 3-0?
3-0, Katia was leading. We thought he was on his way to the knockouts. Nicholas said no.
Wow. That's devastating, I'll be honest. That is...
Well, the headline news is this so far. Nicholas is on 13 points. Manu's on 13 points. And there's someone else who's still in a game at the moment who might be joining them. And he's only 17 years of age from Brazil. He goes by the name of Guga Faraz.
The other side of things, though, Brandon, Team Vitality and Greece eliminated in the group stage. He was runner-up last year. I know we had to go through a different route this year, a harder task, because he didn't get the success through the regular season. Wow.
Full-time result there. 3 players on 13 points. They will join the 2 top players in this league phase in Levi Finn and Matthias Bonanno. The top 8 is looking nearly concluded, but there's still more action to come here in Paris. Don't go anywhere. The league phase continues after this.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Here over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, we have some MLBB action, and Chris is joining us to really hammer home how important this one is for Liquid to be able to get some points, because they're currently sitting on 0 points in total.
They are, but we were just having a conversation in the sense that you win one game and you are back into it. I mean, look, that's easier said than done when it comes down to EWC. The competition is very, very stiff. But MLBB still could be that game for Liquid. At this moment in time, they are in a stage where playing GSL, so they got to win 2 before you lose 2. They've already lost 1 in their very first game. They have to win back-to-back games. Their first one coming up, I was doing my pick'ems this morning on the EWC website. It was a look at that plug. The 95% win coming, 95% chance win coming through for them. So you would expect them to be able to take it absolutely. But still 2 games you got to win. The pressure starts to come on when you lose that first game. They could still go on and win the tournament from here, but they would have liked a more comfortable start than they had.
Yeah, this is definitely a very crucial week for Liquid, so we're going to keep you guys updated. I'll be coming back later today to see how they've performed. That's it from us from now, though. We'll see you around.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined on the stage by Luke, who had a very important game up against Samu Gamer end-to-end. Talk to me through that last game, because it was a must-needed win for you.
Yeah, it was much needed for me to go through to the knockouts. Yeah, Samu Gamer obviously a really good player, so it was a tough match. But at the end, I scored 1 goal more than him, so yeah, I win, and very happy.
Now, you're currently sitting 10th in the standings. Things could move around because we do have another round to go. But I have to ask, after day 1, you were sitting on 0 points. So what happened? How did you turn it around? Because you definitely did.
Yeah, all year long I play 4-1-4-1, so with the CDM and the 2 center mids, and it didn't work for me, just like in ECL, where I didn't score that many goals, but I also didn't concede many. But here the level is, in my opinion, higher than the ECL. So I switched to 4-4-1-1 just to turn things around, to just attack a bit more, and that paid off, I think. So yeah, I'm really happy how it goes right now.
All right, well, whatever you did, it absolutely worked, because it's looking like you are going through to those knockouts. But what is your mindset? Does it change at all going from league phase into knockouts? Because it is a bit of a different competition starting in a couple hours.
Yeah, obviously every loss is now killing, but I'm still unbeaten in 4-4-1-1. So let's see now. I'm just seeing the next games, and then we will see what comes, and hopefully I will win.
All right, well, knockouts right around the corner. Thank you so much to Luke. Everyone over at the desk, 4-4-1-1, are we adding that into our repertoire? Because it obviously has done a very good job for him.
I'm taking notes. Well done on the adjustment here in the final day of the league play. And FG, you are all smiles. Is that because it's time to crush some dreams?
Oh, I'm not smiling at that. I do like it, though. I do like the key crushing. But can we just take a moment to just discuss how well that man who's just spoken to Casey has done? Like she said, he lost both his games on day 1. It's amazing, this format, how it offers another opportunities for players. He's through to the knockouts. We're going to see him in action a little bit later on.
Now, I really embarrassed myself. I called Luke Levy, and ever since I did, he's been playing like our top spotted player. Just saying. May have cursed him in the right direction. Let's take a look here at our updated numbers. As you can see, Manu is going to take the final win over Adida. That is a 7-5, which is brutal because Adida, despite already being knocked out, played his heart out. The man was up 3-1 at one point in that game.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately for Adida, his tournament has come to an end. But I guess you want to end on a high. You did make it to your first World Championship, so there's something to be proud of. He's taken home $10,000, which is still a good prize money. But he wanted to try beat the world #1 because you can carry that confidence into next season.
We talked about the Jafonzo matchup. Is the loss going to cost him his spot in the bracket?
Well, we say that because we were sat here and we were stood here, so we were speaking about it last minute. Nicholas gets a free kick. That goal has changed a lot for Jafonso. It's still not in his hands, of course. Yeah. He's played all of his games now. We've seen it all happen. But what a goal by Nicholas. On the other side, from Catcher, that could be pretty detrimental to him. I think that means that he is out of the competition. We're waiting to confirm that when we see the league standards in a minute. But Jafonso now, he needs to watch this next round of fixtures, and he needs to hope results go his way. Now, if you put yourself in that position, it's out of your hands. It's not ideal, Shells, but he's still in there. He's 22nd, as you can see. So Catcher is outside of the top 24.
Keep in mind, he has the same amount of points as Catcher, Levy, and Smolk, right? All at 6. So it could come down to the goal differential of the final players.
But Catcher is not playing again now. He is out. That goal, Shells, from Nicholas, the Iceman, the last kick of the game. Ryan Pessoa said it on commentary. He is scary from set pieces. Well, I'll tell you what, Catcher's having nightmares because he's been knocked out because of it.
And he was leading, but once again, we see Nicholas coming back once again, showing his composure, and he's found another win. As soon as that free kick I saw it was dead ball with Kalahonu, I knew this could be a goal, and that has unfortunately put Catcher out the run for his money. But Jafonso, like you said, still has a chance. And these players on 6 points, their goal difference is keeping them in for now.
Players on the far right side still to go in the next round. We're going to see Marwan up to bat. Are we going to see an opportunity for him to have an epic final day of action, FG?
He's got a massive game, but unfortunately he's playing Nasada. I mean, 6th place at the minute, 12 points. He's been an absolutely fantastic form, one of the best attacking players in the scene as we roll through the highlights. This game had it all, Shells. It always goes down to the last kick of the game in this format. This is another great advert for this format.
Yeah, I mean, this format is just great. But once again, I'm going to give praise to Nicholas. He started the tournament off slow, but he seems to always fight. And when you play FC this year as well, when your opponent has a 2 or 3 goal lead, it feels like it might just be too far reach. But for Nicholas, he's found his way to claw a 3-point victory once again. And it just shows his Iceman, he's coming to win it all this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And who else but Manu Bashore? Unbelievable. But like you said, Puckett, Adida played his part. Unfortunately, he's out of the competition. We hope to see him again on the big stage. He definitely fought his heart out. He's 3-1 up, like Puckett said. But Manu Bashore does what Manu Bashore does. He finds a way no matter what, and we will be seeing him later on.
Yeah, once again, good sportsmanship from Adida because it's quite hard to play your last game, even though the tournament is kind of over. But he still tried his best. Unfortunately, going home against Manu Bashore. But this game against Smoke against Uma, I guess this is a big result from Smoke because I expected Uma to take the 3 points there, and it's still giving him a chance to go through. But Uma done the job in the earlier rounds, and that's a great thing about the format. You can kind of save yourself.
Look how many goals Smog put up as well. That is going to be massive when it comes to the tiebreakers. That will be done at the end of this round. We still have 2 more sessions to go. Luke, does he make it through? Was it enough points? He seems confident.
Yeah, he's there. I mean, Luke found a way. Like we said, he lost his first 2 games in this format, and it can be a little bit of a slog when you've not got any points on the board. He's come out the other end of it. He played really well against Samu Gamer, who's also played really well throughout this.
9-point start for Samu.
Yeah.
0 for 3 on the way back.
And that's the funny thing. Things can change very quickly. And of course, we got to play the knockout games today. So if Samu Gamer doesn't seem to change things quickly, he could be going home early. After the first day 1 and day 2, we thought Samu Gamer might be one of the favorites. But this man right here, Guga Ferez, his first season at the World Championship, knocking out the last year's running-up. This is a statement from Guga. And I think the way how he's played in this tournament so far, maybe he's showing that he can compete for the trophy.
Guga already had double digits coming into this game. On the other side, you controlled your destiny if you were Breeze, the local hero. Unfortunately, not able to get it done. And same can be said for Jafonzo, Man City star player, going to fall at the hands of RVP legend, who's had his ups and downs, holds on in a strong way.
Yeah, he's done his job, and congratulations to RVP legend. He's another player who'll be very happy with where he's at. He's in the knockouts. Jafonso, on the other hand, you can see what it means to him. In that, to be in that position, I tell you what, we were shocked at that Nicholas free kick. there might have just been a little bit of a fist bump from Jafonso because he has been given an added lifeline by Nicholas there.
36 players entered the tournament. 24 will survive at the end of the day. Unfortunately for this man, his end has come a little bit earlier than expected. Let's go to the Key Crush Live. There is a look at Adidas Key. Manu given the honors as the returning EWC champion is the first to crush one.
Yeah, this is a bit heartbreaking. So great. I'm very fortunate enough. I haven't really experienced this before, getting my key crush, but just to solidify that you being out of the tournament.
Did you just smirk at him?
I would be doing the same thing. If I beat someone out, I would be smirking as well. But to see my key getting crushed, I'll be devastated.
A bit of added motivation for Manu. He's not only crushing the key, he has an opportunity, if he does win the tournament or whoever does, to take, I think, 3 parts of other people's keys. I mean, Manu's done it before, and Shells, do you remember whose key he took?
I mean, I think everyone will be putting Anders in their trophy if they could, because he just causes a lot of drama, and he is the number 1 player in the world, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I was worried he just bent it, but that is a full-on smash, break, and shatter. Our first key destroyed here at the hands of the returning champ.
I absolutely love to see it, you know. I mean, I think the key concept here that they have at EWC is incredible. It adds to so much drama, and it also sort of makes it real that you've been eliminated. Once that sound goes and it crushes the key, it is all over. And unfortunately for a few players, it already is all over.
Any surprise to see that an American was the first one knocked out of a competition?
You know what my biggest surprise is today? Puckett so far has actually predicted every single player he thinks is going out. So before we started everything off camera, we were like, Puckett, name us your 12. You'll get a present from us if you do it, but you're actually like four down.
I'm crushing it right now. I'm crushing it right now. I'm told we got to get to an interview. Guga has scored 13 points, and he's on the floor with Case.
Right, guys, I'm with Guga Faraz, who is currently sitting 13th in the standings right now on 7 points. Guga, you have an up and down, pretty much competition so far, but how are we feeling going into the last day of the league phase?
Really confident today. We have more 2 games, so I think I'm going to win both games, so let's do each.
Now, top 8 is very, very important. What needs to be done today for you to secure that top 8? Because you're close. It's definitely possible, but what do you need to do today?
Yeah, I mean, if I win both games, I have a lot of opportunities to be in the top 8, so that's my objective today.
Well, fun fact for everyone back home, but you're actually the youngest player in the competition by 6 days. Is that on your mind at all, being the youngest player here at all?
It's nice. Really excited in the first days, but I played a lot of competition this year, so I have a lot of experience, and I win now more experience to the more years, so really happy with this.
All right, Guga. Well, I wish you the best of luck. I'll let you get back to it.
A confident finish to his run here in the league portion of the competition, but we have a huge bracket in front of us. Guga's moving through. The question is with which seed, and you have to think he's going to have a pretty easy first round. You take a look at this next one, though. It is not an easy fight between the 2 men in the top left. Shells both sitting at 7 points entering this competition, just on that bubble of making it into the top 24.
And this is where it's unpredictable, because goal difference can come into play. Yes, they're sitting on 7 points, which is quite comfortable, but everyone else has still got a couple games to play, and things can fall very quickly. But Emma Yilmaz and Dosari will want to clinch it up right here.
I don't know really what to say about these fixtures, so I'm going to speak about the Mission Nation instead. A little bit of a clue. This team in the 2002 World Cup, the nation finished 3rd, I believe it was, if that helps anybody.
That's a high
watching at
finish.
home. I'll look out in the chat and see if anyone's got it, but I mean, I think we've given quite a few clues now.
A lot of Call of Duty pros fly there for hair plugs. Some of them earlier than they wanted to.
Teeth as well, maybe?
Teeth, some veneers. Yeah, you can get some work done over there. Shout out to our Mystery Nation. Best of luck to everyone trying to score with players from that nation. For now, we got to get into the 5th round here as we get into 5 of 6. Let's go to you guys, casters, this camera.
Thank you, Pucky. Yes, we are getting closer, aren't we, to our final 24. And that top
Let's go. الماتش الاخر ديال نصادا
across the next two rounds, of course.
وديال مروان. Let's go مروان. الله يربح حتى هو ويتأهل إن شاء الله يا ربي.
I mean, we've just saw one hell of a round. Nicholas, you loved it in the back room. What a performance from him. He looks very much like he's going to be in the top 8.
He's so clutch. I mean, I did think Kacha was going to take it, especially after the first half, but then it went on and on and on. And when that free kick happened, you're talking about the Iceman, you knew it was going in. Just knew. And that's the thing with Nicholas. It feels like this might be the year for him. Or finally win the world championship. Do you think he will be the GOAT?
Well, the joke was.
Oh, Alion, there's no mark.
Spot, but I'll be honest, I think the money's probably too good.
It is.
Especially when you've got $250,000 on the line. If you are to be this year's world champion, FC Pro world champion. I mean, look, this is the lay of the land across all of the games. Alion Lyon has had a fantastic tournament. He's leading by a goal. Still might be on for a second goal here. Remember, he did pick up that win against Anders Vergang a few days back. He's on 12 points. You have to say, even a draw for him should be enough to go into the top 8.
مزيان ميلكالوف يخسر.
First goal from Alihan. He's going forward to try to score a second.
A lot of love for MS Tassari as well, because he's on 7 points at the moment, but there is rumours already saying this could be his final time that we see MS Tassari, maybe at a world championship, let alone an esports FC tournament. I mean, for him, it'd be great to see him into the knockouts with the love that he's got with Team Falcons. But Milka Love, by the way, is certainly not looking like the lowest ranked player in the competition, because he's on 9 points. As it stands, he's already going into the top 24, Grav. But a win here, who knows?
I mean, do you think he could make it into the top?
I mean, I'm just looking here at the potentials for a player that could squeeze in on that 8th spot and potentially with 12 points. I'll be honest, you're looking at the goal differences of PH and Anders Vergang, as Milka Love has just scored a second in that game. The pause comes in from Alion Lyon. We'll leave these two in their pause for a second. Shall we check him at Mr. Sari against Emre Yilmaz? These two are
نايس مروان رابح بواحد.
Mr. Sari.
MS دوساري رابح نايس تاو مزيانة.
Up
contra Yilmaz.
A group of Team Falcon fans and members
يلمز عنده 7 نقاط مزيان يخسر.
The last 2 times these two players matched, it was actually once this year in Atlanta. They played in the group stage on the qualifier to the FC Pro Open, where Emre Yilmaz won that game.
جوجهم عندهم 7 نقاط هادو لاعبين بجوج على التأهل. لكن برافو مروان قدر يماركي البيت الأول.
Emre Yilmaz that actually stopped MS Tassari from qualifying to that world championship. You wouldn't believe it, but this is the first time Tassari's been at a world championship since 2019.
Since 2019.
Of course, he was the winner in 2018, wasn't he?
He was. Runner-up in 2019 as well. I mean,
it's one of those though, Grav. You could win a world championship, and you could do nothing else in your career, but you still have aura. You still have that world championship. You're a world champion. No one can take it away from you.
I hope, I'm praying to the FC gods that Mr. Sari doesn't retire. Or at least plays another world championship, because
فيرغان رابح بثلاثة لجوج.
He's done so much for the sport as well.
By the way, Anders Vergang is in front 3-2 in 17 minutes in that game. But Danny
Pitbull دايجا مقصي.
might be on 0 points. He might be out of the tournament, but he's giving him a right good game, isn't he?
He is. And that's a match that we've seen quite a few times already throughout the years. And to be fair, Danny has beaten Anders a couple of times, so he can go over for a third.
Here's Usman Dembele. There's the finesse, and it's over the bar. I mean, where do you want to go, Grav? Because I'll be honest, we've got a couple of games here where our eyes are going to be peeled. To check him with Anders against Danny Pitbull for a bit, because there's been another 2 goals in that game since we left it. There's been 7 goals in 27 minutes. Let's check into it if we can. The #1 ranked player in the world, Anders, against Danny Pitbull. As it stands, Anders is on 9 points. He's got a +9 goal difference. But is it the case that defending's just out the window for Anders, or because he concedes a lot of goals, he goes through again, scores?
Just I mean, no, Founders. I mean, he was dangerous enough, but now he player locks. What's going on, Brandon? I mean, he didn't need to player lock to win the ECL, to win the World Championship, to win FC Pro, to win pretty much everything. But now he's player locking. Who's going to stop him?
One of the craziest parts about Anders, right, is that, oh my days, what a game this is, by the way.
بيت
Why
رهيب.
can neither player defend? Or are they just that good at attacking?
I think they're that good at attacking at the moment. I mean, that goal from Danny Pitbull was crazy good. He's on for
What a
10th.
pass.
Oh my days, surely not 5-5. Luca Pacchio goes for the chip. Another day that goes in from Danny Pitbull. What are we seeing Danny Pitbull here? Play with no pressure on his shoulders because he knows he's already out.
I do think he doesn't want to leave the tournament with 0 points. Just as we see the Falcon teams celebrating something.
Shall we jump back? MS Dasari against Emre Yilmaz. By the looks of MS Dasari has scored
تسلم المركز
again
الثاني.
in that game.
اوه مروان خاسر. معنا صعدت لسجل.
2-1 he leads against Emre Yilmaz.
ضمر.
And Emre Yilmaz, who's
مازال
now on
يقدر
7
يرجع
points.
مازال.
I do think even if he loses, he'll go through, but this has been a disappointment from Emre Yilmaz, especially with the way he plays on the league stage usually.
Well, he had to go back to Atlanta to get his spot in the FC Pro Open, didn't he?
Yes, and he could be it.
Chance.
Third.
Finesse. Bellingham.
تساري الثالث.
Dasari. He's 3-1 up against the two-time Champions League winner. And suddenly in our arena here in Paris, we're just starting to get a bit of noise, aren't we, Graf? Fans of Team Vitality, fans of Team Falcons. There are important club championship points on the line. A quick update from the other games, though. Naturally, unfortunately, we haven't given these too much love, but you've got PH in Neat. That's a 1-1 scoreline. Remember, PH In's on 9 points. He's also got a very good goal difference. He could win that. He could be on 12. That was the replay of the Bellingham goal to make it 3-1 to MS Dasari. But aside of that, Nasada's winning 4-2 against Marwan. Milkalov is now losing to Allian Line 4-3. And a bigger update for you. Let's go there now. Ilian Bushi. Can we check in if possible? Against Abu Bakr. Coming into this, Ilian Bushi, 5 points to his name. Abu Bakr on 10. Grav, what are we seeing over there?
That's the thing with playing in Paris. You can get the love from the Team Vitality fans, and you can get, when you're fighting for your life, you turn up and you perform. 4-0 Ilian Bushi.
Ilian Bushi playing in his first World Championships. Oh my, it's Danny
Pitbull
6-5 up.
Damn.
I'm sorry to the producers because I keep jumping around, but I can't help it. There's so many good games taking place. Ilian Bushi is falling up, and let's see this attack go in. And let's jump back to Anders Vergang. What are we witnessing here? 6-5, 11 goals, and it's not even half time yet. And this is Danny Pitbull, who is 35th in the league standings. 5 games played, 5 defeats, conceded 37, a -17 goal difference against Anders Vergang. And look, we know Danny Pitbull's quality. We know the level that he can produce on a good day. This hasn't been a good tournament for him, but he is pushing Anders.
He is indeed. He's trusting the second man press a bit too much, especially if you're playing against Anders. You gotta be aggressive with the player switching, with the aggression with the centre backs. He's trusting the second man press a bit too much at the moment. But I do think Anders could be through to make a comeback if Danipi does.
I reckon this is going to be all square at half-time.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Does look like it. Danny Pitbull has been too passive at the moment. Just as we see the Team Vitality players going crazy on stage, and the Team Vitality fans going crazy as well, Brandon. Anders is dancing as well.
Does someone want to have a wild guess, by the way, of what that full-time score is going to be between Anders and Danny Pibble? It was 6-6 at half-time. MS Dasari, by the way, where have you pulled this level out from before? We've only seen him this year in the Saudi Pro League, where he, of course, he came second and runner-up to Abu Makka. I'm sure you can hear the drums at home as well. It's just about 10 yards behind us, Grav. They are doing all they can to push
إليان
but since we left him,
و
he's conceded 2 goals. He's only 4-2.
مزيان يخسر صراحة إليان خاصنا يخسر.
Half time, the Sada 5, Marwan 2. Sada's looking to be on 15 points
نصعد
with his goal scoring
15
form.
15 نقطة 5 لجوج. صعيب مروان يدوز.
He might, which would be a surprise.
دوماج.
Not because of the quality of the player he is, but because he lost early on against Levi Finn. So that'll be a surprise on my books, but let's see what happens.
Keep in mind, Bonanno and Levi Finn still do have to play in that final round as Ilian Bushi will try and finesse away in. They are back underway. Anders and Danny Pibble. That's where a lot of you at home want to follow that game. He, of course, is the talk of the competition. And believe it or not, he has lost 2 games since being here in Paris. Ilian Bushi now looking to unlock the door, another finesse. And we'll leave these 2 at a half-time. Let's go somewhere else. Let's check back in. Where do you want to go, Grab? We've got Anders or we've got MS Dasari?
I would like to go to the Anders game, if possible, because I see things happening in there. 6-6, and Anders on the offense.
For those wondering as well, we are playing knockouts today. We missed a day of action yesterday. We couldn't actually play any of our games here in Paris, so it's a double header, you could argue, today. What a through ball that is. Can he get around the goalkeeper, Salma? She very nearly was able to get around the goalkeeper. 6-6 this one. Anders on the hunt for a 7th. Dion into Luca Bacchio. Knew that was going to be a goal as soon as it touched his foot.
He was too passive on the defense, Danny. That's the reason why he's on 0 points at the moment, unfortunately. He's been too passive on the defense with the second man press, with everything, really. And as we can see, MS Dasari, is he on for a 5th?
He is indeed, Grav. And that's half-time. Emre Yilmaz.
ماركة الخامس 100% تأهل دابا.
To get there, which I think he could just be, but if his goal difference swing is not going to be on his side. We think 7 points would be enough to send you through. Maybe one person might squeeze through on 6, but you need a really strong goal difference on your side. He's got to be thinking about that in the back of his mind.
For sure. You're thinking about that when you're playing. Just as much as you're thinking about the drums as well, probably, Brandon.
Dembele, lovely pass. Luca Bacchio, 7-7. Well, let's quickly check in if we can, Grab. Sorry, to a couple of games that we haven't seen at all. PH in against Neat if we can. Let's jump over there, give it a little bit of love, and then we'll go to Milk Love after. Right, over here, 2-2 so far. The story for these 2 players, Grav. PH in, he's on 9. And I believe Neat is...
It's currently on 4, so with this draw, he'll be on 5. He needs a win.
He's on a -11 goal difference, isn't he? Speaking of which, he is 3-2 down, unfortunately. Right, let's leave them to it. Let's go back over to Ali and Line Milka Love. Let's jump over there if we can. Ali and Line Milka Love. We kicked off with that game. Milka Love, the lowest ranked player in the tournament.
Just as we see Neat attacking on the wing, he needs to push through, because it would be disappointment for him to get out on the league stage. On the other side, PH, even though he gets a win, he'll be on 12 points. It might not be enough, because I'm thinking could be a possibility in which you need 13 points to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, 13 points for a top 8, 7 for a top 24. Alien Lion has just scored again by the looks of it. He's up against Milkalov over here. And he's on for 15 points as well, Graf. 5-3, he leads.
It's a massive result for Halihan. I mean, 15 points out of 18. That's some performance. And he's been knocking on the door for a while now. In the ECL, in the Virtual Bundesliga as well. And this might be his chance of showing the World Championship that the next gen is here, ready to compete for the biggest titles.
Well, I've got some bad news. If you're a Team Vitality fan or you're a fan of Ilian Bushi, he was 4-up in that game. It's 4-4.
هما كتعادل 4-4 مع إليان. نايس. خاصنا مروان يربح مع نصادة. بس مروان ما عاد شنو داير هذا. او فيرجل 7-7 8-7 9-7.
The man who's won everything this year. Can he get a world championship?
As we just jump over to the Anders Danny Pitbull match, do you think this could be enough for Anders to make it into the top 8 with 12 points? But he has to wait for all the results as well.
Well, this would give him 12 points, Grav, and a plus 11 goal difference as it stands. He's got a +9 coming into this game, so he could look to add on to that. But Danny Pitbull might have a thing to say about that. What is that from Danny Pitbull? Hello. Right, 9-7 here for Anders. One game that we haven't really looked at all is Nasada against Marwan. Why that's important? Because Nasada could go top of the league phase. And we could join it at a perfect time because there might be a penalty in this game. If we can get to it now. Nasada Marwan. We'll let you know how that penalty went when we get there.
As we just see this replay, we were mentioning how
أبو مكة رابح 5.
the Team Vitality fans were disappointed because Ilian conceded the 5th, just as Anders scores the 10th one.
Are you telling me that Ilian Bushi was 4-up in that game and he's 5-4 down?
Crazy.
How? It's Ilian Bushi for you. He can play at his best, but back in FC24, trying to qualify for the World Championship, he did lose a huge match against Anders Bergen at Atlanta, and then in FC25 playing in the League One finals. He was leading the game and still lost to qualify as well. So that's Ilian Bushi for you. He can, of course, play at his best, but sometimes the pressure gets to him.
Can we go to Nasada if we can get over there if possible? This was the penalty we missed. He has scored 7. 3 Nasada leads now. Coming into this game, Grav, he had a very strong goal difference of +11. He's got another 4 goals to add on to that tally. A +15, that will send him top for now on 15 points. But keep in mind that Levy, Finn and Panano are still in action. That's a really clever pass back from Danny. That's going to be 10-8 now. They're in a pause. MS Tasari, Emre Yilmaz, they're in a pause as it stands.
And it seems like the groups are shaping up for 13 points to be enough to make it into a top 8.
Where do you want to go? Where do we want to go here? Because we have got some crazy last 20 in-game minutes. So Alien Lion, he's also going to be on 15 points. Alien Lion, before a ball was kicked, had a +9 goal difference. 4 more on top of that, +13. Suddenly, the top 8 is starting to look not just stats, but full of goals and points. You've got a handful of players, all on 15 points each. Playing headers and volleys here for Ousmane Dembele. There's one back.
I'm sure Alihan and Red Bull Leipzig fans are going to be happy with his performance.
Where should we go, Grav?
I think we should go to Abu Maka against Ilian.
Abu Bakr, Ilian Bushi, if we can.
6-4.
4-0. Ilian was leading. He needed this win. He was only on 5 points. 8 could have been a number to send him through to the top 24. And then he ran into Abu Maka, who has scored 6 goals since being 4-0 down. What a reaction.
This is a huge one because at the moment, of course, Ilian is out of the competition, but Abu Maka just squeezes into the top 8 with the result. And of course, that would make Anders drop out of the top 8.
He would be stealing his spot by a point, but also a goal difference of +5. Remember, there are still 6 more games to come after this one, and that is the end of the round concluded. The top 24 go through. The top 8 of that 24 skip around. They go into the round of 16. And it will be a battle. By the way, we've got a full-time result. Our first one of the round. Anders 10, Danny Pitbull 8. That's the first game of the round to conclude. Shall we go and see the final stages of moments if we can, with MS Dasari against Emre Yilmaz. We know these ads. An interesting season. We saw him at Atlanta, the start of the FC26 Pro season. We saw him, of course, in Saudi, in the FC Pro Partnered League. But I tell you what, this might be one of his results of the season so far, Grav.
Definitely. I mean, playing against Emre Yilmaz, scoring 6 goals and conceding just 1. The king of the jungle is back officially.
There's just something about a world championship. And MS Dasari turning up. Big smiles from the 2018 world champion. But for Emre Yilmaz, that's a defeat to come at the worst time possible, because up next he's got Knockout FC to play. He's only on 7 points as well, by the way, Emre Yilmaz.
7 points and a pretty bad goal difference now with these results as well.
He's going to have, I mean, he had a +1 goal difference before this game. He's got a -4 goal difference for Emre.
He needs some goals.
A +4 for Dasari now, and a -4 for Emre.
It is devastating for Team Liquid. Just as we see the replay coming in, Alihan making it 9-4. Where should we jump to? Is it Alihan, Milkolov? Alihan still dominating the game. He's fighting for the top 1 position for the league stage, and I'm sure the Red Bull Leipzig fans they have to be extremely happy with his performance, because he's playing perfect FC at the moment.
10-5. For Alian Lyon, what a performance this has been from
نص
him.
11 صار 4 ما مروان. كورتين.
Hold on. He's on 7 points now.
The one thing that he doesn't have on his side, though, is goal difference, Grav. It's a -10 goal difference still for Nick. He might be on 7 points, but it would not be enough. Full time. That game is over now. I thought it was already done, but it's not. Okay, right, it is now. 10-9. Anders did win that game in the end. I thought they just put the controllers down.
Ouais, نص هذا.
Nice to see Danny Pitbull with a smile on his face. Not a world championship to remember.
ربح بسرعة. تايم نص هذا. كريزي برافو لي. دوماج مروان خش.
You see Need holding the ball. This could be
نص هذا 100% غيسالي في التوب 8 دونك
devastating
ديريكتومون
result for
يتأهل.
the likes of Kacha and players on 6 points, because this
Around.
would mean they will drop out of the competition.
Again, I know we are trying to paint the story
دور
of who's going
16
through, and
ديريكتومون.
if not, I would say honestly, just wait
رون
until
is
after the
out.
next round of games, because
كريم
that's going to change
مازال له
again.
ماتش.
The
إذا
top
تعادل
The top
يتأهل.
24, the goal difference, the players just outside the top 24. Who knows who might pull back into the race? But we will be playing the round of 24 and the round of 16 today. We will not stop here in Paris until there are 8 players left. From 36 down to 8 in one day. We have a full-time result. Nasada 10, Marwan 5. That's Nasada on a very convincing 15 points, Grav, as Neat looks to get another one here.
That's really... I think we should talk about Nasada, because he did lose against Levi Finn, and we all thought he was gonna... Ooh! Guardi scoring the goal for PH to drop Neat out of the competition.
4-4.
أبو مكة 7-4.
Abu Maka running away for it as well.
7-5.
Hold on.
Abu Maka, this has been unbelievable from you.
Just look at the live updates. That's 4 players on 15 points at the moment.
Look at those scores. Full time, Anders 10, Danny Pitbull 9, Nasada 10, Marwan 5, full time there, Rally Line 12. I think that's the most goals we've seen alongside RVP Legend in a single game here in Paris. Neat against PHN, of course, is now 4-4. Abu Maka's 7, Ilian 5. We're watching that now. And MS Dasari's just scored goal number 7, by the way. He is 7-3 up against Emre Yilmaz.
Just as we see Ilian making it 6-7. And we can see the Team Vitality fans going crazy because they know 2 goals are needed for Ilian to qualify.
A few people in the chat watching as well, Grav, saying about wanting to watch individual games. You can if there are. If you've been watching, of course, across on the multiple broadcasts that are on offer, that is the goal to maybe win it there for Abu Maka. For a second, I thought Ilian Bushi was going to get it back, but to my point, I was saying there's a beat stream, a C, and a D stream. Here are the FC Pro World Championships. Of course, you can join Onset, Gaskin, Mike LaBelle. They'll be taking you through each of those streams. If you want to follow a game in a little bit more closely, I know we've been jumping around, but there is so much action to try and squeeze into one single broadcast. Oh. Ilian Bushi. 8-7. But even if he does get a point, Grav, it'll only be 6.
It's not enough, unfortunately. He needs a win.
Two minutes of added time left. We've got 3 games left as it stands. We've got PH in 4, Neat 4. You keep an eye on that, Grav, on the right-hand side of the screen. We'll close out this one first. Abu Maka, 8, Ilian Bushi, 7. We're also into the last 3 minutes between MS Dasari and Emre Yilmaz, but there's a 4-goal gap on that one. MS Dasari is most definitely going to be picking up 3 points there. Right, last chance of the game for Abu Maka. He'll be looking to just try and take the time out of this game that he needs to. But there could be a big match winner in the right corner of the screen. Tears for Ilian Bushi. He knows that that is the end of his FC Pro World Championships. This is much more than just a competition. The dream for him getting to this stage of the tournament. Unfortunately, that will be the end of the road for the Algerian. Grav, what's happened?
It's just scored a goal to qualify for the knockout stage.
Well, let's jump there now. Neat PH in. There was drama in the play-ins against Tex when he qualified for the World Championships on penalties. Let's jump over if we can. Full-time result.
Neat ربح. Crazy.
Snatches 3 points off PH in. He prays. Is that enough? He doesn't know yet. The one thing he's not got on his side is goal difference. He's on 7 points. Yes, 7 points might be enough, but a -10 goal swing might not be. PH on the other hand is lucky. He is going to be going through. He's definitely in the knockouts, yes. But he won't be in the top 8, I'll tell you that. Unbelievable next round of action there. But it's all on this one. 6 more games, 6 final games to close out the league phase here in Paris. It's up next. You do not want to miss this.
دوماج مروان اوفيسيالمون تقصى. نصر دابا هو الاول في الكلاسمون وباقي ماتش واحد كريم باش يتسالاو الماتشات ديال دور المجموعات. شويه ونرجعو.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Right, guys, I am so happy to be joined by Rami Lueso. He's honestly an online expert. He's covering every single one of our leagues across the world. If you guys have a question about FC Esports, this is the guy to ask it. So, Rami, you've been covering this event here in Paris, which is absolutely fantastic. Talk to me about your time here in Paris so far.
Okay, I'm so happy for being here. You know how I work on socials. You can follow me, Rami Lueso FC there. I'm covering every tournament, and as I say, I'm so happy for being here. I'm enjoying a lot the tournament, the really good matches that we are having.
All right, let's talk specifically about the tournament. Who has surprised you? Maybe you thought that they would do better and they haven't necessarily met that mark.
Okay, I would say like this is a tournament with the most amount of Italian players qualified, and some of them perhaps aren't performing, so I have to say them. Sorry for them, but I expected more from the Italian players perhaps.
All right, and on the opposite note, who has impressed you the most in the competition?
Well, you know, we're in round 5, and we have Levi Fim from Germany and Matias Bonano from Argentina. Like, they are unbeaten, so it's crazy to perform in that way here in the big stage, so I have to mention them, of course.
Absolutely. Now, last question. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who is winning the FC Pro World Championships?
Okay, that's a really tough question. I don't know if I can say a name. You know, I'm from Argentina. So I would say Matias Bonano or Nicolas Naina FC, but I think every player could lift that trophy, so let's see what happens.
Absolutely. All right, Rami, thank you so much. Your coverage has been absolutely fantastic. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by MS Nassari. That was a very important game. I know everyone in the crowd was just saying you got your revenge on Emre Yilmaz from the FC Pro Open, but how are you feeling because you needed that win to stay alive in the competition?
I miss this feeling a lot. I think I missed competing very badly, to be honest. I know what I'm capable of. Emre is a great player. He went from Pro Open from a knockout game against me in extra time to the all way to the second against Anders. So I know what I'm capable of. I think now after groups is over, I would say warm-up is done. And now it's about character, personality. And the past 2 World Cups I've played, this was first and second. So I think nobody had a high chance of podium finishes above me.
Absolutely. You love to see it. No, it's interesting. It's interesting because you're going through to those knockouts as well. You needed that win. There's a chance that you could be crushing Emre's key as well. And so that's a very fun one. I know getting that revenge. Is crushing a key mean a lot to you at the end of the day?
Crushing every liquid key means a lot for Falcons.
All right, he loves to crush a liquid key. And I do have to ask you about the club championship as well for Team Falcons. You're a player and your points are going into that point total. And so does that mean a lot to you as all of these wins are helping you at the end of the day for your club?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Neo, which is the founder of Vitality, and we're very good friends. He was just congratulating me on being able to play in the World Cup. And I was saying I want to be the guy who earned post who earned points for his team to be like, I think I would be the first in history to be as a CEO founder who even gets points for his team. So I think that would be fun. I know what I'm capable of. Beating Emery, which is top 2, makes me obviously knows what's my level, and I'm just looking forward.
All right, Mr. Astori, I'll let you get back to it because more games are on the horizon for you here today. But guys, over at the desk, he loves to crush the Team Liquid keys. What are we thinking about that?
We love that call out because if you were joining us earlier in the club championships, Falcons were currently at 10th place. Liquid, well, they're down in 30th place, and Liquid so far is not going to get points from the man they were kind of banking on. He was their highest ranked player coming in. Emery is now out. FG Shells, how big of a loss is this to Liquid?
I mean, he's not quite out, I don't think.
I think there's a little chance.
There is still a little chance, but it's out of his hands completely.
Okay. So he's at 7 points?
We saw the celebrations from Neat right at the end to score a winner. Massive winner against P8 Zin. But just looking at the table, Emre is on the same points, but has better goal difference. So, a bit of an interesting one. Was that celebration in vain from Neat? I hope not for his sake. Let's take a look at the highlights. This was the game between Anders Vergang and Danny Pitbull. Anders Vergang, and I mean, they both played really, really well in this game. There was a lot of goals in this. In the grand scheme of things, doesn't really change much for Danny Pitbull.
I did want to say great commentary from Brandon on this one, calling out the fact that Danny came in at bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Very bottom, 0 points, has nothing to play for. It's going nearly double digits.
Yeah, it shows the sportsmanship from him and Adida. You know, both these players didn't have the greatest tournament that they expected to have, but they wanted to give it the end, and you want to end the season high, and you don't want to just be a bad sportsmanship and throw the game away. But unlucky to Danny Pitbull, who gave Anders a run for his money. Milka Love losing to Alian Lion, who's just completely showing his dominance, and Ilian against Abu Maka. This was a tough one because I thought Ilian had it. Listen,
Right, 3-0 start again.
This is a crazy bottle from Ilian, and I know he's such an emotional player. This one will be so frustrating for him because he was so close to having a chance to make it to the knockouts, and to give up a 4-0 lead, that is going to be heartbreaking.
Ilian controlled his own destiny. He entered that match with 5 points. He goes away with 0. How big of a loss is this for him, FG?
Yeah, I mean, he's out. Like you said, we're going to see his key get crushed, and that is confirmed. Ilian is no longer in the tournament. It's a massive blow for him and a massive blow for his fans here in Paris. Remember, he's representing Paris Saint-Germain. They would have brought a lot of fans here to that main stage. That game between Nasada, I mean, Nasada just was fantastic in this game. Attacking, he's been so impressive. There was a lot of goals in that one. Not the result Marwan would have wanted.
Yeah, Marwan, he nearly had a chance to redeem himself, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. And you can see the last-minute winner from there from Neat. That's helped him to give him a chance to make it to the round, to the knockouts round. That's a big result.
Let's just talk about what we're seeing here right now. We spoke about Jafonso earlier on. He's now dropped down to 23rd. He still has to get through one more round. In action in this next round, Levy David, massive story. He's going up against Levy Finn, who has the opportunity to go 100% in the league stage, whilst also knocking out a back-to-back semi-finalist in this competition in Levy David. We've also got Virgil fighting for a place. Paolo Neto's got another game as well. K1 John has got a game against D Fernandez. Taking a look at that, there are a lot of players who could be moving around, and there could be some players finding themselves eliminated without even playing.
So if you're Jafonza right now, you're trying to avoid a win from Levy David. You're trying to avoid a win from Paulo Neto. K1 John, and Virgil, of course, is right behind you right now.
Yeah.
As a player, I would be terrified. I don't know if I could watch the game because my butterflies would be running in my stomach. But Jafonza has given himself a chance. That's all he needs.
And, of course, for most of those players, just a single draw would put them above Jafonzo as well. It's going to get spicy here in the final round. FG, any final thoughts on what we're about to see here as we close out league play?
I mean, the massive story is Levy David. We would never have expected him to be in this position. We're used to him getting in the knockouts. He's been back-to-back semi-finalists in this competition. He could be going out. We need a huge performance from him against the man who has not lost. He's got a 100% record. He's been perfect.
It looks like Emery, for now, is safe. But the man who is not, well, it's Ilian, and his key is about to be crushed. Let's take a look at the action. Gels, walk me through this moment, because this is brutal for the guy who's going home, and a great feeling for the man pushing the lever.
Yeah, I mean, for Abu Maka, he would not be angry at all. What a beautiful key that is, by the way. But for Ilian, it's definitely heartbreaking.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
Who wouldn't be smiling? Listen, FG, if I had your key under there, I'll be smiling. I have the biggest smile on my face. But I think for Ilian, It was just a heartbreaking loss, and you tried all year to, you worked so hard, and he was in a great position, 4-0 up. But unfortunately, Abu Maka, I mean, he's just showing his key with he's giggling as well.
Yeah, he's enjoying every moment of that, and rightly so, because I was just thinking if I had Shell's key, I'd be laughing all throughout as well.
But you'll never beat me, so that'll never happen.
Yeah,
so.
well, we'll never find out, will we? Listen, one thing's for certain, Abu Maka, Saudi League champion this year. How far do you think he can go in this tournament?
I think everyone in this competition can win it. And Abu Maka, with the Saudi support, you can see Dossary having the fans. I'm sure if Dossary and they was playing against each other, I wouldn't want to see what happens. But Abu Maka, he's a great player. He burst into the World Cup Championship a few years ago and done well there. He can win it.
Shout out to our usher, by the way, just kind of pushing around the dust at the end of that key crush. The keys are absolutely getting shattered here at FC, and we have plenty more keys to go. Final round coming up here in just a few moments. If you have star players to look at, Shells, who do you expect to move through, and who has a chance to move into our top 8?
I mean, it's definitely between eyes on the Levy the Weird versus Levy Finn game and the K1 John D. Fernandez game. I mean, Levy Finn has been superb. I'm not surprised that he's not going to show his level, but Levy the Weird, I'm a big fan of him, but he has to win this game if he wants to go through. Of course, Karimisbak has a chance to go through as well if he beats Virgil. After just seeing his teammate get eliminated in the round before, I'm sure he wants to try to redeem it for the
And Paulo Neto at 6 points playing against Oberon, who's had a terrible tournament. Is that the best chance?
He has, but Oberon also is the type of person to not want to just sit down and lose this game. He will not want to end this tournament with another defeat. It's been well below his standards, well below the standards we're used to seeing of Oberon. I think that's a game to keep an eye on. I could really see Oberon getting his first win there.
I mean, we even saw it with Adida and Danny Pitbull. They're fighting to the last breath. So I think Oberon will be doing the same. And it's Helen now, he still has a job to do.
Redlock in a similar position going up against Hezers, who is playing for a spot in the top 8. It is going to get spicy. It's going to come down to goal differential. If you're looking for one player to lead this group, this lobby that we're about to have here on the stage, who's been the flashiest of our stars in this league, Shells?
Ooh, I'll probably say Levy Finn. I think Levy Finn, the goals that he's been scoring as well, I like the dribbling. He's got his kind of own distinctive play style going forward. I think I'm a big fan of Levy Finn.
Matthias Bonanno as well, by the way, has been fantastic. We haven't even touched on him right now, but he's been absolutely flawless as well as Levy Finn. That Levy Finn game is going to be quite special.
We're going to see both of those players in your top 8. They're already at 15 points guaranteed. Here's a look, though, at a man who is walking home with 0. The #1 ranked player in the world going up against Danny Pitbull for his final match. And Danny put up a great fight. It was nearly a 20-goal game. At the end, it's the Falcon walking away with a smile on his face.
Yeah, Anders, this won't be the last time we'll be seeing him smile, that's for sure. He just loves this type of stuff. And of course, the more players he can eliminate, the more keys he can crush. And listen, if he gets his hand on the trophy at the end, we're not going to see him stop smiling for
Did he have to get a little help there? Did the usher do the official crushing for him, FG?
I mean, listen, one thing's for certain, they are not easy to crush, so that machine's doing a great job. It is just a shame to see such a beautiful item get smashed to pieces. I wish I could
Can I get a little piece of that?
Just a little piece of it would be perfect. We absolutely love the EWC and what they do here. This is such an amazing feature. It adds a little bit of an edge. Maybe some future way to sort of motivate Danny Pitbull, knowing that Anders Vergang crushed his key in Paris.
Now, production, is that it for the key crushes? Do we have more going down? Because I feel like we still got to do a little bit more math before we officially send players packing. Shells, this is the final fight for a lot of people, for others like Jafonzo sitting in the seats watching this match. Have you ever been in this position? Where you are waiting for others' results to find out if you move on or not?
Yes, our good teammate and behind the scenes caster Ryan Pessoa. We had a Club World Cup tournament where 2v2. We're hoping on another team to get results, and we lost on penalty shootouts. We watched the team win on penalty shootouts. It was heartbreaking. But at the end of the day, all you need is a chance. And as a fan, listen, the butterflies in the stomach, you can't recreate.
Do you speak to the person who has your destiny in their hands, or do you just leave them to it? Like, what would your approach be in the situation? For example, if you're Jafonso and you can't do anything, is there any... I mean, Jafonso in the position, he has to do the rounds today. He has to speak to a couple of players.
I think it's maybe depending who it is. If it's a close friend of mine, I think I wouldn't want to put too much pressure on them. Maybe if it's someone like a hitter that maybe from, an Oberon, for example, I'm going to Oberon and play, please, brother, I'll do anything for you.
I do think we are getting another key crushed very soon. I can see potentially, I think that's Nasada over there.
If Nasada will be destroying Marwan's key. I think that will be it.
Marwan, with a very tough loss, entered that match with 5 points. Could have moved into your top 24 instead. Nasada, with a great finish to his final day of league play action, is moving in to our top 10 for now. The question is, will he stay in the top 8? Celebrating with this key crush.
Yeah, I think when Nasada, I thought we was talking about him a lot on day 1 and day 2, and now he's slowly going under the radar, but you see other players start to shine. But the thing was
نصدق كيكراش الكيمات دير ما الكي اللي كيتكراشا.
He's been one of the favorites all year. As soon as I knew he was in the Pro Open, I said he could win it. That's how good Nasada is, and if he's playing at his game, he can give anyone a run for his money.
بتكون
We're in such
نصدق
an
يقدر
amazing
يربح
position here
صراحة.
because like we keep mentioning, we've got so many players, but genuinely anybody, once we get to the knockout stages, could win this tournament. We are in incredible surroundings right now where we might be looking at someone like Emre Yilmaz, Levi David not even making it. And that is just showing the quality of what we've got here in Paris, Bucket. I mean, your predictions, they're going quite well so
Pretty
far,
good.
but I know you definitely didn't predict Levi David to be in the bottom 12.
Sorry, my guy. For now, we got to jump into the game to find out, is Levi moving on, or will it just be his teammates fighting for their lives in the knockout bracket? Let's go into the casters.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, we're actually underway. While keys were getting crushed, games were kicking off. Hezzers and Redlac in action. It's 1-1 at the moment. We've got Karimisbak and Virgil. They're underway. 7 minutes in, 0-0. Oberon and Paolo Neto 0-0 at the moment. Bonanno 1-1 against Chris de Boer. And Levi Finn and Levi David just about to kick off as we wait for our final game, which will see Paolo Neto in action. We've also got K1 John in action against D Fernandez. Right, so we've been crunching the
numbers. كاع الماتشات المغاربة اليوم طومة
Emre Yilmaz will be safe.
Yeah, we
داروا حتى شي ماتش في الستريمز بربعة اللي دايرين.
Bit of maths going on, but Emre Yilmaz can't be eliminated. The reason is because the players below him, the 3 that could overtake him, or the 4 I should say, with D Fernandez, Virgil, Paolo Neto, Levi David. You remember K1 John's up against D Fernandez.
Correct. So
it can't.
One person's going to go in, one person's going to drop out.
So it will swap. The worst
بالنسبة
Emre Yilmaz to
للترتيب
finish is 24th. And if he does, imagine that game.
كريم غالبا غيدوز.
So that would be a first game. The big
واخا يخسر غيدوز ولكن إذا تعادل غيدوز مرتاح.
Paolo Neto, Levi David.
ولا ربح غيدوز مرتاح ومع الوالة اللي غيلعب بالنوكاوت.
Be in trouble. Who would have thought we were talking about Levi David in this situation before we kicked off? Top 3rd last year, top 4 the year before.
He would have been in my prediction for top 8.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying that now. I'm honest. I'll be honest. He would have been in there. It's a shock. But the fact that it's coming down to this game where Levi Finn will know he's able to potentially knock out one of the big hitters, somebody that's
a rival as well. A rival in terms of someone who you would expect to be there on Championship Sunday.
That's why you'd be extra motivated in this game. Even though Levi Finn's mathematically secured, he wants to make sure Levi David will play no further part in this year's finals, and he started off really, really well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Levi, he's in that position where it must be points. It must be points for him to qualify through. A draw makes it really tight. I mean, it probably wouldn't be enough as he equalises up there against Levi Finn. It has to be a win for Levi.
A win guarantees it. A draw, again, you're relying on other things going in your favour. You have your eye on your teammate in...
القاردين اختاروا براسه ولا؟
Well, exactly.
You need Virgil to lose big.
Few other results to work.
والله لا القارد.
I think the worst position to be in right now is if you're Neat Jafonzo, having played, you've done all you can do, and you're just sitting, biting the nails down to the bristle, waiting to see if results go your way.
After the game Jafonzo played, I saw him heading out towards the exit. I don't know if he came back in or not, but he looked devastated. He looked dejected, thinking his tournament's done already. The saving grace is there is still a chance, and when there's a chance, you always have to have that element of faith in hoping that it's your day. We've seen it though in this format. That's happened so many times in the final round. I believe it was Tuga in the Champions League. Finesse shot, big save from Casillas there.
Literally praying to the heavens, waiting for a game to go his way. Unfortunately, it's not been a tournament to remember for Redlac. The final match that he played in, neat 6-6 draw. If that would have gone another way, you look at the game that he had against Auburn as well, a 7-7 draw. All he needs is a couple of goals. He's going his way, Ryan, and he's in with a shout.
Exactly. It's a tough position to be in because of that.
The other matches we're keeping our eyes on and make sure that you're up to date with them as well at home. The 3 big games. Let's go to this match between Auburn and Paolo Neto. Paolo Neto needed to win, and boy, is he winning.
Wow, that is a statement. lead already. However, I will say we did see a 4-0 loss given away in the previous round from Ilian. That is the goal that made it 4-0.
Business.
It's a man on a mission.
As for Levi David, a win is needed, and a win is what he's getting at the moment. There's a long way to go as Aubrey gets one back there, but Team Liquid are looking for a full house going into Championship Sunday.
Especially they would have been seeing the players from Team Vitality both eliminated. So for the club championship points, it allows them to get an edge on them in this area of the game.
And just to add to the drama as well, sorry Ryan, K1 John D. Fernandez not kicked off yet. As it stands right now, K1 John is 32nd on 4 points with a -9 goal difference. If he wins, he goes to 7 points, but the goal difference swing would need to be drastic. D. Fernandez is on 7 points with a -3 goal difference. If Paulo Neto and Levi David both win, it could be teetering, potentially, down towards the bottom. I mean, Virgil will drop out, Jafonso will drop out, and then you've got one spot to play with, really. So we need to get a camera on some of those guys. Neat, Jafonso. We need to see their reaction throughout this entire round. Levi David turning the game around very quickly against Levi Finn. Did he need to get back into this game quickly?
Absolutely. I think for the confidence as well for Levi David, you know that as a top team, against somebody that's in hot form with Levi Finn being unbeaten in this tournament, arguably player of the tournament. I'll be saying that because I feel like in terms of what players would have, or not even just players, people would have expected, I wouldn't have had Levi Finn 5 out of 5.
Nasada, 5 wins, you probably said.
He was
Alihan Lyon, 5 wins. Nicholas, 4 wins and a draw, 13 points. Guga, 4 wins and a draw. Manu Pachore, 4 wins and a draw. Banano, I think, maybe not one that you would have put up there.
No, I wouldn't have had. But he, again, I was watching his gameplay earlier today. It was against Paulo Neto. Some of the goals.
A +7 goal difference for Banano. 25 goals scored, 18 goals conceded.
It is criminal. But it's done enough, though.
1 goal every game, pretty much. Paulo Neto was the big swing, 3 goals that he scored against the 7-4 victory. Every other game, 4-3, 5-4, 5-4, 4-3. For Banano at 5 and zip at the moment. Speaking of Banano, 4-1 down to Chris de Boer, but there is 1 back to make it 4-2. Chris de Boer, for people wondering, he's pretty safe. 9 points. He'll be looking to go to 12.
He's been quietly going about his business.
Mid-table.
Yeah, but if he wins this, going on 12 here, obviously it's not enough to get into that top 8, but it's still a...
He'll finish probably 10th or 11th.
Yeah, he'll be high up, so... He's someone you don't want to play, though, in a way, because he's an awkward opponent to play against.
Obviously, the players wouldn't be doing this. We can hypothesize, though, from the commentary position with the data that we have. There's a world in which you're thinking, well, if Emery finishes 23rd, yeah. maybe I do want to finish 13th or 14th. I know we saw MS Desario as well, just before crushing the keys.
It was great.
With the interview as well, it looked really impressive.
I didn't really know what to expect this season. I didn't get to watch his domestic performances, obviously finishing runner-up, but the game against Ilian is where I thought, you know what, because I thought that's a tricky one on paper.
Yeah.
Somebody of the newer guard in the scene, player locks, creative runs, it's hard to defend against somebody like Ilian. You locked him up. He was really, really strong in that game.
Well, let's go once we see that goal going to the back of the net from Banano. Back to the split games where we can see all the matches taking place at the moment. Because I once again turn your attention to the Paulo Neto Oberon match. Talk about having destiny in your own hands and taking it by the scruff of the neck. Paulo Neto scored 7 goals in the first half. He has been absolutely rampant. Not sure what's happened there. Error at the back. Chris de Boer goes 2 in front once again. Hezer's leading against Redlac, 4 goals to 1. As we approach half-time in a number of our matches, I know people out there asking for updates from K1 John and D. Fernandez. I can tell you they are just coming out the tunnel now, just kicking off. Just even more pressure.
I guess, well, I was going to say, if it makes it may help in terms of K1 John. His coach will be telling him how many goals he needs to score if he's winning, what you need to do. So that does benefit him a little bit. But the essence of the game is the same. He has to win by quite some distance.
Well, we have seen someone go from such a low position in the table to qualifying through. It's 32nd. coming into this game.
And he's lost 3 on the bounce as well.
Yeah. His first win was his game the first game he played.
Exactly, yep.
After that, he drew against and then he's been beaten 8-5, 7-2, and 7-5 against Karimisbak, Nicholas, and PH Zin. Mr. Bohr beating the man unbeaten at the moment with Bamano. Anyway, you want to see in particular, Ryan? I know you were looking at Karimisbak and Virgil.
Yeah, I was going to say, we haven't really seen much of that game. I don't know if it's possible at half-time to jump across if they're not in a break.
But they are
Replay.
just kicked off.
The bat, exactly. K1 John, again, he knows what he needs to do, Rich. Early start.
There's been only 1 goal, and we're at half-time between Karimisbak and Virgil. And it is gone Karimisbak's way.
نايس كريم ربح 1-0.
Virgil is on a slippery slope as it stands right now with Levi David leading 3 goals to 1. Paolo Neto 7-4 at half time.
كريم 1-0 نايس.
There's all the matches, Ryan, as we jump into Levi Finn and Levi David.
Touching on what you mentioned about Virgil's game, it's a scary position to be in, especially when knowing that the other players who you're relying on them to falter are winning. Not only one, but both of them. 3 of them, in fact, because K1 John, that is... Yeah, destiny is in his own hands at least, but he has to pick up against Kurim if he wants to stay in this tournament. Great run.
Levi David, a man who's been there, he's done it. World Championships, FC Pro Opens. Representing the Netherlands on the biggest stage. Clutching up when he needs to.
Yeah, that was lovely. You can tell what he wanted from before when that run from Salma started to be player locked inside towards the center of the pitch there. He eventually gets it. First time low driven finish with the outside over boot as well.
I think it's just a case of Bonanno, 5 wins already. You know you're going through. Maybe the attention span, not the attention span, but the attention just slipped ever so slightly.
Oh, what a finish that is as well. I think he's a perfectionist though. He would have wanted to win. You want to win every game you play in, but also the fact that it sends a statement to everybody else. To play in this level of tournament and not lose a game is ridiculous. It's unheard of, basically.
What you do, maybe not in actual functionality, but you should, if you finish first in the group stages, have a nicer bracket run.
If only it worked that way.
Never seems to.
Never seems to work, especially when I'm going to look at currently the bottom 5 players before this round started in the top 24. You've got Virgil, Jafonso, Neat, Di Fernandez, Emre Yilmaz. The live updates are perfect, so we'll be able to see 20th to 24th. All of those 5 players within that.
Abu Maka dropping out of 13 points.
That's sickening.
Anders Vergang 12, Cristobal 12. That puts him up to 11th. You're looking at PH, Nemes Dossere, Luke Deville.
We're going to get an Emre Anders matchup, aren't we, Rich?
We very much, yeah, we might be. As we look at the live table as it stands right now, Emre Yilmaz, Di Fernandez, K1 John right now is in with Neat, Jafonso and Virgil dropping out.
Wow. Cristobal, he's got an opportunity. Keeper shuffles, but the step isn't enough. Cristobal takes a 7-4 lead. Let's jump across to
كريم تعادل ب1-1.
another game if we can. This is a game where Virgil needed to get points here. It's coming in 6 points. As it stands, 7 points. The goal difference is 0. So it does put him in a position where he would actually leapfrog Emre Yilmaz, Di Fernandez, who are on 7 points. But a Fortune can't get the shot off.
أخيرا ضربنا مشت كريم.
It feels just so
أيوة كريم
tense
سير.
here at the FC Pro World Championships. You see the live updates going through the right-hand side of your screen. Levi David 4-1 up against Levi Finn. This is the last group game we will be playing here before the knockouts commence. We'll have a very short break in between while the players get rested and regain composure before those knockouts.
See that mistake there from Virgil going forward? It's just when you're nervy, you make little tiny errors and the player switching or the passing, it's just a bit off it.
Paulo Neto 8-5, K1 John 3-1 up.
That's a statement.
Against D. Fernandez.
I didn't actually pay attention to the live updates. When it comes up again, I want to see where D. Fernandez currently is. Where that mathematically puts him if the scoreline remains the same, because goal difference.
Nice, Karim. Crazy. GG.
As it stands,
the 2-1 lead there, Rich.
Virgil's tumbling out, Ryan. Everyone below who needs to win is winning at this moment. Paulo Neto was doing the business. Medano gets one back. That's 7-5 against Cristobal. And there is the live table, Ryan, with the live scores at the bottom as well. 8-5. K1 John 3-1 up. Karimisbak 2-1. Hezers 6-3 to put him in a Hezers.
It's insane to think that
He probably needs to score.
Hezers had 9 points from his first possible 9, and then he's on the cusp of not even getting in the top 8. This is the position I was seeing there. D. Fernandez, 23rd with 7 points.
Umut, 8 points.
He was unbeaten coming into
He was. Today. You know what? That goal difference swing from Umut, isn't it? The heavy defeat can be a real hurter for you if the goal difference doesn't go your way.
Great touch. Don't think it was by purpose though, but allows Bonanno to push forward. Look at the triggered run. Has to be followed there from Chris. Beautiful bit of skill from Matthias Bonanno outside of the boot. Can't find the corner.
Ooh, beats أسطوري.
Hold a minute. You see the combination of the roulette there, Rich? Just to put that into the corner from Matthias Bonanno.
نايس كريم 3-1.
Jump on over to
برافو.
another
معلم
game that's
كريم.
going on. Let's take a look at the Paulo Neto Oberyn game.
Yeah, that's where my eyes went straight away. 8-5, Paulo Neto leading with 15 minutes left to play. A win puts him in. Oberyn looking to be the bearer of bad news. It would have to be a 3-goal swing in Oberyn's favour. Levi David was leading when I just glanced there as well. I think that was 5-1 against Levi Finn. As it stands, Ryan, no one's going to be 6 from 6.
I believe that would keep Nasada first.
Yeah. Kika Nazareth. McGiddy cancel on the edge of the box, just looking to shimmy down with the drop of the right shoulder. Pause cued by Paulo Neto. Does to be going into that with another goal to his name. Matthias Bonanno, that was the roulette.
Lovely.
Into the finesse, into the top corner. 76 now, with a nod of approval from Bonanno. Oberyn's can't clear this ball, it seems. Unfortunate animation there, didn't get an interception on it. Scott McTominay. Paulo Neto playing the clock at this point. Doesn't need to score again. He's going to be in. We are trying our best to keep up to date with the other games. Let's go to another match. Let's just leave it on this screen for 1
تزوقت
second.
كريم مازال مزيان معلم كريم.
Hezers leading against Redlac. Karimisbak 3-1 against Virgil. K1 John D. Fernandez feels like the story here, Ryan. But there's so much time to play in that game, so maybe we see the culmination of this one.
Anything can happen with these last few moments in the other games. This one, we still have plenty, as you said, a whole second half to go. Bottom left, there is a goal. Matthias Bonanno equalising. That's jumped into a pause as well.
Yeah, this is the place to be. Karimisbak 3-1 up against Virgil. And how does that impact the standings? Abu Maka, 13 points. Jesus, with that extra goal that he just scored, puts him in to 8th. Penalty given. Virgil with a chance.
Has to score.
You see how big this is. Scores. Virgil, 27th, 6 points.
كريم 3 جوج
Karimisbak
ماشي مشكل هاني طومبوريزي حتى إلا تعادلتي راك دايز غير بالحق.
A draw puts him in.
It puts him in because of the other results and the goal difference he has. Currently -1. Obviously, if he draws, it will be on 0. The players that are on 7 points, you've got Emre Yilmaz on -2. You have Neat as well, -10.
So right now, Neat is out, but maybe a draw could be something different. There's going to be a lot of players on 7 points. The very best to bring that up-to-date table all the way throughout the latter stages of these games. When results are coming in, you'll see how it impacts the matches. Levidovic 6-1. He's going to be in no matter what. With that performance, we're waiting for something like that from him over the last 3 years. And look, he's going to be going into that bracket play as a 22nd, 21st ranked player. On paper, but nobody will want to play against Levidovic first game.
Not a chance. Don't want to play him at any stage of a tournament, let alone early in the knockouts. Virgil, edge of the box. He's shown a lot of patience, utilising the shielding as well.
The kid Lopez, technical dribbling into Salman now.
ما ديرش شي فوت ما ديرش شي فوت كريزي معلم صافي طومبوريزي طومبوريزي غير بشويه هذيك صافي هكاك معلم كريزي.
Try and get a shot. It was good defending in the end from Karim. Virgil has to go for it.
Has to.
Nice.
Does he know maybe the permutations around him? Does he know what's needed from him?
Has to know. Has to know.
كريزي برافو كريم بالعقل صافي.
Karim
شي كورنر تما مزيان.
knows a win is enough. Gives the ball right back. Virgil comes crashing through the back.
ايوا فوت.
Enough ball.
فوت تاكتيك اصاحبي.
Virgil with a lovely pass to bring Granit Xhaka into play.
ماشي مشكل بالعقل اخر محاولة هاني.
Never for Virgil. Low
كريزي
driven Casillas with the save. Short corner played all the way back to recycle. It's a player look fake to try and create just a centimetre, an inch of space in around the box. Araujo, not the player you want there. Paulo Neto is in. He wins 9-5 against over.
Crazy Karim, bravo.
He has to spam off side traps, just do anything just to try and force Karim to give away possession. Virgil's tournament is hanging in the balance. Anything, just force him.
Karim.
Nice Karim.
He's not going to give
Crazy
him that chance.
Karim.
Keepers off the line. Elise will dribble into an empty net with
Crazy Karim. Bravo.
Karimisbak clutches up when it matters most.
معلم كريم.
The nail in the coffin, not only for this matchup.
برافو كريم.
Virgil came into this round 24th with Paulo Neto, with Levidovic all winning, with K1 John winning. In fact,
that's why he needed the draw.
كريم غيتأهل في مركز 13 ان شاء الله مزيان مخير. نصد هو الاول. نايس كريزي. نصد كيسير يدور المجموعات هو الاول.
4-4.
8-8 in this game.
Chris de Boer gets one back.
But yeah, that K1 John result, that changes quite a bit because that puts Neat back into the top 24.
And look at it right there. Jafonso drops out. Neat is in.
Wow.
And Emre Yilmaz on the edge. Levidovic will jump up the table.
Oh, what a goal.
As Bonanno gets another one back. That's 9-8. What a game that is.
Chris is unhappy with the amount of kick-off goals that Matthias Bonanno has got in this game. This one, though, we're jumping over to it live. Di Fernandez pushing forward against K1 John. Coming into this game, Di Fernandez was on 7 points. He was 21st.
as D Fernandez goes 5-4 up. He's down there in the danger zone. A win puts him in.
Win puts him comfortably in and amongst the top half of that 9-24 selection of players there. For K1 John, it means this tournament will be ending, but fortunately for his sake, this game is slightly behind the others, so he does have a bit more time to push on.
We are trying our very best. There is another game that's back underway. It's Banano and Cristobal. Let's go there for the last minutes to see our perfect player. Banano could be 6 wins from 6. Which is certainly a statement.
More than a statement.
Puts him into the round of 16.
Yep, the players he's defeated along the way as well. Katja, Jafonzo, Milkalov, Obrun, Paolo Neto, Cristobal. So he's taken some big names along the way. I'm a big fan of his utilization of that roulette, though. Used it very, very well.
Mo Salah into Vicky Lopez again, constantly just tapping on that technical dribbling. So a little bit of the analog sprint there coming out. Beautiful from Banano. 10-8. Could this be his year? Flawless so far from Mr. E Premier League. Do you wonder where Ryan Pessoa's gone? He's just doing some maths.
I was just trying to
with
see.
Trying to work out the as it stands table with everything that's going on as it moment. What are you trying to figure out?
I was just seeing where it would drop Cristobal. I think as it stands, David would actually leapfrog him. Makes him go.
كريزي برافو الدراري. جوج من 3 الدراري المغاربة تأهلوا قدروا يتأهلوا للدور الثاني. ونصر هو الأول. كريزي مان نصر برافو. دوماج مروان قدرش يربح والماتش الاخر ديالو هو كيتقصى.
Selection of our other matches coming in particular, I'm looking at Paolo Neto, I'm looking at the matchup from the back of the stage. Obviously Banano now and Cristobal. We should start to get a better picture on absolutes, who he will be placing where. Ryan Pessoa.
And that's where...
Will Neat be in? Will Jafonzo be safe? These sort of questions that I know you're asking at home. That's a full-time result now.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you see, for Jafonzo, he was relying on a maximum of 1 player below him overtaking him. And the fact that Levi David and Paolo Neto had both won, or Levi David en route to win, it would mean Jafonzo and Virgil eliminated. As it stands, Neat remains in. He's the only player that has a bit of jeopardy relying on this game. Because if K1 John wins, Neat is out.
Yeah, and I think these two would go through 24th, 23rd.
Wow.
A draw is enough for D Fernandez.
Yep.
It kills K1 John's chances of going through. K1 John has to win, and he knows that. He's got 15 minutes left. His pause has been queued for a little while now. He has to go, and he has to go now. D Fernandez playing really nicely on the edge of the box, just ticking this clock away.
He's just sucking the life out of K1 John, the energy, because you know when you're chasing, you queued a pause. It's been about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Ball ain't gone out. You're starting to rush, drag players out of frustration, but he's done really well to stay composed. K1 John has, and he has an opportunity. It's onside. Beautiful. Goes for the pass, but Davies cuts the passing lane.
Right place, right time for Alphonso Davies.
I think it's the right idea from K1 John, I'll be honest. I think a lot of people would have gone for that pass. It's just Davies was really quick.
Just to give you an update from Levi David and Levi Finn, and a lot of people are asking for it. Levi David 7-1 up against Levi Finn.
Good defending. Aggressive.
We're not going to go there because the story is here. Levi David's story was very simple. Win and you're in. That's okay, K1 John and D Fernandez.
اوكي شويه ونرجعوا نمشيو نرتاحوا شويه وفاش يبداو البلاي اوفز نرجعوا ان شاء الله. يلا وقفوا حدانا دابا.
The substitution coming on.
we're going to see a full-time result very quickly from this game. That's the table as it stands right now, Ryan.